I got two hands, I got my mouth, I know how to earn money.
She absolutely does. She doesn't miss a trick. And this tea was already prepared for me. I didn't even have to do it. She knows how I like it and what I put in it. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Yeah, already made the prepared tea for me. Too hot to drink. It used to be the chair, but now it's my cup of tea. Too hot to drink right now. Overcast morning here on my dusty island. Might be a little bit of rainfall. We're not expecting too much. Any precipitation is supposed to stop after 9 a.m., if any. Okay, so topic matter in part. What happened to some of these old vloggers? You remember Landhawk 59, Lanhawk. Bill, he was an okay guy. He ran a pizza place in Bacolod, I guess. And I went to look him up out of the halibut. I just can't find his direct channel, except there were channels that were from My Philippines Journey, Mike Cason, the one that Popeye wished that he would, only way he's coming out of the hospital after his heart attack was with a toe tag on. Yeah, you remember. Yeah. I seen some stuff of him where he was interviewing Landhawk at his pizza place. This was 8 years ago, is what I found on that. I forgot when Mike died, but Landhawk's been around for a while, so we haven't seen him. And we know he had moved back for a while, if not permanently, to, I'm not sure if it was Wisconsin or where it actually was. I used to listen to Landhawk now and then, not religiously, but there's a few people I used to tune into every now and then, see what was going on and what have you. But yeah, we had a lot of people gone, everyone from Peter Van Dever, Landhawk, Gary, the Philippines experience. I'm not really that sure what's happened, but I thought I had found his video and I put it on. I said, oh my God, this guy gained a lot of weight. What the hell happened? All I know is with Gary is that he, I don't know, very strange. He was always working back in America, and I don't, all I know is he was working on his annulment, and I think he finally, got an approval on there, but really haven't had any updated information since. And he used to just make trips back to visit his girlfriend. I don't even know to this date if he actually ever got around to marrying her. That might have been changed after all the work he did and money and how many years it took to get the annulment approved. And then there was a cutoff, and I don't know what's going on with him. Gary the Gack. Very strange. The amazing disappearing people. Maybe they had the right idea. Fact is, a lot of these old vloggers, you don't know if they're alive or dead, really. Even Landhawk. Landhawk was, I don't know how old he was when he was in his heyday of doing his shows. Certainly in his late 50s, he had to be somewhere around there. But now, I'm sure he's in his 60s. He's got to be. If anybody knows about Landhawk 59, I'd be curious to know. I'm trying to think of any other vloggers that, the ones that really disappeared. Oh, other people like Joey, the guy with the bald head that Barry tried to take advantage of his wife and kid and his generosity of beer and food and everything else. Barry had his hand in just about everything. So Joey hasn't been on. No. And I'm trying to think, just out of my thoughts, who else disappeared on here? Well, certainly people have disappeared from death. Yeah, we know a number of people that's happened to. Well, life happens. Shit happens. Let's see. Aloe hasn't been doing a hell of a lot of stuff. trying to get my brain thinking here this morning. There's so many people who are an integral part of YouTube, actually, in this community, that are no longer doing stuff. Chica Saris, I mean, she's still doing this show. And I have to check in on Chica May Casino, Renzero's wife. Haven't checked in a while. And I don't know, I think the whole goal was to get over to America, if I'm not mistaken. Ren's working as a security guard for, I think he was working security or something for Amazon or something like that. Is that correct? Making the big bucks, you know? Yeah, people have come and gone on here. Either they died or they got off YouTube or they just said enough is enough or moved on to greener pastures. If anybody else comes to mind, I'll think about it here, unless you want to contribute, because Landhawk happened to come to mind. Well, his name was Bill, and he ran a pizza place. Then I don't know what happened to that. He had other people running it or something while he went back to America. Then maybe disbanded the business or something. I have no idea. So if anybody knows about Landhawk, I'm just curiosity gets the best of me. Trying to see who else comes to mind here. YouTube has seen the loss of many people, either by death or by situation, or they just moved out of the Philippines for various reasons. Gary, you know, the GAC, he's always been kind of a mystery. He had a certain period of activity on YouTube, but hide nor hair I've seen of him. All I know is the last information I know, unless he comes on as a troll, and I'm not thinking so. Gary's kind of sort of an interesting guy in many ways. But after all the effort he put into seeing his wife to go through schooling, to get into her career, and he's done a lot for her, actually. So where did it all end up after all his efforts to help her out in many ways with her schooling to get a degree? I don't know if it was teaching or something, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Teaching, I think it was. And he worked all that time for this annulment, and I remember they got to that point. So what happened after that? I remember the last thing I heard was after he achieved the approval of the annulment, he had to decide whether he was going to get married or not. I'm saying, well, wait a minute. What is the purpose of getting the annulment if you're not going to get married? That part I don't understand. Maybe things just weren't working out. He was more gone than he was in her life. I don't know. He was always back to work over in Arkansas, of all places. Arkansas. Who the hell works or lives in Arkansas? Well, there's people who do, I guess. Arkansas certainly wouldn't be my choice. Cheap to live there, I'm sure. I mean, it has to be. He must love his job, or maybe he did indeed have health problems. I don't know. I put something on here that I really thought was Gary. And I'm looking at this guy, and this guy had a tremendous weight problem he was dealing with. Of course, here we go again with the weight as the common denominator on here. You almost can't help talking about it because it has something to do with most everybody on here. Oh. And Kiki in the Philippines. Okay, I was talking about Kiki. Kind of an interesting, I think he's an ex-New Yorker, in fact. And he's had a major weight problem he's been dealing with. And Kiki is doing shows. The last show he did, he was in Baguio. But apparently he's been having a weight problem all his life. Well, I hope he succeeds. I really do. He doesn't seem like a bad guy. I realize how much of a problem that could be. What's that? Huh?
Look up there.
Vomit?
Yeah.
I would think that might be Sal. Because I don't know, she hasn't been eating correctly, has she? Good morning. Let me check something out here, folks. What's wrong? Is that you, Sal, that did that? Huh? I don't know what that chunky stuff is. You okay, Sal? Is that yours? You okay? I don't know. You gonna just leave it there?
I'm not clean, right?
Huh?
Yeah.
You gonna clean it?
I don't know this year.
I see this chunky stuff in there. Well, I noticed that probably Sal, she did a little bit of chunky vomiting, a little bit of and her appetite has not been the greatest. She's very picky with her food, doesn't always eat all her food.
You're clean, so you'll know what's that.
Well, I want to see what the chunky thing is in there. Yeah, maybe that wasn't the gag. I thought it resembled him. Okay, I'm kind of multitasking at the moment. I gotta look at my dog's small vomit. Okay, hold on. My goodness. What is this piece of... What is this?
The apple?
This chunky thing, it's kind of hard. Come here.
Apple lagi, apple.
Huh?
Apple.
Apple?
Yeah. Potatoes.
The only way to do that is actually physically take it
Sweet potato.
and rinse it. Ah,
Put in the plastic. I give you a plastic.
yeah, I know. Yeah, I gotta actually examine what was in here. Hold on, folks. Oh boy. This has been rinsed off. And I don't know what this is. It's kind of a little bit mushy. Do you want to look at this? I rinsed it off. Sometimes you got to do that to see what. It's kind of mushy. It's not really hard.
I gave
What is it?
ginger.
You think this is ginger?
Yeah.
And what do you think this is?
It's a ginger lagi.
Huh?
Ginger.
Ginger. That's ginger?
Yeah.
And how would they get a hold of
I
ginger?
don't know. Where did you get that one?
You think that's ginger? No, it don't smell like ginger.
Because you rinse already.
Oh, somebody says it looks like ginger. Oh. I don't think ginger would be harmful. Don't worry, folks. This has been thoroughly rinsed off. What's this at the end? Yeah.
It's a ginger lagi.
Don't worry. You say, oh, what are you handling? No, this has been thoroughly washed off. Don't worry about that. I'm still going to wash my fingers. Huh. I could mush it, okay, with my hands. And does it have a particular smell to you?
Yeah.
It smell like ginger? But where would she get a hold of ginger? Do we have a meal that you made ginger with lately?
No, but I get plant ginger.
You got ginger plants. I don't know. I can't tell you. But sometimes, you have to do some pretty gross shit here. If your dog vomits and you can see any material in there, what you do is, somebody's got to do it. You got to look at the material and see exactly what it is, because that could be the very thing that upset their stomach. So, oh, Kiki, no, Kiki in the Philippines. Yeah, he has a channel. He's a guy. He's kind of a, I don't know, kind of a different guy. He definitely has a whole big ass weight problem, and so does his family, really, according to him. And he was in Baguio for a while, and he visiting and watching what he was eating and saying that he's on a diet, and I did a video with him where he was eating an omelet, and very notable why I did this, because it was an omelet in the morning, all spiced up, made with like 5 or 6 eggs. Then he had a chunk of pork there, but on the same dish, he was noting that he had his vitamins, he had his heart medicine, and he had his cholesterol medicine. And I was kind of laughing at that, saying, wait a minute, I mean, what is the purpose of those medicines if you're going to be eating what you're eating? I thought that was absolutely ridiculous. And he's a man that wants to lose weight, and he knows he's having that problem. But, there's some people that can't help it, and they mean well, but they just can't stay away from food and exactly what they eat until a medical emergency. Now, I know he was planning a trip to Manila, to, I think, St. Luke's or something, to have some imaging done and whatnot. I want to keep up with that. I'm very interested. And I know pretty much what they're going to find, but I just want to satisfy myself and how I know these things, and pretty much I'm figuring what they're going to say, If anybody says that, Velo, maybe that is why Big Ego is in Kuala Lumpur to recruit E.T. to the harem. Oh, that guy E.T., man. That is a weird dude. Oh, my God. Now, what is he? That guy E.T., is he Thai? This guy's not Filipino. He's from Thailand or something. Is he? Yeah, kind of a whacked out dude, man. Seriously. Yeah, he certainly would fit into the wacko community. I don't know, man. It must be true what I say. I don't know. I mean, we've got all these whack jobs on here. Is it by accident they're all in the Philippines genre? I mean, I don't, what are the odds? Maybe Big Ego head will pay to get E.T. a breast job. Yeah, I don't know what that character's all about. I really don't know. Is he? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know much about the guy. I've seen a couple of his shows, and I know this guy was pretty whacked out. You know, you can see the ominous-looking sky if you could really see. It's very, very overcast. Rain to stop after 9 a.m. It's not 9. And I haven't seen any rain this morning. I'm not sure if it rained overnight. E.T. is in a long-distance relationship with Brett Glasgow. Okay, thanks for sharing that. Some birds flying in the tree here. It's very pleasant here. Very, like I said, you got a little pastoral scene across the road. No houses except in the way in the background. They're good people, Filipinos. And it's just, I guess that all this land here actually owned by somebody that there's family problems who claiming who's owning this land and whatnot. And you see a lot of that out here. And all you see, those trees in the background, by the way, those are mango trees. A shitload of them. They don't always produce the best mangoes. They're kind of small. That's a big ass tree, let me tell you that. You can't see the scale of this from this angle. Frank Burrito Mike disappeared after he was exposed as a fat body. Burrito Mike. Burrito Mike. I'm trying to who's Burrito Mike. Burrito Mike's wife still has her channel up. She does a lot of cooking, which explains why he gained weight. Oh, MJ, yeah. MJ's a hit and run. He comes and goes, you know. Oh my God. Let me show you something here. Ant's got a hold of this dead, whatever it is, centipede or something here. God dang it, I'm telling you. Still trying to figure out what my dog ate. She's fine, but, you know, always an indication when you're vomiting on something, you ate something that doesn't jive with your stomach, you know. Obviously. But she has a weird appetite lately anyway. Oh, what am I stepping in water? Nice with my bare feet. I'm gonna bring that into the house. My bare feet stepped into something wet. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with MJ. Jane's his wife, right? Jane, I remember that. Jane, yeah. I didn't know she had a show. MJ, well, I don't know. MJ comes and goes. His channel appears, then it doesn't appear. And that's kind of part of the topic. Where's everybody been? And if you can think of a few names to add to this list, then do so and refresh my memory. It goes all the way back to Peter Van Dever. It makes you wonder, how's Peter Van Dever living? Is he on the dole or something or whatever? Because, you know, anytime he did do a show, the latest I've ever seen, he's always bought some new camera equipment. And, you know, camera equipment is not cheap. He likes photography himself. And camera equipment is not cheap. And last I seen of him, if anything, he did gain some weight. And Peter's actually a big guy. I don't know if you know that. Peter's, I think, over 6 feet or something. He's not a small guy. Roberto. No, I don't have any information on Roberto. I think it's pretty true. And the reason I think it's true is because one of the things that was posted on his, 2 years ago, was posted on his channel was about people giving support to the Alzheimer's Foundation. Early onset. And my understanding is that he had early onset Alzheimer's. And I think at this time, I think there might be some truth to this, since he was pushing this. And you know what happens with a lot of people, even movie stars, I think. They get a certain disease or something and they never promoted it before or gave a shit about it. But when it happened to them, all of a sudden, yeah, let's give donations to this foundation to find a cure, you know. And that's human nature, you know. They maybe don't give a shit about any disease out there, but when they get it, oh, now it becomes important. Please support the foundation to find a cure for something, you know. I think that's human nature. Yeah, Peter was pretty tall. Peter was not a small guy by any means. Expert shoplifter, yeah. Oh, like the brain ailment that Bruce Willis is suffering from. Yeah, you know, that might actually be true information. Of course, on here, you know, most information that floats around is not true. They just want to spread rumors and see how far, like someone like myself, will go with it. And, yeah. But I think in Roberto's case, like I said, I mean, Roberto was pretty vicious. He really was. Saying he wanted to kill me and my girlfriend if he ever saw us in Cebu. And he never had anything nice to say. And all his shows were, again, it's like the others, about me. I don't know if it's penis envy or what kind of envy it is. I have no fucking idea. You know, small dick, big mouth syndrome, you know. Got a lot of that on here. That's too bad about Bruce Willis, though, yeah. He has such a supportive wife, though. I mean, I know you're going to say it's about the money, but no, do you ever think that people have true love? Look at Sylvester Stallone's wife, and she's a hottie. There's no question about it. he scored pretty big with her. She's, of course she's younger than him. Of course, that's the way it works. There comes the rain. Here, just speaking of the rain, here it comes. Here it comes. And she's a hot-looking lady, man. I don't think anybody will deny it. And look at Sylvester Stallone's daughters. They're all beautiful. Well, they're all prim and proper with all the money they have in that family. Well, it's coming down now, yeah. It's coming down now. You can hear it in the background. Listen to this. Do I forgive Roberto if he's suffering from Alzheimer's? No, I don't. Because he said some pretty rude shit. I give a little bit of leeway to somebody, but it's according how extreme somebody is. And I really don't care less. He's not a friend of mine. He said some horrible shit. So, no, I don't give a shit either way. If you want to be honest, if it sounds cold, then whatever. But no, I don't. I mean, I don't wish death on him, but if he expected me to shed a few tears because he has Alzheimer's, I'm sorry, I'm not going to do that. I can't. I couldn't live with myself. It is what it is. No, he was pretty lame, this guy. Pretty vicious. He said some really horrible things. And continue to do so. Yeah. A lot of you people don't believe in karma, but, call me the Karma King because I do believe in it because my little prophecies have come true so far. I haven't been wrong yet. I'm really coming down too hard on people that are obese. It's not that I'm coming down hard on them. It's not a straightforward statement. I mean, this is happening all over the world, and it is a great topic because it's part of satellite internet. I mean, it's not the answer to everything. Overall, it's really good and powerful, and really comes in handy. But like I said, I don't have those, what do you call, extenders around the house, what they call them. It's kind of like a repeater outside. That's why when I go in back of the house, I lose signal a lot. That's why. Because, you have to be within reach of the of your apparatus on the roof, and you have to have unobstructive. If I'm in the back of the house, it's far from the, call it a dish, you're going to lose signal. It's not a perfect system. And I really don't like paying that much to have internet, to be honest. I mean, it's just that there's also so many people that use the internet when they're visiting here, her kids and so forth. I've seen one day we're all in the living room, and every single person had their cell phone out. Utilizing the satellite system. And it's got to take its toll on signal. I mean, it must. And not to mention the TVs working off internet. I mean, if you add this all up, it's quite a few people using it, I don't know if you lose bandwidth or something on this, by how many people are actually using your system. As I said, I'm no techno pro here. But anyway, to kind of finish up where we were, yeah, I do make notes of what people say, not physical notes on paper like some people do. They get pretty radical, but if I feel something's worth talking about, I will talk about it. And this is kind of something that, we're all aware of, and how many people are actually, my God, how many people are actually obese. And it's startling, startling, it's frightening. And if you didn't get caught up in the obesity thing, well, then you're lucky. Oh God, I'm reluctant to have this. I may just go for the oatmeal instead of the muesli. The muesli is what drives me to the fucking CR every fucking time. It certainly does. I am a woman in love. Yeah, why not? Good old-fashioned rolled oats. Why not? Why not? And why not? And why not? That's a good way to start the day anyway. My routine anyway. It's not a bad routine, but I would look at Kiki, what he was eating, and I said, oh my God. I mean, I do eat eggs. Well, maybe only 2 at a time, and at the most 3. And they're not large eggs either. But to have a 6-egg omelet all spiced up and then a piece of pork on the side. I mean, come on, man. What's the purpose of your medicines? I mean, what is the purpose? Why even bother to take the statins and heart medicine and all that and the vitamins if you're going to do that kind of shit? It's going well, no buffering. Okay. Yeah, I can't get everybody back, though. That's the problem. They figure when I'm buffering, okay, I'm done. I heard the show. Oh, well. That's about it. Yeah, I think Kevin is getting pretty frustrated with me. He doesn't know what to say about me anymore. He's trying really hard, but he usually needs help, and he'll do a show and let the other trolls do all the talking about me. And he's just, the Grand Funk Master, he's the master in the background behind, feeding the trolls. Pretty much. That's what he does. And I know there's a lot of people there who's got a guilty conscience. They don't want me to talk. Frank keeps on talking about obesity. Well, I know it bothers Kevin a lot. It bothers him a lot. Well, do something about it then, man. If it bothers you. If the shoe fits, wear it, man, Just fucking lose weight. Stop eating the crap you eat. It's not that I never eat crap. I do eat some crap, but the majority of my diet is pretty goddamn healthy, if I say so myself. But, I'm sorry, but there's no excuse for obesity, man. I don't want to hear this shit that it's in the family. Well, you could make a change in that family line of being somebody that's not obese and change things around. No, I'm never going to stop talking about obesity on here. I'm never going to stop talking about it because people are dying from that, man. Do you understand what I'm saying? And some of the vloggers that we've lost on here, they were absolutely obese. There's no question about it. You don't have to think about it. They were obese. And I know people are bothered about me talking about it. Well, too fucking bad, man. Change things around. Change things up. That's all I'm telling you. Change things up. Shit. I'm not trying to tell you what to do with your life. I'm just making a suggestion that, as far as weight is concerned, then maybe it's just a good idea that you control your weight and you'll be more mobile too. Think about that. You'll be a lot more mobile. Be able to walk a whole block instead of, a quarter of a block to try to prove to people, see, I can walk there, I can walk. No, you can't. Lose another 150 pounds and then we'll talk. And then you'll notice your walking is going to be a hell of a lot better, man. Of course it will. Does it make sense? Okay, let's see what we got here. Now that I dirty. What do you think about the oatmeal? You heat it up, in a microwave. It just spills all over the glass tray on here. Don't you hate when that happens? Well, that's happened. Well, cinnamon on here. No, there's a lot of cinnamon. Come on, Frank. I am a woman in love. Okay. Spoon. What am I going to add to this for flavor? I got to watch the butter. Butter's okay to have in small amounts. And I am going to put the dashiest dash of butter in here for some flavor. Just a dashiest dash, mind you. I haven't had blueberries for a while. I gotta find them. I just haven't been able to find them. I mean, I prefer fresh, whole blueberries, but they don't sell it around where I live here, of course. Nevertheless, they're frozen. But if you go look at the price tag on that shit, then you understand why I don't bother to buy the fresh blueberries, which of course are the best. Okay, here we go. Now I'm not getting no big protein source from this, so that's the problem. That's why I wind up having some eggs. This is too hot to eat right now anyway. It's very simple. It's rolled oats, okay, whole grain rolled oats. And has a lot of fiber. It does have some protein, but not a lot, barely. And you put cinnamon in there, which is healthy. I don't know about the butter. Okay, that's Savino. Stream is going well. Okay, that's Savino. Hey, this is some drama that I heard from Discord. Big Kevin was with a lady boy and didn't know it, and Big K was getting a blowjob and didn't realize he was with a lady boy. Well, I don't believe it, but would it surprise me? No. Well, maybe that's who that was. That picture he put up on there where he's head to head with this woman who had a huge fucking head. You remember that picture he posted? He was trying to boast that he's got a girlfriend and stuff of 9 months. Obviously not, but she was nothing to boast about, I can tell you that. Hideous, actually. That wasn't a woman. I'm sorry. Masculine features, size of the head. And he was proud of that, huh? Oh, well, you gotta grab what you can grab, I guess, when you get desperate. I'm never that desperate, let me tell you that. Hell no. Give the boy some credit, I guess. He's trying. He's not succeeding, but maybe he's just not trying enough. Everybody deserves to have a partner, you know? Even Big Kevin. Well, I can't say he's deserving of anything, but I mean, you know, the natural course of life. I mean, it's good to have a mate. Not just some yahoo that comes into town who happens to be a YouTuber and you get together with them and you get them to buy you lunch and dinner. You know, that's his MO. Certainly is. All the little children love porridge. I always remember that 1950s movie, whatever. I don't know, the Little Rascal Kids or something. I don't know what the hell that was. All the little children love porridge. They got so sick of it, they all started throwing their dishes of porridge at the master. The guy who was a headmaster of the orphanage or something. I guess after eating this for a while, yeah, I'd be throwing plates at them too. I mean, I like the stuff, but I'm not going to make it part of my every meal. It has its goodness to it, but, you know, even I'll get sick of oatmeal after a while. I just need protein in my diet. I don't feel strong or anything if I don't have any protein. Oh, that might have been on Oliver Twist, but I thought it was also something else too. Remember when the guy goes, the one line, all the little children love mush. Was that it? It was Oliver Twist? If you say so, it might be. Yeah, all little children love mush. That's all they could afford to feed the kids. You got an orphanage with hardly any budget. You got to feed them something. Oh, yeah. Please, sir. More porridge. I guess oatmeal is called porridge, really, when you think about it. It is porridge, I guess. How you define porridge, yeah. Please, sir, more porridge. If that's all you got to eat, look, I know dogs out here. You remember when I was buying dog food for the dogs? I mean, you know, I had a good thing in mind to do that, you know. But a lot of these dogs don't even know what dog food is, you know, the kibbles. That was funny, I must admit that. And they didn't want that. But if you gave them a bowl of rice, they'd probably eat it. And I remember just this guy had a pedal bike, you know, pedal trike, you know. And his dog would be him all the time. Oh, At the time, I was happy to carry around some treats, some kind of dog food. He didn't want to touch it. Oh, he doesn't eat dog food. Oh, what does he eat? He goes, rice. And I'm thinking, a dog can't survive on rice. They need protein. They need meats. I'm sure he must give the dog something other than rice. I mean, if he has leftover fish heads or some crap like that, I don't know. A dog can't live on rice. I just don't think so. The dogs get used to it. They see that as food. If they started off in life eating rice, they're going to think that that is what a dog eats, because that's all they really know. Like people eating Godfather's pizza or some shit like that. If you never had real pizza, real pizza might taste strange to you. They swear by, Domino's and all those outlets that make fake pizza. Fake news, yeah. Make fake pizza. To them, that's what pizza tastes like, because they never really had what we would call real pizza. A lot of people don't know what real pizza is. It's a shame. They might find it to taste rather horrible, because they're not used to real pizza, the taste of it, and the ingredients, real ingredients. Oh my God, I was watching this, it's a YouTuber, I was watching it on TV, and this one guy, he travels around different places. He's trying to be another Anthony Bourdain is what he's trying to do. And he's doing a pretty good job. And he goes to experience all these exotic foods in Southeast Asia and other countries. And he was in Turkey the last time. And you got to see the shit that they have there. Oh my God. Oh yeah, they'll make meals out of intestines and balls, testicles, and flavor it up. And the process, what they went through. I mean, there's hardly any part of an animal that doesn't go without use. And then the stomach, oh, that was the worst. Where they made some food out of it was a lamb or something, a lot of lamb. They were doing a lot of these kebab type things too in Turkish, I didn't realize what ingredients they put in there. I've had kebab in New York. I've even had it in Washington State. I was always ordered a beef one because I wasn't one for like lamb. And it could have been eating. But they use every fucking part of the animal and they make a delicacy out of it. And they do a good job of how they spice it up. Then he did this thing with chicken. I didn't understand what the whole purpose was. What he did was he took a whole chicken and he covered it up with this coarse salt, like a mountain, looked like a volcano. Let it sit. Then he put it in the oven for a couple of hours. And then when he take it out, you almost got to hammer off the salt. And I don't know what the deal was with the chicken, what that was all about, but do you really want your chicken to absorb that much salt? I don't know what the purpose was. But they were showing meals that I almost couldn't even look at. That people love eating this shit. I don't know, subsistence living that just goes back from centuries back, where people had to eat whatever was available or that they'd starve. Yeah, salt encrusted chicken. That's insane. Nobody's going to replace Anthony Bourdain. He was the man, period. You could try, and why not try? This guy, I don't remember the name of his. I come across it accidentally now and then. And we go to turn on the TV and I go to, what do I go to? I guess he's on Netflix. No, it has to be YouTube. I'm sure he's got a shitload of viewers too. Some people are doing really good. You come up with a little gimmick or something, people are doing really good. They're making a damn good living. It allows them to travel around the world. And they're doing something that they want. I can't knock that. Ever knock that. Salt encrusted. That's crazy. But I've seen things I didn't want to talk about because I'm still eating my oatmeal that I would never touch. They use every fucking part of an animal, man. But then again, we are animals. You're forgetting. Just because we have such savoir-faire, so we're so sophisticated, intellectual people. Well, a lot of us are, some of us are not. But we're advanced creatures, top of the food chain, supposedly. But don't forget, our ancestors, they ate everything. They didn't waste any part of an animal. Maybe you don't like hearing that, but they didn't waste any part. They'll even eat the eyeballs, anything, the snouts. Now, our modern civilization times, we don't fancy that. We think it's too gross, but there's a lot of cultures that it's pretty very typical to them. That's what they eat. It's not just like necessarily subsistence living, that they actually like it. It's gourmet to them. There's people that travel around just to get these exotic meals. And but this one guy on that show, he likes just about everything. What was he going to say? Oh, it tastes terrible, man. I want to vomit. Has a nice texture, a little bit of sweetness, but a little bit of bitterness to it too. Not so salty. Very nice and crusty on the outside, and very soft and palatable, on the inside. And he's full of shit most of the time. I'm sure there's been a lot of editing that went on in these videos where he wanted to just upchuck what he just ate. I'm not sure. As I said, I never took note of the name. I think he has an accent. I think he's British. I mean, don't get me wrong. He's really good at what he does. I'll give credit when due. He does an excellent job of the editing and everything and presenting the foods, how they're being cooked. I mean, the guy deserves a viewership. I mean, he does a fantastic job. I gotta give him credit. He has me watching. I usually come into his thing accidentally. He's not on I'm not subscribed. That could be him. Mark Wayne. Anyway, I think he's British, if I remember correctly, that he had an accent. You really learn a lot. What people are really eating in these different countries. Turkey was his last stop that I seen on there, is Turkey. And it was really disgusting. It made me not want to ever eat a shish kebab. I mean, he had this big, weighing 250 kilograms on this stainless steel kind of a rotisserie pole. And he would take the layers, and it really grossed me out. Layers of skin and fat. You don't know what you're eating when you have these kebabs and all that shit, right? Doner kebab, D-O-N-E-R. Maybe like cadaver kebab. They would take these big sheets of skin and fat, and he's basically pasted. It looks like a big beehive, rotisserie type thing. Slow heat in the background, And he showed him just, the owner of the restaurant. He went to numerous restaurants in Turkey, so we've seen a shitload of what they serve. And layers and layers, these big flops of skin and fat dripping all over the place. That's what held together this big kind of a beehive of fat and meat, and just made me not ever want to eat. And what's the secret ingredient in like a shish kebab, or actually a gyros? Actually, it's the yogurt. The cream they put in there is a yogurt, which gives it the flavor. I really enjoyed them whenever I came across them. The last time I've had something like that was over in a Seattle area. Actually, it was in the next town over. And I used to go up there now and then. And I really enjoyed it. Again, he had the same shit. He'd be carving off the meat off this big thing. Looks like a giant fucking beehive. What is that? It says this key. The Food Ranger. I just have to check it again. If I remember who it is, I'll share it with you in another show. No, it's a good show. The guy's doing a great job. I really give credit to people who run a good YouTube show. I'm very envious that they've achieved that kind of stuff. They deserve all the subscribers and any money that they make on the show. And guess what? What could be the best scenario? You don't have to work, and you're making money from your show and maybe sponsorship, and it allows you, your travel is being paid for. All these restaurants, see, he's reviewing these places, and they're inviting him in. In fact, they're clamoring to get him in there. Hey, come to my restaurant, come to my restaurant. And he's sponsorship going on, man. There's a lot of money to be made in that. I think a lot of you guys are taking the wrong direction that have any shows on here. I got to tell you straight up. You really are. You're wasting your time with all this bullshit back and forth crap. I mean, if you're really out to make money, just listen and learn and view some of the people that are doing really fantastic. There's a bit of design to everything they do. They're masterminds of their channel. They know how to get the people in. And, you know, if you're a foodie, like this guy is, people need food, right? People like to eat, right? Some more than others. Volumes. Do a serious show that relates to food. People love even watching you shopping. We have to eat to live. Some people live to eat. But we do have to eat. And therefore, we all got something in common, every one of us. And if you do a foodie show, they're going to come. And to also introduce culture into it, like Anthony Bourdain did. And they're trying to copy him left and right. You know that, right? So if you could also incorporate, make it into a cultural show too, and you get to explore families and how they live and introduce the people and their names and introduce the culture. Then you got a gold mine, man. Not many people see, capable of doing that. You're making hungry for chicken parm. I haven't had that for a while. Maybe tonight. I don't know. I am a woman in love. I don't know where that song came in my head. Nothing like a woman in love, man. Stay away. She'll fight tooth and nail for her love. Let me tell you, Filipino will. She loves a man. There ain't nothing stopping her from keeping on. Nothing more powerful than a woman in love, I will tell you that. And they talk about guys will climb the highest mountains, swim the deepest rivers, or be with his love. But I'll tell you what, the strength of a woman's love, if she's really into a guy and she really loves him, and she's important to him, there's not much they wouldn't do to keep him, I'll tell you that. Double dead pork soup. God, I remember some of the names of some of this shit that he was serving. And then he was eating these fucking testicles, man. Oh, Jesus, give me a break. And I would always call, that's kind of good. Nah, they're going to lie on there too. They didn't want to, just getting sponsored to getting free meals from the restaurant. They're not going to give a bad review to it. This guy will never give a bad review to the restaurant. That's just kind of the rules. That's the rules. Unwritten, maybe written. I'll let you come to my restaurant, but you got to promote, and we'll give you, we'll sponsor you. And this guy, they go around eating free meals all the time, like Anthony Bourdain did. I mean, who could beat that? You can't beat that with a stick. Frisbee's No Rice Philippines restaurant. Well, if you didn't like rice before, you like it now. Yeah, in that environment, that's for sure. Now I didn't want to talk about Barry. He's a dead deal. I mean, he's history in the making. But so are some other vloggers, man. They're going to be. And I mean this. You think I'm joking about this? I know enough about human biology
to get me by and maybe a little bit better. I know about my own biology and I know my downfalls and my ups and stuff with my own body, but I'm a very visual person too, and I could notice these things and I know their lifestyle and whether they exercise or not, and I could come to a guaranteed conclusion that it's not heading in a wonderful direction. I could say that much with, yeah. Kevin came on the show. Franco's talking about obesity. Reminds you of Roberto, the way Roberto talked. And, well, it's a good topic, Kevin, because, you've been kind of going through that you're forgetting. And maybe I'm trying to help you out as much as I don't like you. Maybe in ways I'm trying to help you out inadvertently. I don't know. Maybe I do mean well after all. You're taking me wrong on this. Because I don't really like to see anybody suffer from obesity. I actually really don't. I know it's their own fault and all that, but I don't feel sorry for them because they're in control. But in the same note, I don't know. I could empathize. I don't know. I could sympathize to a certain point, but when they don't try to do anything about it, then I lose sympathy at all if I had any to begin with. Sorry, but that's kind of the way I see things. And people may not like, but I just kind of put it up front and I tell it like it is. And not everybody wants to hear that because they happen to be the ones that happen to be obese. And you know all the characters on here. You know all the characters that are overweight. And that's just about everybody. Just about everybody on here, one way or the other. And they don't like when I talk about it because it hits home. Well, if it hits home, hint, hint, maybe you should do something about it. Your obesity is not my problem. But I'll talk about it, though. I think you talk enough about me. Touche. What can I tell you, man? It's just the way it is. If you don't like it, I don't know what to say. Pennywise says, Big Cabin says he's 275 pounds. He looks closer to 300 pounds, in my opinion. Well, only because he's gained a little more weight. Someone said he put on about 30 pounds. But still, even at 275, even at his height, that's too much. Yeah, he did lose a lot of weight, but he couldn't do it naturally. He had to use some fucking medicine that has certain side effects and shit. But, if that's the only way to do it, then you do it, I guess, if you have no self-control on what you eat. People make fun of the fact that I've used prescription drugs. Well, like I said, look at the sensibility of it. I mean, if you got diabetes, it's going to have to be treated, but your best way, you could lose your diabetes. I don't know if many people know that. By getting exercise and changing your diet, you could totally, I believe, get rid of your diabetes. Did you know that? So you don't have to take diabetic medicine. Did you know that? Yeah. Loved your short with Nico visiting the mantis. The love hugs. Yeah, I really wonder about Sneeko. Even the way he moved was very feminine. Do you know that Nico actually does paint his nails? He showed that on his show. He does paint his fingernails. I've always wondered about him. There's something very feminine about him. I'm not trying to knock you, Nico. I'm being observant, that's all. Take it for what you want. I don't care either way, quite honest with you. But there is something very feminine, about him. Yeah. And I swear to you, and this is not bullshit, I have seen in the past a few of his shows where I swear to you, he was wearing eyeliner and stuff. His eyelashes and the lineup, it was all accentuated. No, there's something about Sneeko. He has a very feminine side. He's wore nail polish. And the way he approached Obama in that video was really very gay. And hugging Barry, he probably loved hugging Barry. Did you see Barry's expression in there? That was rich itself. That's award-winning. Barry's expression when Nico was hugging him. Frank, I thought that was an AI video. Was that a real video of Nico? Yes, it was. That was long when he was over at Mandawi. And Sneeko went to visit him. No, that was as real as it gets. There's no AI on that. That was real. But something about Sneeko, man, seriously, and I'm very observant. Oh, water guy? Hold on a minute. Okay. 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 That was the water guys picking up all our 8 bottles, 8 bottles. We're running out of water here. I guess we missed them the other day or something. I don't know what happened. They came here to collect the bottles. Pennywise says, that video is more fodder to his effeminate side, just like dancing video with the gay waiter at the social bar in Cebu. Yeah, this is what I mean. I'm glad you guys, it ain't just me, I'm glad you guys notice this too. Very effeminate, you're right. I've seen that side of Snicko. And he did wear nail polish once. He said that sometimes he does put nail polish on. I grew up with this little guy, Philip Aniston was his name. He's the guy that hit me on the head with a shovel. He was a weird little kid. And Philip Aniston, he used to wear nail polish. He was different. I wouldn't be surprised if he grew up to be gay. I wouldn't be surprised at all. You know, everybody in here has another side that you guys really don't see. And you just got to be observant and have a good memory. David Island Life Adventures, are you? Yes, I am. I'm living in Bantayan Island in a town called Santa Fe. Yes, I am. That's where I'm living, in my dusty little island, as some people call it. Oh, some little kid when I was growing up. Some little kid. And I bled too. You're the one getting in my way. I am a woman in love.
Lights.
The light?
No, your phone lights.
Oh.
You're crazy if you want to be Diana. She's a big deal. Who do you think you are?
Love the scallops. Yeah, I mean, what's not to love about Bantayan? I mean, you're not going to get all the amenities you want here.
I'm pretty curious.
No. That's the problem there. You ain't going to find them all, but, you know,
What will your face be like?
it gets you away from the house anyway to go to Cebu and go to SNR and all that stuff. Gets you out of your town. Every now and then you got to leave the island. I mean, you must. It's like a total must that you have to do. There's no question about it. You just have to. But no, it's a lovely little town, and they talk about it quite a bit. People make fun of where I live, but make fun of what? Make fun of what?
My ex-husband.
It's a nice place. Say what you want, but, you know, that's why you get so many visitors here all the time. It's the real McCoy. And that's where I wound up. I don't regret it. These people are just jealous of where I'm living. They're jealous of every fucking thing. You name it, they're jealous of it. I mean, that's just the way it is here on YouTube. Oh, we're not jealous of you, Frank. Well, I'll tell you what, you talk about me enough and do shows about me. I mean, what does that say right there? It says something. Yeah, David's Island, Life and Adventures. Bantayan is a nice small island away from the big city. It's peaceful. Yeah, it is. I've really had no problems out here. I've been living out here a long time. And I could have chose anywhere. You know, I sold my house in Hawaii. I didn't make a fortune, but I made a really good profit. And along with the money I've had along the way, I could have chose to live anywhere I wanted to in the Philippines. Anywhere. But I still chose to live in here. Oh, I got to throw this on the battery before I do anything else here. Frank, your house is nicer than Snicko's house in Florida. Oh, Snicko's house is like less than average. His big concern is his fucking grass. He gets it going good, but it dies on him. I don't know. I got to charge myself. I'm on 2% there. Thank you.
How'd you get in?
You can continue listening to your stuff. You can listen to what you listen to, and I can talk at the same time.
Back with my brother? I know you can't let him go.
She listens to these crazy stories on here.
You won't find anyone better than my brother.
Listen to this, yeah.
See brother as treasure.
Today is my son's important day meeting Diana.
If you
Oh,
cause trouble,
gosh.
I won't forgive you. Soon, the bone
My
of
grass?
Asian
I don't
will
have that
reinforce
much
it.
grass here, to be honest
The
with you.
bone
I
root
really
is bound
don't.
to rise. This isn't the world a housewife who only washes and cooks can understand. You
She
guys
loves these.
really don't
Filipinos
have
love these
choice.
stories.
Maybe
They're all
Diana
made up,
deserves
of
to eat
course,
his
but they
own
like
toast
listening to it.
company. Impossible. Oh,
No, I don't have
I
much
get it.
grass
You're
here.
just
What I do, a
jealous.
little bit of Bermuda. We don't have a
I
big
don't
yard. That's the
understand
one
why.
thing I
Your
regret.
brother and Diana
We
are a
don't have a
perfect
big
match,
yard.
and you're just his
We don't
stand.
have a sprawling
I suggest you stop
property as far
humiliating
as
yourself here.
the land
Today,
itself.
I really want to see
I
who
kind of wish I
really
owned the
hates
land in
smalls.
back of the house. It's
Don't
not a
go
huge
there.
lot, but it would be a great addition.
There's 100,000 in his car.
So,
Just get lost.
but I'm not going to
The
get
car
into any
is
land
yours.
purchases or anything like
If
anymore.
she
Nothing
takes the
like that.
money, I'll charge her with theft.
I did good
She's
on one
lying.
deal
Enjoy
near
a
the
life in
port,
prison.
but we lucked out on that. But
Too happy to speak.
no, that's the last time we're
Walked
going to
in.
mess around
Never
with
seen
buying
this much
land. And
money
it's
in
too
your lifetime.
complicated a lot of the time. You
Take
don't know
this
who the
money and
owners
leave
are.
Cloud
And
City right away.
God, I
And
know a
never
guy
see
that
my
lives
brother again.
local here, and he had
I
bought,
sit on that.
we're talking
This
40
stuff is
million,
worth 10 grand.
40 million
Shen Shen,
that
she's
he
nice.
went to buy this lot
Had
near the
enough
port, too.
talking.
That's where I bought.
It's my
But
turn.
this is a
What do you
large
need?
lot.
Get
Large.
100 grand ready and bring it
Large.
over in 5
And
minutes.
right near the port makes it more expensive. And apparently,
Are you
that
crazy?
wasn't the
Why?
owner of the lot. They
Act a little
scammed him.
better. You think you deserve
I think it's
100
still in
grand?
court. Probably be
That's
forever
hilarious.
in court. And
Am I acting? You'll
he
soon
made a
know,
bad deal,
Shen Shen.
is what
Precious
happened.
both family.
He got
Means
bamboozled.
nothing to me. Such arrogance.
You go in the city every now and
Everyone
then
here
and
has
it keeps the
options so
sanity.
important, yet you dare speak
Oh,
so
David's
boldly.
Island Life and
You're
Adventures. You're
just making
absolutely
your own
right.
fate. The auction's about to start.
No, you have to.
Watch
You
out.
know, I'm not a big traveler. I admit
Don't
that
say
for a lot of
anything.
reasons
I'm curious
that I
to
don't
see.
travel all over the
Start the
Philippines.
auction.
But
Without me,
I'm happy in my little niche right
overzealous
here. I have no
housewife. Has
problem
she
with it.
lost her mind?
I don't know why other people have a problem with it. They travel where they want to go.
She doesn't know her place.
But if I'm comfortable, I'm
Maybe
comfortable.
Diana
What can I
teaches her.
say?
Why not?
What's going
Just
on?
getting out of the city now and then, you know. I mean, get out of the
She
province,
dares
out of
to
the
first
island.
meet Diana openly. So
Yeah,
she
I love going to the malls because
Why do you keep
I can
pretending
get
to
things there that I can't get here. I love going to the supermarkets out there and get some of my comfort foods that I can't get here. Now,
you're not good enough.
we have a local store that we usually buy some supplies from,
our divorce is final?
and they're closing down in town, and they're going up to,
I won't fall for
what
you.
town are they going to?
Diana, here's $1 million.
Kerwin's is moving to where?
Here's the million you asked for.
Lois,
Huh?
I'm not sure yet.
Well, you said the name of the...
Yeah, I talked to the owner yesterday,
This
but
can't be.
I'm not sure yet.
Impossible.
Yeah, well, they're moving out of Santa Fe because,
She's from the countryside.
well, there's a thing that's
Must
happening
be
a
an
lot.
actress hired by Shinwani. Shinwani, hire an actress who resembles you.
What? Why can't I talk about that?
It's not
I know
sure,
your
just just.
Well, whatever. They don't know the
say-
place. I'm just talking about it. Filipinos, you worry too much about shit.
No,
But you chism us all the time about everything.
because
But
just say yesterday.
so they
about
don't even
we're
know
gonna
the
do
store. Why do they even
something,
care?
make
I'm
some
just talking about it.
parking, But
I'm just talking about it. Don't shush me up on this. You know, you're making a spectacle of yourself, as you usually do when I go live. I'm talking about a fucking store, that's closing down because the taxation, they're raising taxes on these stores, and they're losing profit, and they're moving out of town. And this happens a lot of places. And this store has been there for a very, very long time.
She must have earned it by being a whore. Dirty.
And this store has been there ever since I've ever come here, well before that. They don't have the best supplies. It's nothing more than a big sorry store is what it really is. You'll get mostly Filipino-based foods, you know, fake meat in a can, you know, sardines, you know, some really fat ass they call
they have store
corned beef.
everywhere. The
They have other
place
stores,
there is
too.
Their own place, but
They have
don't
other
a
stores.
parking.
They have other stores too.
Yeah, Batayan.
Oh, that's what. There's Kerwin's and there's Irwin's.
Yeah,
There's
it's
two.
the same.
Right, same people but a different name. I used to get that confused because one of them is called Kerwin's, the local, and the other one in the Italian town is called Irwin's. Now, is there actually two people in the family with those names, or is it just a play?
Then, yeah, brother's name.
Really? So Kerwin and Irwin? That's interesting. No, she's not scolding me. No. We're just talking. It's the way we talk. You know?
That's the way we talk.
Yeah. If I don't agree with something with her, I say, no, 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 no. And she'll say, no, 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 back. Normal relationship.
Just
No, she worries about too much what I talk about on here. It's not a fucking crime.
it's not really true yet because yesterday we just
Well, no, I don't think
talking
anybody
about,
cares whether it's true or
yeah,
not.
just talking about like that because they got a lot of
It's just talk.
yeah, just
Sweetheart,
talks,
it's
but
just
not
talk.
really true
Yeah.
yet because not yet decide.
Who cares? Really? I'm not even why I even brought it up. It's just conversation, really. I'm just making a note that this store that's been here forever is now moving because supposedly tax issues. That's all I'm talking about. But Filipinos will make a big story out of it. Oh, don't talk about that. I talk about everything. I talk about everything. It doesn't hold me back. You know. I don't I don't live in a society where I gotta be afraid to say something. Oh, don't talk too loud when you're in the public.
Repeat.
What are they gonna think about you if you talk too loud? Or if you got argumental in public? God forbid.
Out of your mind. My son
I don't
doesn't
follow
need
these rules. I go with my emotions at the
Get
time.
out of here.
And I'm gonna say what I'm gonna say.
Boss
Yeah.
Bo, what a powerful
Yeah,
presence.
Chismis. Yeah.
Boss Bo, a powerful
Erwin and
presence.
Kerwin, they might be
I will
twins. You ever think they were twins,
Just in
Gilda?
time. That's my senior for you.
Who do you think?
Gilda?
Yes,
You ever think they'd be twins? Erwin and Kerwin, maybe?
Take her
I
out.
don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Why? I am
Erwin and
Bulldog.
Kerwin. It's too coincidental. I don't know.
Dare act arrogantly.
Forget the Bo family.
No, we're not arguing. We're talking. That's the way we talk.
She doesn't like them. They'll never enter here
I
again.
mean, I don't see what is a problem talking about a store that's going to possibly close. Who fucking cares, really, unless you live here?
Where do you think
That's
you
my
are?
point. But, you know,
You think you're hosting it?
Filipinos are always on guard. Oh, don't talk this way. Don't talk this loud.
The worst is
They have their own set of rules in the Philippines here.
Control your people.
You can't be yourself. Oh, no, you can't say that in public. Oh, no.
Let's see how
Shh,
you
tone
play.
down your voice.
Just a flick.
Well, first of all, I'm half deaf.
Can't get enough of pretending.
Bring your person in
And if I'm in public, I may talk louder because, well,
Once in charge arrives,
I got challenged hearing. And I don't hear my volume all the time.
Right away. You'll
Yeah.
embarrass yourself.
The Filipinos
Don't
are
face
loud as well
anyone. If you can survive,
in
fire
restos
afraid.
and public.
You.
It's more like a larger sorry store. And every store that opened up here in town is the same thing. They got a big, larger one. There's all plastic items, everything from China.
He said to always
And the only store here that
Believe family
is made of Philippine products
This abandoned Bo family
is, of course, DIY, do-it-yourself, the chain of stores that they have. We are proud to say that all products here are Philippines made. And that's a good thing to promote the Philippines. Instead of depending on all these cheap-ass products, they were cheap-ass products anyway, but to depend on all this shit from China and knowing that China has kind of a friction type relationship with the Philippines over the
Don't want to see them anymore.
Let go.
waterways.
Yen Zhou.
You know, why give them any credit? You know,
can't let her off. Mom, stop it.
but that's where
It's
they,
really important for me.
how they make their money. They buy cheap products from China,
Just divorced me a few days
and
ago.
they're able to sell it at a relatively cheap price to you, the consumer,
I know very well.
and that's how they start a business. They got to get their supplies from somewhere.
The person you like.
And why not get it from China, where it's cheaply made? It's not going to last no matter what it is you buy. I'll guarantee you that. But
Let's start the
a lot of Filipinos run a budget,
Start the
and
auctions.
as such, they can't always afford the higher quality stuff.
Everyone, the auction will now begin.
Similar to pure gold.
The first item is the legendary
Yeah.
Midsummer Rose. Look at the big screen.
She used to work at,
This is a mysterious diamond ring made of
what was that place?
precious
It wasn't pure gold you worked at. It was white gold, or what was it?
also known as the Stone of Love.
Where did you used to work?
Me?
Yeah, white gold, pure gold. What was it?
White gold.
It was white gold?
Yeah.
Okay, then there's something called pure gold, too. Yeah, many moons ago, she used to work at white gold.
I worked before White Gold, my outlet at Robinson SM.
And you also worked at Robinson's SM?
I worked in Robinson's Pointy.
You worked at Robinson's Fuente, too?
Yeah. 1994.
1990 what? Back in 94.
Yeah.
Yeah, she worked at Robinson's Fuente. Yeah.
Robinson, Pointy,
She had some
then
jobs, you know.
White Gold,
White
then
Gold,
SM.
Robinson's,
SM.
and SM.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's had a number of jobs, and besides working overseas, in
And I worked also there in Lahore.
worked in La Hogue,
Edmel Corporation.
and she worked overseas for quite a while. So she got around on the jobs, and as she got to work overseas. And you should have that on your pass. Oh, you have to renew. Yeah. That's the other thing I'm working on here. Yeah, it's, sometimes it's a little more complicated than you think it is. Now these days
Created by the renowned designer
they
Diana
want you to
herself,
do everything
it's invaluable.
online.
Starting
Everything
bid
is
10
online.
million.
And sometimes that's not even convenient because,
15 million.
the rigmarole you have to go through and the information they
This is your
want.
first piece. Buy as a piece.
You could renew your passport by mail, which is kind of chancy. But now everything they're doing is like, let's say, for example, you got to get the DS11 form and fill it out, but don't sign it.
Stop taking pictures.
So, okay,
100 million.
in order to go
Mr. Bo,
at the U.S. Embassy
I
in
want to give this
Cebu,
ring to someone special.
you got to make an
I don't
appointment.
think you can part with it.
So you go to their website and you're still trying to find
She doesn't deserve it.
make
She's the
appointment.
only one who does.
Okay, and I can't find it. On one hand, they're telling you you got to make an appointment for every fucking thing.
If you want a ring,
So you can't just show up there with your DS11 form and your hand all filled out.
Okay, I'll listen to you.
Not going to let you in unless you have an appointment.
Third time.
But the idea is to try to get an appointment and how to make the
All right,
appointment.
this midsummer
I've
rose
gone to their
focus on
website,
Cebu.
I think I got reasonable intelligence, and I've gone to their website, and I cannot find where it says, this is how you make your appointment, call this number, or do this or do that, and I can't find it.
Not really. I just have
You
a
know.
gift for you.
So they make it really hard. I'd rather just go there in person,
I'm in the lounge.
or just hire JR or something, And that's what a lot of people do. The agencies that deal with immigration and everything else, and
Okay.
let them do all the hard work for you. And I think a lot of us get lazy and said, oh, fuck this shit. Let them
I
do it.
bought it as a gift to mark our
Now understand something. Your passport,
Doing all
you got to renew it 5 months before it actually expires, if most people didn't know this.
I like you.
So the process of you applying, you better get started doing it,
Remember you just got divorced.
because it could take up to 6 weeks or more to get your brand new passport back.
So Yin Joe,
So you got to put that in the equation. Barry totally lost his.
your wife,
His passport expired. Everything.
your ex-wife,
So-
you really feel nothing for her?
He's not in a great position there.
It's just habit.
But
Definitely
at
not
least I'll
fun.
get my passport going, and I'm just trying to figure how I want to do this. We copied and printed up it's a DS11 form in my case,
Really?
and
Maybe my voice is
just for renewal.
Can I come in?
And you get it, you fill it out,
If you're not
but
comfortable.
in a way they want you to fill it out electronically. I don't know. It's confusing. But fill it out, but don't sign it until you actually go to the embassy. But until you can get an appointment, but then how do you get a fucking appointment?
Famous designers works.
Everything they want to do online,
You should go check
which
it out.
is convenient to some people, if the information is clearly spelled out. And you go on their page and says, okay, click this to make it very simple, like you're dealing with Kevin or Barry or something, very simple. And where it says, okay, click here.
They're beautiful.
This is the site you go to make your
I
appointment.
want to be a designer.
Or do you have to go all the way into Cebu just to make an appointment?
I'm really done.
It's ridiculous, especially when you don't live locally in Cebu.
One day you'll be the best.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. They don't make it easy, the bureaucracy, it does not make it easy to get anything done out here.
Resolution. Otherwise, Miss Bo could
I'd like to be able to, they stopped doing walk-ins at the embassy,
Contact her now.
the consulate. They stopped doing these walk-ins.
She should have learned by now. But the old lady.
They're making everything so complicated for people. What if you're like
Okay,
this
I got it.
80-year-old in a wheelchair and you can't hardly
Miss
breathe or
Diana
walk
might
or
be at the
anything.
Nightland Bar now.
You think someone like that wants to come in for an appointment?
Get the car ready.
Maybe have a representative. So you're better off just fucking hiring JRC or somebody in that field to just pay the fucking money to do it,
Diana
man.
is here.
Sometimes I feel
Someone
this way.
just saw her
It's
car parked here. Said she's
even
working
certain
in Frail.
projects around here, the house, things that I could actually do, but might be very laborious and tedious and so forth. I'll say fuck it. If I got the money to pay for it, just pay somebody to do it. Just pay somebody to do it. Get it over with instead of talking about it. You need to get something done, you get it done. You make that choice. You're going to do it yourself in a hot, sweaty weather. Let somebody do it. Earn their money, help them out by hiring them. And you're helping yourself and you're helping them. You're doing a community favor to somebody who's getting a little work. Good morning. I didn't hear good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you. Okay. It's got to be reciprocal. Thank you for the comeback. But yeah, I just think they make things harder. And now, of course, with immigration, you're able to get up to 6 months. 6 months renewal. Now it's 2 months. That is not convenient to everybody. It's just not. Of course it's going to affect tourism, man. I mean, I really don't. Tourism down, as I understand, as it is. Tourism has gone down. He says, I read the Cebu embassy is closed most of July. You have to use Manila. Oh, thanks for that. Well, it don't matter. I'm not going to exceed my 5 months of the prior, what the requirements are. As long as you get your shit in during that time, you're fine. Yeah. As long as you made your application and all that, you're fine. That's counted. But still, it's such a hassle. I don't know, what's a more hassle-free country in Southeast Asia? I don't know. But, they don't think of tourism, man. It's what drives the economy out here. You know it, I know it. Doesn't it make sense to make things easier on tourists, people living here and just visiting and so forth? I mean, make it easier to get a return. But if they got to go through all this rigmarole to come into this country, to stay in this country, I mean, come on, man. That makes it hard for people. And, as such, they're going to think twice about coming back to the Philippines. And it makes me wonder and ask that question. They're smart people. Don't they understand this? Don't they see the trees through the forest? I mean, don't they not understand? They're very good with money. Don't kid yourself. Don't they understand this? This is affecting tourism. Oh, God, what if Oh, I got to put this on the fucking charger, like, right away. I didn't realize it was down to 2% on it. Well, I'm not going to be on here too much longer, but I don't know. I just say there's an easier way to do things. That's all I'm really saying. There's an easy way to do things that's going to benefit people, that's going to benefit, benefit the tourism industry out here. Where people are going to want to come back. But, I don't control and make the rules out here. But, even with somebody who had a bolo knife in his head doesn't have much intelligence, could probably figure that out too, that tourism would be increased if you make it a little easier for people to come into this country, stay in the country, and it's going to increase tourism, which means businesses are going to be able to thrive. But I will tell you something. You know what happened with the COVID and all the businesses that went under and never came back? If this happens again, I think this country is going to go really downhill. And nobody's going to come here. And, worldwide, you see what it did to the rest of the world with the COVID. This nation and this world cannot afford another COVID-like virus, whatever you want to actually call it. No, they can't, man. They got some really big sucker punches, by having to close their businesses, and people were trying to put pesos together just to live. And it was a horrible situation. Remember, I got stuck out of the Philippines, and I couldn't come back unless I had my vaccinations, which I didn't want. And
Philippines wasn't ready to open up its pearly gates, and I couldn't go back if I wanted to, whether I had the vaccinations or not. But you had to have all this shit they were coming up with they never had before, with Q codes and proof of this. You got your vaccinations, Q codes, this and that, and this and that, quarantine, and man, what a hassle that was to millions of people. What a hassle. Randy J says Chinese and Koreans don't want to go to Philippines anymore. Safety and perception. Yeah, I've been hearing that too. Well, you got all the pogo workers here and all that. And they do have scams, you know. You got these online games, and you look like you won Gilda went through that, but, you know, you won 15,000 pesos, but they don't want to pay you it.
What are you doing here?
Oh, yeah, you have to have money in Gcash to play the games. You're playing with money, real money. And these scam operations, what happens is a lot. I've witnessed it, her friends too. She used to win money on there left and right. But then they would hold your money. They wouldn't give you it. They wouldn't give you your money.
Why go to the bar?
Some excuse or another.
What's it to you?
Nothing to do with
And
Shinwani. Married 3 years,
that's why
still don't know my wife.
these pogo operations is so important that they get rid of these people. They're all Chinese, the majority of it anyway.
Look at
And
yourself. What on earth is there
they have
to
these
do?
online games that people like playing, and Filipinos love playing them.
Worlds apart.
And some of them do very well sometimes when they actually pay you out. If it's a small amount of money, they might give you it. But if you win like 10, 20, 30,000 pesos,
Misunderstanding.
they won't allow you to collect it. I don't know if you knew this or
I
not.
say it's fine after the divorce, but if you cheat on me,
Pennywise says, yeah, a bunch
I
of,
won't let it go.
they need to outlaw those online gaming.
Let's go.
Pennywise says a bunch of scammers, they take your money but won't give you the winnings. Bogus. Yeah, that was happening with her. She was doing very well with some of this. She was making a little money here and there, you know, like some people, they make a little
Where
bit
did
on
this
there.
ring
And
come from?
the birds are coming back. There are 2 of them now. The mates, look at, they're trying to build that nest.
Where did this ring
Both
come
of them there now.
Picked it up on the street. If you
Um,
want it, it's yours.
Just found it.
I said, this is fucking bullshit, man.
I didn't know you were
She
like
goes,
this
I
the
won
whole time.
12,000 pesos or something, you know.
I
I
felt
said,
something
cool.
towards you. Let me ask you one
But
last
she
thing.
couldn't get it
Why did you
out.
have the ring I gave to
And her
that
friend went through that same thing too, multiple times.
Ask
Yeah.
Diana why
If you're going to have an online gaming, you have to pay.
What's not yours will always be not yours.
Because they're not seeing the light at the end of the tunnel
It
either.
still isn't yours.
Yeah, they're taking your money to play the games, right? Take another spin, take another
Remember
spin.
what you said today. I hope you won't
They're making their
regret
money,
it
but
later.
wouldn't you think they'd realize that they're going to lose customers for this online gaming if they're not going to pay out what they win? So it's bad business is what it is. You'll get them coming back and playing these games if you pay off what you're winning. They're making plenty of money. They could afford to pay you.
There's no need for
But when they
cooperation
stop paying you,
anymore.
they find some lame excuse or something, or I don't know what the message she was getting on this. But that's when they're going to lose. It's the same thing as I was just talking about.
Come over.
The immigration laws out here, you know, you were able to get as much as 6 months at a time, and that was very attractive for people to come here. And then they reduce it down to 2 months. Every fucking 2 months, you got to make a pilgrimage to Cebu or Manila, wherever you live, you know. And it's a hassle. And then
Is
people,
there something going on?
tourists that want to come here,
Then I'll come find you myself.
they figure, well, that's what I have to go through. You know, you want to stay here. Maybe you decide to live here, you know.
Bro, I have something
You want to feel it out.
Right here. The
But then
driver's
every
license.
2 months, you got to do this shit.
I'll head off then.
It's not very attractive to people.
No need.
And what I don't understand is why immigration doesn't see this or recognize this, or
Of course, they're delicious.
because I don't always go on camera, Mr. Raji.
You wanted a divorce.
Jusayang.
Now trying to keep both.
I don't always go on
What do I
camera.
say actually?
Sometimes I do, and sometimes I don't.
Important things to do.
Frank, we
No
want to
time
see your
waste on
Hollywood
you.
looks.
Levi is
Not the way I look right
He
now.
will marry you.
I haven't even showered, and my hair ain't combed. In
Reminded
fact,
you after 3 years of
speaking of
marriage.
that,
Don't
you
get
know how my
old.
hair just grows so fast. I need to
Why
get a
am I
haircut.
wasting
Reminds
time
me.
with a pig?
He's in Bantayan, though.
Having to want one.
The only time he'll come here and make a personal visit
Have you been
is
on a
if the
date
2 of her
with a
kids, you know, are getting haircuts too.
Obsessed with your
I don't blame him because it's not worth him coming here just to have one haircut. But we pay him well.
Don't forget, we only signed
But he'll only
divorce
come
agreements.
here,
We haven't officially
and we have a lot of services done here too. You know,
What do you mean?
get the nails
What do I
done,
mean?
all that shit. Both her and me, and
Let go of me.
Let that
It's
guy
convenient
outside
to
know
have
we're
somebody
not
come
even
over,
thinking
and
about getting the divorce papers.
I really like that. But the guy who cuts hair,
What's going on with
we've been
Wildwood?
using him for a
Is
lot of years,
Philappine
and
show bothering you again?
he knows
Not
my
yet.
head of hair real
Got
well.
in the wrong car.
But see, my top of my hair, it grows
Hello, is this
excessive.
Cebu? What's the chance
I have no
that you
problem
can
with hair
file for
growth.
divorce
I'm not going
with
to be
this?
bald anytime soon. At my age, if I'm not bald now, unless I had some radiation or chemotherapy or something, which I wouldn't get anyway, I'd be bald as a cue ball, like, Barry and Kevin and those people. No, no, I'm not getting that. No, I wouldn't mind, but with absorbic acid, without the vitamin C, 10,000 milligrams probably would gave me my fucking kidney stones. It probably topped it off. That was the coup de grace of what was bound to happen, but I didn't realize what she had in there till later on and how much. I thought the absorbic acid was great. Oh yeah, great. But I wasn't thinking. I wasn't thinking properly because on top of that, I was taking 1,000 milligrams of vitamin C a day. On top of that, she'd come once a week. Sometimes we were doing it twice a week. No, the glutathione is the most powerful, if you want to just call it an antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, amongst anything that you could take. Would I recommend it? I say yes, but this was like, 1,200 pesos a shot. And we were doing that 2 times a week, at one point, both of us, and that added up. I said, nah, man. And then with the vitamin D, amount of 10,000 milligrams of vitamin C? Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, yeah, glute shot. Yeah, stores are popping up everywhere, but you don't know what you're getting in there. And you better ask them what's in here. Now, what she had in there was also stem cells. And there's a little controversy about stem cells, but there was some cheap stem cells, Chinese, whatever, made from vegetables. It wasn't from animal stem cells, which is what you'd want if you really wanted to get stem cells. There's a lot of belief in stem cell therapy for cancer and all kinds of shit. But if you want to get that from somebody, tell them you just want the glutathione. You don't want no absorbic acid in there. You don't want any stem cells. You don't want. You could buy the pills too. I ordered it just recently from Lasada. I think I got some glutathione coming in. Strictly, no absorbic acid, nothing. Yes, I would suggest that. Yeah, that's your most powerful. If you had to add up all the antioxidants, that would be the very top of the list. Hello, Princess Anne. That would be at the top of the list. I'd recommend it. Unless for some reason you can't get glutathione, check with your doctor, all that shit. I don't see where to be a problem with that. But you never know. Or if you've taken it before and you had allergies for allergic reactions or something, then of course don't take it anymore. I didn't like getting that shit. I didn't feel like, sitting there for 25 minutes or something, waiting for all the drip to go into me. Very time consuming, and I didn't like being poked, and sometimes she couldn't find a vein. She'd be all over my fucking arm and wrist. I had plenty of veins there. Jeez, I had plenty of veins. So what do you mean? You can't find a vein? I'm looking at it right now. I got a lot of veins. Your skin gets a little thin. You see the veins even more as you get older. Plenty of fucking veins. A vampire would love my veins. But they didn't know what they're doing. They'd be poking around here. Do it in the wrist this time. Oh, we'll do it in the crease of your arm or whatever. And she went back and forth on that. Well, that's the theory, and I don't buy it. I really don't. I mean, look, you walk into the store, look at all these products for skin whitening because Filipinos, they want to look like Westerners, They're perfectly fine with their skin color. I have no problem with it. And none of this shit works. Papaya soap, special things supposed to lighten your skin. It doesn't lighten anything except your pocket. But people are not, understanding enough or educated enough about what they're buying. They want to look white. Why? Be original. None of us have a problem with Filipino skin. My girlfriend's not considered Caucasian. I don't have a problem with her. She doesn't have a really dark Filipino skin, but mediocre. But I'm fine with it. She don't have to whiten her skin. And that shit don't work anyway. You see, the industry out here, advertising industry out here, it's not like really regulated like in the United States. You know, and it's a similar thing to the FDA, whatever. They don't really get involved. I mean, I see so many feeds on here with advertisements for products to say it's going to cure cancer, it's going to do all these marvelous things and do somersaults and all this shit. It don't do shit. And another way, and that's all ignored. And people that are stupid enough don't do the research or too gullible. They believe it and they buy it. Then they buy this stuff. People, I think, are too naive and too gullible out here with the advertising industry for these products. And they're thinking it's going to do all these miracles. And here's the one that I always see on here now. I always see it. Some famous or infamous Filipino doctor scientist came up with a cure for some kind of cancer or some kind of ailment of some sort, which is complete fucking bullshit. And you see comments like, hey, Po, Pila, how much is it? They buy it. They could use that money to feed their family, but they're buying false products and they get away with it out here. And everybody knows, even from shoes, tennis shoes, whatever, walking shoes, running shoes. We all know these are all rip-offs, mark-offs. They're not Nike, they're not this. Even, I wouldn't be surprised, even the more legitimate stores that are Nike stores, that these are knockoffs. And sometimes you hear of them coming down to these businesses and shutting down, but you don't hear it that often. Well, you'd have to have a lot of glutathione to whiten your skin, and we're talking over a long period of time. Maybe there is some properties on there that does that. I don't know how it's doing it. I don't know the chemistry in there. I don't know exactly the whole story behind the glutathione, except I know it's a fantastic antioxidant, inflammatory thing, and it's proven. I tried it, and I don't know. I just didn't like it having all the vitamin C in it. I said, look, I'm going to stop this. And besides, it was getting expensive, too. Both of us were getting it. Did at least once a week. She was coming over. One time it was twice a week. She was making money left hand over right with us. Of course, they're going to promote the glutathione. But, I don't know. They get the cheapest fucking products. Probably all from China. You don't even know if it's fully glutathione in there. That's the whole thing. You can't trust some of the businesses out here. You just can't trust them. What's really in there? For all you know, it could be sugar water. It could be dextrose. And you don't know that. And that would be the cheapest thing. This girl was a nurse, too. She was a nurse, actually working as a nurse at the hospital here. She's the one that would go out with you in the ambulance, they call her. And she'd escort you all the way to Cebu to a hospital and all that. Her and his son were doing this business and making good money. And no, you don't know. You don't know. That could be sugar water. And if that was, they're not doing it justice to somebody. What if somebody has a problem with their glucose levels? They're being fed sugar water. Some fructose or glucose, whatever. That would not be doing it justice to somebody. Well, you say it does whiten skin. Okay, I'll take your word. But yeah, I'd recommend that. But I'm not going to pay for that no more. Because I really don't know what's in there. She could call it glutathione, call it anything she wants, but I don't know the chemistry of what she was putting in us. It could have been sugar water. There's a lot of people who scam. There's so much scams that go on in the Philippines you can't even count. So many people scamming other people for money. You don't know what to trust anymore, whether the products you buy are the real McCoy or not. And chances are that they're not. You can put a label on anything, Nike, Adidas, I don't care. Even Prada. But Filipinos know this. But they just like having the name brand on the clothing or the shoes they buy, because most other Filipinos know that you're not wearing the real deal. But you see, that's accepted here in the culture. They just want to see the popular name on there. That's what they want. They just want to see the name. That's all they need. It's a status symbol out here. It's an absolute status symbol. Just show the name. They know it's not the real McCoy, but because it has the name on there, it's a way of impressing other people. But don't you think the other people know that's not real? You want to buy real products, go to the United States and go to a qualified outlet, but you're going to be paying up the nose. And you know it's not real because what you're paying for this is not what you'd be paying in the United States, but they still charge you a lot of pesos for a so-called, you know how you know it's not quality too? Look at the bottom soles of take your shoe off and look at the so-called rubber on there. It's not even rubber, most of the shoes. It's like a foam core is what it is, and it doesn't last. That's how you know. It's hard to find good shoes with some real rubber, thick, that lasts. Okay, you said it does whiten skin. Okay. Okay, I'm not sure what to talk about at this point. I got a shower. Well, I'm not going to wait till I shower. I got to do at least a couple of miles on the treadmill. Might as well run the air conditioner here. It's the only reason I'm going to stay here. But I'm going to have to listen to some lame show or something. I got to keep my attention going when I'm on the treadmill. This way I don't pay attention to the time going by, the mileage and all that. It's really hard to go on a treadmill and just not listen to something. So maybe listen to somebody's bullshit show or something and get a good laugh or something. I have to do that. I got to force myself to do it sometimes, I admit it. You get too lazy in the morning, and that's what the first thing you should do is just take care of business. Because you'll feel better the rest of the day, I guarantee. Because if you're going to be laying around a lot, maybe you don't got nothing to do, and have no particular plans of going anywhere. If you get your exercise in, I guarantee you'll feel better about yourself the rest of the day. And if you want to be a couch potato the rest of the day, whatever it is you decide to do, you're going to feel better about it because you know you did your exercise. Otherwise, you get this guilt complex, and I do. If I don't get some exercise in, that's the one thing I do guarantee you have to do is keep your blood moving. I say it all the time. And work on your muscles a little bit. You don't have to build up some big bodybuilder muscles. You just got to keep your muscles strong. And you don't have to develop big muscles, anything like that. But you keep the muscle tone. Your legs are very important. They have to carry you around. Okay? Your hands and arms are important because you have to be able to lift things and hold yourself up and all that kind of shit. It's more important than most people realize as you get older. But anyway, hope you enjoyed the shoe this morning. I get into so many topics on one show that I forget what I started off. It happens to me all the time. It happens all the time. That crazy mind of mine. We all got attention deficit disorder. I've noticed a lot of people doing shows where they veer off and they forget, fuck, what was I just talking about? They totally veer off their topic matter completely. So that's another thing that's going around with people too. Attention deficit disorders. Absolutely, it's out of control. I do this shit all the time. I'll admit it. I'll wind up segueing into another subject. I don't even realize I'm doing it. I forget what the original topic is or what was the title of the show, what the topic was going to be all about. And I wind up going into another topic. It works. People still listen. All right, I think I should get off here. Let me see anything new to share on here that I could think of that I could share, would like to share. I'm trying to think here. No, nothing really. We might make a road trip to another island here, another town outside of Bentine Islands. There's not much going on in that town, but it's a nice ride. You could actually get there by trike. It takes about, I don't know, an hour or more. Not while it's raining, of course, but if I know the forecast is going to be good for the day, then I'll do that. It's not much in this town, but I've never been there before. It's not like it has a lot of stores and shit. It's got a nice little jetty of some sort you can walk out on and see the sunset if you stay there. But it's just a nice ride, just to get away from where you are, you know. I don't mind doing that. Bumpy ride getting there. About an hour and a half trike or something, I think. Let me see. No, it's not Medellin. What was the town we were going to go to? See, I forgot that too. Oh my, oh my. Some of these are nice little towns too, and they got some nice beaches. Anything in the Bantayan Islands or around it is really, really nice. You're not lacking any nice beaches, that's for sure. You don't have to go to Boracay. That's so goddamn played out, Boracay. I don't even want to go there. Be around 10,000 people. It doesn't make the experience, enjoyable. I was watching something about shark bites too. Not speaking of sharks on today's show, but I was watching a lot of shit on that. And recent people had gotten bitten by sharks and why. We got all these oceanographers out there, marine biologists that think they know everything. They were making jokes about the nurse sharks, but no, there is truth to the nurse sharks. I proved it with the white tip, the oceanic. They are aggressors. The nurse shark does not normally bother people unless you're in a bitchy mood or something. But yes, they do and have bitten people before. They absolutely have. People shoving their cameras in front of their face. They're pretty docile, basically, but nurse sharks have bitten people before. Don. The know-it-all, the lawyer. Don wears a lot of hats. Maybe that's to cover his balding head, perhaps. No, but nurse sharks can bite, Don. Yes, they can. I proved him wrong about the white tip. They're like one of the most second aggressive other than a bull shark. I mean, yeah, they are. There's two types, though. There's the oceanic, the one I'm talking about. I don't know what he's referring to. But white tip sharks are very aggressive. And yes, many have died at the jaws and teeth of a white tip, an oceanic white tip shark. So, busted again, Dawn. Get a fucking life, man. Or at least spend some time with your wife. That rhymes, wife and life. Okay, I gotta go. Hey, man, if you don't believe something I talk about on here, I'll tell you what, I'll give you the challenge of anything. Do the research. You got all these wonderful devices now, wonderful applications, ChatGPT, with Gemini, and there's other applications. Got a lot of information from that. Very helpful. If you doubt something I talk about, look it up, man. I'm either right or I'm wrong. And I've been right the whole time about every goddamn thing I talked about on here. People like Don can't handle that, though. He's very sensitive. Very sensitive. Well, sensitive to the truth. Because he wants to be right all the time, prove me wrong. But I proved him wrong every fucking time since he's been on here. About everything. For the 10 years I've been on here. Don doesn't get his way. He just falls apart like a little child having a temper tantrum. Yes, nurse sharks can bite you. They actually can. Don, they actually can. You don't hear a lot of that because it is rare, but they do, and they can. Now, the one shark, and I'll leave it off with this, the bull shark, you have to worry more about a bull shark than worry about a great white. Most of the time, a great white is not going to bother you at all. But if you found yourself in a situation where you think a great white is coming at you, well, if you don't have a heart attack before that happens, there are two things you can do. If you didn't drop dead from a heart attack already, or got yourself completely in shock, you grab the gills of the white shark. And yes, you do punch the nose, it's very sensitive. But if you could also grab the gills, you see these white sharks they're very self-protecting. They don't want to get hurt from any animal. They will avoid certain marine animals that they know could be aggressive. They're smarter than you think they are. Would you believe it that a great white can smell your blood from something like 7 miles away, one drop of blood? Can you believe that shit? And we think we're special as humans, huh? No, we're not. What do you think about that, Don? You don't buy that story either? Look it up, Don. You're Mr. AI and everything else, Mr. Research. Yeah. Amazing creatures, aren't they? Generally, a shark, and just to kind of conclude this, and the show is not about sharks, but since I'm talking about it now, they don't generally bother you. And the only reason they attack you, they might think you're a seal or a turtle. If you're on a surfboard, what a shark sees from underneath, they see a shadow, it's black, and you see two arms and legs hanging from the surfboard, and they think it's a seal or something. And out of curiosity, they will go on the attack. It's very rare that a great white will attack you unprovoked. It's very rare. Yes, a lot of people have been bitten by great whites, absolutely, historically. But what happens is they'll take a bite of you, and the only reason you die is because of blood loss, because they don't even wind up eating you. There's been situations, yes, where if you're dead already in the water, a great white might take advantage of that. But they want real fatty meat. They want somebody like Nico or somebody or Kevin to fall in the water. Then they might eat you because they want that fat that they get from a seal. So they'll do their little dive. They'll come up with a velocity you wouldn't believe and a ferocity to attack, come all the way out of the water, in fact. And they taste it and they say, no, this is not what I normally go after. And then they'll leave you alone most of the time. However, the damage is already done. Somebody lost a limb, they bleed out, and that's how they die. But we are not normally prey to these sharks. We're not. And a lot of times it's just experimental what they're doing. They're thinking you're something else. They want to take the bite and figure out what it is. They don't like human meat. They actually don't. If somebody has a lot of blubber, like some of the vloggers we have on here, might make a good meal. And I'm sure that would happen. But for the most part, that does not happen. We're really not, the great white is really not your enemy in the ocean. And you have to understand these things. But it's one thing to say it, but if you're in the ocean when the sharks attack, sharks in the water coming at you, you're going to be frightened as shit. There's this one girl who has a website, and she's like the shark woman, And she does things where she wears these extra long swim fins that look rubbery, and they're like fucking 5 foot long. And she takes this stance in the water, and the shark doesn't know what the fuck it is. The shark, she won't attack. She'll be able to come up to the shark. The shark may come up to her. She's petting the fucking great white, mostly tiger sharks, though, she deals with, though. And they're very aggressive. They have them in Hawaii and also hammerhead. But she'll come to these sharks, petting them on the head, grabbing onto the fin and all that shit, which you shouldn't do, by the way. And, but, they're still wild animals. Just like these people who have tigers and shit like pets. They wind up being their meal at some point. Carnifo says that, Randy, I agree. I have Chinese friends. They won't come here. Okay, on that other topic. Okay, but I do got to get off here, guys. I'm hungry for something. I had a little bit of oatmeal, but I need some protein. I got to figure maybe I'll make some eggs or something. I got to get my protein in before I even work out. I think I need to, then shower, and I got to see what I'm doing with my day. Hope you enjoy yours. It's another day of life. If you woke up this morning, appreciate it. That's the way you got to see life. Don't mind these goons on here. They're not going to live very long. Don't worry about it, man. Here today, gone tomorrow, man, just the way it is. All these fucking louses on the skin society are not going to be here for long, especially if they're obese. There goes obesity. Frank said it again. That's right, I'll say it again. Fucking obesity, man. It's killing everyone. It's killing all these vloggers, too. You watch and see. 2025 ain't over yet. I have my own predictions. I'll keep it to myself. I got my own predictions. Let's do a wait and see on this. What do you think about that? Yeah. All right, man.
Then you got to change it. I'm not saying a drastic change like I've done, but a simple change. because this is your life. This is the only life you're ever going to have. Some religious people might think otherwise. Some religious people might think, well, this is hell and this is just a test. But to me, I'm not religious. I think this is it. You know, I'm no more important than an ant when it's been squashed. When I'm dead, I'm the same as that ant. I'm never coming back. So that's why I try and make the most of what I have. I have ups and downs. We all do. Can't get away from that. Sometimes I wake up and I think, ooh, what am I going to do today? Sometimes I wake up and say, yeah, brilliant, we'll do this today. That's just a characteristic of being a human being. You know, we can't be happy all the time, but as long as we're happy most of the time, where we are and what we're doing, that's what.
What the hell? That's a caveman steak. It's 995 pesos. When they say feed six, no kidding, my God. Holy cow, guys. Let's taste this baby. Oh, look how tender, man. Look how tender. Look how tender. It's a little bit sour. They put a little too much salt on it, like. Oh, they make an appearance because it comes with bones. The actual bones there too. It's good.
Got a much better impression of what the streets and the area here looks like. This is super cozy. All right, just made it to Paradise Beach or Sandira Beach. There's an entrance fee here. Looks like it's 70 pesos. 70 pesos, yeah? All right, here we go, Sandira Beach. All right, I'm excited to see this. Paradise Beach, or, oh wow, this looks great. Yes, look at that. Fantastic. Looks like these signs here are everywhere. Beware of jellyfish. So this seems to be a real concern here now. What a cozy beach this is though. I see why they call it Paradise Beach. What an entrance here leading into the actual beach. Oh, look, the sand is just really, really white and fine. This looks great. Really beautiful.
You probably need the nutrition from that much organic.
If I get the diagnosis of cancer, what are some of the first things that I should do in kind of in a generic sense? Because everybody's different. But what do you recommend? What are the first couple of things that this person should do?
Some of the first things are things you should actually stop doing, because you need to stop that cancer in your tracks. Doctors are fascinated with tumors. Got to get that tumor out of there. Tumor's not the problem. It is to a degree, but if that tumor never grew anymore, if it stayed the way it was, and you said, well, I feel pretty much okay, doc, I'm not in a lot of pain. If it never grew anymore, if it never changed, you could live with it. Mm-hmm. That's where people get scared. And their doctors say, oh, we got to get that out of there. Well, you don't really. You need to stop it from growing is what you need to do.
And not only you got to get it out, but you got to do it now.
Yes.
And that's what scares people.
Yeah, and I think, it's been growing for 5, 10, 15, 20 years. Why do I have to get it out now? And the fact is that in almost all cases, unless it's life-threatening, pressing against a blood vessel, blocking the blood vessel, blocking an airway or something, in almost all instances, you simply do not have to get it out now. People who do nothing live as long or longer than those who go through the big three. It's proven in studies. But I would stop a lot of activities because most people, like I said, are acidified. You got to stop cooking your food to death because there's nothing in cooked food that really does you much good at all. And you need, if you are cooking any food, you need to get rid of the aluminum pans and the things that transfer the carcinogens. You need to stop the lotions and potions on your body. You need to stop eating the things that are acidic. So you need to stop eating out. You need to start producing your own food, eating organic food whenever possible, drinking the right fluids and waters. You need to juice. And you need to start seeking out supplements that will help you reverse this cancer and will help feed your body. If you're diagnosed with a stage 3 or stage 4 cancer, which many are, that's a serious situation. And diet alone may not be able to reverse that. You cannot eat 5 pounds of cabbage, 5 pounds of broccoli, 5 pounds of spinach, 5 pounds of Brussels sprouts a day, and 5 pounds of carrots. You just simply cannot do that. But in fact, you probably need the nutrition from that much organic produce each day to help stop and revert that cancer. So you need to go to the supplements along with, in some cases, the ionized water has reverted so many cancers. And so you need to start doing the things that will give nutrition to the body, but no sugar. You got to stop sugar because cancer grows and thrives in an acidic but a sugary environment too. Sugar feeds cancer in an anaerobic, sans oxygen type of situation. It ferments sugar to get its energy to perform the angiogenesis, which is putting out new blood vessels so it can go and get more food and more sugar and feed itself. There's a lot going on in angiogenesis today, and of course a lot of drugs are being made now that are supposed to stop that. They don't work, folks. They don't work. The best chemotherapy you can take is the food you eat. Here's a good instance. Graviola, which was discovered in the Amazon rainforest a lot of years ago and was even proven by the American Cancer Society to kill cancer cells, was proven to be 10,000 times more effective than adriamycin, which is a chemotherapy drug. There's no side effects. And pawpaw is more effective than graviola. Why wouldn't you take these instead of chemotherapy? Has severe effects. We have a tendency to call them side effects, but they're not really side effects. Yet they are the effects of the drugs you take, and all drugs have almost no redeeming qualities or effects, period. They're synthetic. Your body doesn't like synthetic things. It likes natural things. So the best chemo you can take is the food that you eat. So it's the food, it's the right supplements, it's stopping taking showers with chlorinated water. Your body will absorb in an average shower the equivalent of 8 glasses of chlorinated water into your system. Stop drinking tap water. The fluoride inhibits 100 enzyme actions within your body. You actually need those to stay healthy. I would get a full spectrum salt. People now are flocking to sea salt. They say, oh, I eat sea salt now. Folks, all salt is sea salt. They don't know this. And so they're being buffaloed. Get some sea salt. And all the manufacturers are renaming their salt sea salt. And they're right. It's all sea salt. You need a full spectrum salt. You need one that has color, that has the 84 additional minerals that it was born with, that has the consistency, the mineral deficient consistency of your blood, and is actually good for you. Not sodium chloride, not the white salt that is bleached and blanched and everything good and is taken away. So you need to stop that, because while doctors are right that kind of salt will raise your blood pressure and is not good for you, they're right, but the right kind of salt is actually good for you, and you almost can't get too much of it. Stop pepper, very acidic, I love it, but it's one of the most acidic things on earth. I'm not talking about peppers, I'm talking about black pepper. And so I covered in my book the whole gamut of what to do and what not to do. Those are some of the first things, because you need to stop doing things. And people largely don't get that. Doc, give me a pill. You know, that's why we flock to chemo. It's easy. Doc will let me eat whatever I want. And I say, well, of course he will. And as they're eating their ice cream cone and drinking their soda pop while they're being injected with chemotherapy. It's just a sad state of affairs, what has happened in America today. We have no health care, contrary to popular belief, or very little. We have sick care. And the sick care isn't really any good either. And I know that doctors have very little nutrition, 1 term or less in medical school. And then if they had any at all, they're encouraged to jettison it before they go into prescribing drugs and becoming a member of the American Medical Association.
Oh, sorry about that I stopped. I was in the other room, but I wanted you guys to hear this. And you're going to get varied opinions about just about everything. But what this guy is trying to say, which makes sense, that you'd have to eat how many heads of cabbage or carrots or this and that to get the proper nutrition you need to get from them. And that's, people wonder why, Frank, do you take any supplements at all? And I've always lived by that theory about exactly what this guy's talking about. Even, I'm learning new things all the time, just as you are from listening to my show. And, even the salt you eat, a lot of it does come from the ocean. And salt is basically all the same, but there's something called graviola salt, which is, it's not your average salt. And unlike regular table salt, which is bleached and blah, 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 and it doesn't have very much of any minerals in it, the graviola, Graviola, look it up on Lasada. You could buy it. And that has been a big cancer fighter, actually. And what he's trying to say in the show also is that, getting back to the salt to finish off on that the graviola salt has more intense amount of minerals that she's just not getting from regular table salt. But most importantly, what he had to say also was that someone is diagnosed with cancer, they have a tumor. And right away, the doctors, they want to, we got to get this out. We got to get this out. That's the problem when you start fucking with the tumor. Now, unless the tumor, he's saying, is it's interfering with blood vessels. It's gotten that large, it's going to interfere with your lungs or wherever the tumor might be. It's going to fuck with your blood vessels and surrounding organs, is what he's trying to say on this audio recording I just played for you. Then that could be a problem. Then you may have a reason to go after that. But people can live a normal life with a tumor, as long as blood vessels not being affected in other organs. But modern doctors today, right away, they want to do something very intense and very invasive, is to go and remove that tumor. Now, if the tumor is not causing a problem, then you just leave it alone. But you have to monitor it. Yes, of course. Makes sense. But sometimes you leave it alone. And of course, people want to go to things like chemotherapy and all that shit and radiation. Of course, that causes more problems than the cancer itself. Yes, of course, you're learning that the nasty things that we eat, and even I do sometimes, is sugar. And that's one of your biggest culprits here, really, because cancer feeds on sugar. Now, when it gets really bad with a tumor, it grows because a lot of times these tumors are developing blood vessels, their own vessels. They're actually branching out is what they're doing. And they're gaining mass because they're like some sci-fi movie where some vine or something is just growing out and expanding. And that's what happens with a cancerous tumor. And it's developing itself into some huge monster, which of course down the line could affect you. But for most tumors that he's speaking about is that if you are diagnosed of having a cancerous tumor, well, first of all, you worry about your lymph nodes, of course. You don't want to get it to your lymph nodes. It'll spread everywhere. But if it's an independent tumor and it's not causing any problems or pain, and by examination and CT scans and whatnot, that it's not interfering with your blood vessels and so forth, then what he's saying, and I'm just quoting, okay, and you speak to your own doctor about this, is that leave it alone. If it's not bothering you in this case, you usually do want to attend to a problem medically you have. But in the case of tumors, okay, sometimes you want to leave it alone. If it's not interfering with any of the bodily processes, if it's not spreading to lymph glands or anything like that, to cancer, and you have to absolutely stay away from what it feeds on. And one thing being, of course, sugar. I'm not going to sneeze. Pardon me. So that's what I'm saying. Sometimes you have to listen and learn. Now, for example, I make a tea in the morning. I've learned something new. I make a tea and I make it with turmeric. That's a good thing to use. No problem with that. But to synergize the turmeric, to make it 1,000 times more potent, you're going to put black pepper in it. Now, I didn't know how acidic black pepper is.
We're not talking about regular peppers, green bell peppers or whatever bell. We're talking about pepper, piperine. Actually, I think they really technically call it piperine, Piperin. I believe that's what it is. That it's the most highly acidic thing you could put in your body, and I didn't know this. You see, I learn as I go along too. There's a lot of things I don't know, but you see, there's a lot of things that I'm learning. Maybe later in life, but as long as I'm picking up on this stuff and I learn. Remember, your salt is not, it's a shitty salt. Your table salt, I don't care if it's Celtic salt, what I got here, Himalayan salt, whatever. It does not contain all these valuable minerals that's going to make a difference as far as getting cancer or not into your health overall. You're not getting all these minerals. So it's been studied. It's called graviola salt. And this is actually something that's used for fighting cancers, and it actually does, according to him, and I'm just quoting the guy, just quoting him, that this is better than chemotherapy and radiation. So, I spout off about a lot of things on my show here, but I'm kind of like, as I learn, I'm actually sharing it with my audience, whether they care or not. I still do it. That doesn't stop me. But a lot of things I'm actually learning too. So people wonder, why does Frank maybe know something we don't? Well, maybe I do. Why do I take certain supplements? There's a reason for every supplement that I take every day. Although you've seen a big shelves, 2 shelves worth of all these vitamin supplements. No, I don't take all of them. No, I don't. Some of them I don't even use. Some of them were gifted to me. But there is a certain amount that I do take every day, very important, that are anti-cancer, and so forth, and that are very strong but independently or in conjunction with other supplements I take that are known to be antioxidants or natural anti-inflammatories, which is really important. It's the inflammation in the body that you don't want that causes problems metabolically. And what this guy is trying to say on the audio recording, as you just heard, is that these are things you should know, and there are natural ways of fighting different diseases. And when it comes to cancer, there's natural ways of fighting that too. And you can't go by modern medicine all the time. And right away, they want to do surgery. They want to remove a tumor. They think that's the best thing to do. Oh my God, if it's going to grow, it's going to spread. Well, sometimes they don't. And what they're trying to say is that sometimes it's better off leaving it alone, and you will have a normal lifetime. As long as it's not affecting your blood vessels, as long as it hasn't traveled to your lymph nodes. And that's a whole different situation altogether if it did that, okay? So cancer is one of the most prominent, besides heart disease, one of the most prominent diseases on the planet, other than obesity and stuff like that. Cancer does exist naturally in our bodies, but it doesn't come out and show its ugly head unless it's prompted to show out. And this hide and seek thing I used to talk about on my show, that I learned that sometimes you want to take things to make the cancer show its ugly head so you could find it, because not all cancers are actually visible. And the way of bringing them out, so your natural T cells and your killer cells in your body can go after this cancer. That's their job. That's their job. But even sometimes your killer cells can't find the cancer. So you use something to tease the cancer to come out. So maybe you'll give a little bit of chemotherapy. Maybe you'll give a little bit of radiation. And the cancer is going to react to say, oh, wait, what the hell is this? The cancer cells are going to show themselves. They're going to show themselves. And that's when your natural killer cells can go after this and eradicate the cancer. You got to bring them out. It's a game of hide and seek. It's finding the cancer before it really takes over your body. It's the cancer that you can't normally see, sometimes even with modern imaging equipment. So you want to tease the cancer. You want to play a little game with it. Where are you, cancer? Where are you? I'm going to find you. So yes, the only time I'd ever would even think about something like that by chemotherapy or radiation is don't run with it right away. But if you give it a little teaser, and I'm not talking about big doses of chemotherapy, I'm talking about small, very minute doses. And what it does is it awakens the cancer. The cancer is reacting to this. It's going to come out and it's going to show itself, like somebody on YouTube that don't want to show himself on camera all the time. They play hide and seek, their protective environment. The cancer is the same way as the YouTube trolls. They don't want to show themselves, but spark them up a little bit. They come back on and make a statement to yours. You made it do a show about somebody, and they're going to react to it, right? Just the same thing with cancer. It's a little hide and seek game. It's a little game that's going on. So you expose the motherfuckers, what you do, so that your natural body's killer cells can go after it. Get the point? Yeah, that's how it works. And I'm not even an expert in this field. But like anything else, I learned stuff I never knew by reading. And so could you. It's not, I'm not doing anything that you can't do. But if you have to go by modern science and modern doctoring, and they're not trained, very little of their courses of medical study and internship and everything else is anything to do with really learning about nutrients and diet. And you leave that up to a dietitian. And even a dietitian, by today's standards, does not know everything. Okay, they're pretty standard issue stuff they talk about, But like you said, even all the foods, a lot of people believe, well, you don't need all these supplements, Frank. What do you take them all for? Well, I've explained many reasons why. And because you're not really getting enough of the nutrients from that head of cabbage, that orange, the leafy green vegetables, carrots, colorful foods, reds, greens, deep greens, reds, orange, yellows, that are giving you all these antioxidants. They're not giving you the full Monty of the nutrients that you would hope to get from your natural diet. And that's why people like myself and others all over the world take the certain supplements that they know will give you the right amount of these particular minerals, nutrients, and so forth, and chemistry that's actually going to be utilized in your body, because obviously you can't eat 8 heads of broccoli or whatever a day. You can't have 8 heads of cabbage every single day. It's impossible to do that. The human can't do that. So you're not getting all the minerals and nutrients and all the good chemistry in this food that you're going to get, with the supplements. That's what the supplements are for. A lot of people say, yeah, it's $1 trillion industry. It absolutely is. They want to sell these supplements. Yes, they do. Of course, it's business. But there's a lot of truth to these supplements, okay? But buying the right ones that are more natural, don't have a lot of additives to it, that are made in nature, that's a good way to start. But it's better taking some of these supplements than not. Because I always talk about these free radicals in the body all the time that's constantly skimmering all over your body. They're back and forth. They're having a big old fucking party. That's exactly what they're doing. Going out in the environment, you don't have to smoke. You don't have to. Anything like that, just go out to the environment. Even the foods you eat are not pure. Everything you put on your skin lotion, even lotion for protecting your skin from the sun. Some people have to do it with a lot of light skin. It's probably sometimes better to do it than not. I would choose something that has titanium oxide in it, which I would suggest to you. That's more protective, and it's better to have that. And something that doesn't have all these added unnecessary ingredients to it. If you need to wear sunscreen lotion, especially if you're living close to the equator, which you are in the Philippines, if you're living in the Philippines, you're light-skinned, you might need to do that. And I do it when I have it. I use as much as a 50 or an 80 SPF on that. But like you also said, that if you are living in a city, and this is a good one too, this is horrifying. If you're living in a big city that, adds chlorine and fluoride, to the water, and you're showering with this, right? That's why you're better with well water. And you're showering with this, right? Okay. Your body is absorbing 80%, your skin, of that chlorine that's going into your system. And nobody is aware of this. But the average Joe on the street, fluoride in toothpaste and tap water, which they also put, not here, fortunately for that, but does help with tooth decay. It really does. But fluoride is going to attack you in other ways. So I know what you're probably thinking right now, there's no way of winning in this world, is there? Well, there is, to a certain extent. Every time you wake up, you're facing all kinds of challenges in your life. The simple act of breathing, you're lucky if you could breathe. You're lucky your heart beats, you don't have arrhythmia. Some of you are obese and have, problems with the glucose levels, sugar levels. Everything's going to attack you at one point. It seems everything gets out of control. And you might think a lot of the people that, who you hear these internet, the shows, and they're always trying to sell a book. And this guy I was listening to, yes, he is trying to sell a book. And you got to think about that too. But you got to think of the logics of what he's talking about.
And if they're very logical, and some people really do, not just to sell a book, but they want to help people. Like I do shows about this here and there, often actually. They know information they want to share with the world. What the pharmaceutical people are doing to you, taking prescriptions that you don't even need, and I was taking shit that one of them I got off because it was causing more problems than it was causing good. And that's a decision you have to make for yourself. What's good for your body, and find another alternative way of dealing with, possibly a health problem you might be having, or so forth. So it's common knowledge, it's common sense, it's research. You got to be your own doctor sometimes, is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, sometimes you have to be. So you can listen to your doctor, and I suggest you do because they've had all the education. But unfortunately, the average, certainly Western culture physicians, do not have much of any training in nutrition at all. They have some because it's a requirement, but they're not professional on that. And they're going to obviously want to push the big pharma because a lot of doctors and institutions get kickbacks from the very drugs that they're always feeding you or telling you to have when you have a problem. And it's big pharma is the one that benefits from this. It's $1 trillion industry, and it's insane. It's just insane what they're telling people to do. They're telling you to take statin drugs for your cholesterol, but what they're not telling you is that your overall cholesterol you can go up to 400 and above, where maybe 100 is more adequate. It doesn't mean you got a cholesterol problem. It's the fatty acid, it's the fatty foods, it's the saturated fat that's going to harm you. It's not the cholesterol. Your body needs the cholesterol. It's an advantage to your body. Your liver even manufactures it, as I believe. It's not the cholesterol. So when you go to a doctor, this is the same opinion you're going to have at every fucking doctor. You're above 100. Big fucking deal. That's nothing. You're over 100. Oh, you're going to have to get your cholesterol level there. No, because they want to sell you statin drugs. Because they want to sell you statin drugs. And the physicians and institutions and so forth, they're going to benefit from this. And that's why they're pushing it. Don't worry so much about your cholesterol. Now, if you're really over 400, you might have a concern at that point. Okay? Then you might have a concern. So I got to put a disclaimer on here. I'm not a medical doctor. I just sound like one. No, I do for my own research, as you can also do the same research that I do. But I put a disclaimer in here. I'm not a physician. I'm just somebody who knows how to read, who can learn and try to understand things on my own level and compare it to other studies and who's zooming who on the information, who's right, who's wrong. And that's an assessment that you actually have to make. It's quite personal, really. Everybody wants to live longer, and you can. If you do the right things, at least try to do some things that are right among the wrong that you might be presently doing, drinking, smoking, vaping, exposing yourself to household toxic items. You're against so many things in your life. It's amazing that we live it all. People using fragrances, household chemistry to make the house smell good. We don't realize that these things contain neurotoxins. Yeah, they contain neurotoxins, even the house sprays. You want to make the house smell nice. You may have one of these little things like air wick or something, and it puts a pleasant smell in the house, but you don't realize that you are breathing in neurotoxins, which are hiding smells. It's dealing with your whole neurology. Dogs have sensitive noses. It's especially bad for dogs. Don't be putting fragrance in your houses, incense especially, Glade, all that shit. Remember how powerful a dog's nose is, and that could be affecting your dog. So if you give a shit about your dog, you might want to think about that too. I wasn't planning on doing a show about another health issue, but I get very inspired, and I was just, you think I'm always listening to trolls on here, but you're very wrong. I listen to a lot of things. I think that would actually benefit me or people I love. And I can't force people to do the things that I do. I'm just saying that there are avenues out there to deal with certain diseases or to protect or prevent certain diseases. And I'm just giving you the information. You could throw it out the window like trash. I don't really care. But somebody always catches on with me, even if it's one person that catches on and listens to what I say and actually utilizes this information in their life, it's actually going to benefit them in somehow. I think I'm still alive because some of the things I do, and I'm surprised I'm still alive because I do one bad thing. But maybe because I'm doing the good things, it's counteracting the one bad thing that I do. Do you ever think about that? And I think that was my purpose many, many years ago when I developed this bad thing and I became aware of what this bad thing could do, but I found it very hard to quit. So I had to compromise somewhere until the day I can actually do quit. So I compromised and I did it in different ways of building up my immune system to fight all these free radicals that we talk about. And, your body suffers from this every day. There's not one person on here whose body is not ravaged, as you hear my voice, with free radicals running all over your body, trying to attack your organs and play havoc with your body, and henceforth causing diseases later on. That's what I'm trying to tell you, all this shit about health issues and supplements and all that. No, I don't take all that shit that you see. There's certain things that I do take, try to do it every day. There's some days I don't take anything at all. I just skip it for a while, But as you get older, you have more concerns and you're more vulnerable to catch certain or develop certain diseases. And the more you educate yourself, the longer you're going to live. The longer you educate yourself, you're going to be more comfortable in your own skin. That's all I've ever done on my show. That's all I ever intended to do on here is listen to me and learn. And if you don't believe what I say, you have the option of actually looking up all this information. Like Don C was arguing me over some stupid subject over nurse sharks and whether they're dangerous or not. Well, obviously they are, and they can be. So shut the fuck up, Don. Maybe listen to some of my advice and you might live longer. You are looking 15 years older than your chronological age, So maybe listen and learn from me. And maybe you'll be alive long enough to make more insults to me. How about that? You live longer to insult me. Does that sound like a good deal? Okay. Okay, that's what I learned, and that's the audio part of this. If you just tuned in, I'll leave this on, and you could listen to this guy. It's not very long. And listen to what he says about cancer and the proper treatment and prevention. And listen to what he says about something as simple as salt and what you're putting on your foods. It's going to increase your blood pressure. But what you're dealing with, normal sodium chloride, that's not what you want to deal with. It's a different type of salt, and it's called graviola, Graviola, under a different name too. And never mind the Celtic sea salt and all the other stuff, but if it's unless it's graviola or close cousin of it, you're not eating the right salt, and you're just going to get high blood pressure. And your average table salt is not going to give you all the minerals that you think you're getting from there, not even close. But graviola, and look it up, Lasada sells it. Look up graviola and its uses. You don't have to listen to me. Just, humor me. Go and look it up. You guys like to look up information about me and everybody else. How about going to Gemini, Chat GPT, GPT, and actually looking it up and see if I'm right or wrong. That's one way of knowing. You don't have to listen to me directly. But there's so many minerals, everything you need if you put the right stuff in your body in graviola, which actually they're saying is quite a leader in the possibility of actually fighting cancer. But doctors are not going to tell you this. And certainly not Western trained doctors. They're not. I may have something going on in me I don't know about. I don't monitor my system that closely. I'll take blood tests, pee tests. Occasionally, if I have to do the checkup on an old situation, if I'm developing any more kidney stones, or I may want to see how that whole system is going down there, including my prostate, bladder, urethra, however you want to pronounce it, and the kidneys themselves. I will occasionally monitor that with some ultrasound. It's not highly definitive, but ultrasound is a good way of initially knowing whether you developed another stone they should be concerned about, and so forth and so on. And learn what not to eat that causes a lot of the oxalates that cause kidney stones and all that stuff. So Yeah, I kind of know what I'm talking about here. That's why you even bother to listen to me at all. You might actually learn something instead of listening to some fucking asinine show talking about how tall Frank is or how old he looks or whether his woman really loves him or whether he has a good relationship or how much money he has in the bank. Fucking grow up, people. You know, you're aging, man. Be concerned about your own health and well being. Don't worry about what I do on my show. Don't worry about my personal life. Worry about yourself. I said that a long time ago. I'll say it again. Worry about yourself because you have to carry your own body around. I don't. I carry my own. You listen and learn, and maybe if you take some of my advice, it might actually benefit you. Imagine that. Wow. Sometimes I can't believe what I see, what people are eating. Oh, I'm far from perfect, but I'm going to tell you something. I'm just discovering more and more and more and more about people's diets. Whew. Wow. I'm actually doing pretty good when I think about it. Even when I cheat a little bit on food, you know, have a little donut or I don't know, a cupcake or occasionally a little vanilla ice cream or something or chocolate. But usually my chocolate is like 75 to 100% cacao with very little sugar. And I'll feel guilty about that, but, you know, and I do eat beef, and I'm sure there's some saturated fat in there. There has to be. But I played a video there on Kiki, and he has what's called a caveman's steak. Yeah, he wasn't shitting about that. Shitting later on, yeah, but I could really look at this. And you're right, Counterflow made a comment on my channel, Kiki's video. I want to puke. And, you know, I don't make this shit up. You've seen the visual evidence of this. I mean, I should just rename my show. Let's talk about obesity. Maybe that should be the new name of my show on here. Maybe it should. Because it is a hell of a topic, and it is something that is pretty ongoing and pretty apparent, certainly in this genre, you know, and that's why I talk about it. Not that I don't have any subject matter. I got plenty. It's never been a problem for me. But now, and the only reason, and I even talk about this guy, he seems like a nice guy. In fact, he's a New Yorker or something. I'd probably get along with him pretty good. Probably excellent. You know, he used to eat some bread hot dogs in New York like I did, you know. The best hot dogs in the world are the street stand hot dogs. Some bread, they give you with the sauerkraut and mustard of your choice and whatever. And if you eat ketchup, then I'm never a ketchup person. Never really was. But I just use that as an example, is what I do. It's just an example, you know. Just to kind of show you what's in the real world, what's going on. I mean, the real world. I'm thinking about changing the name of this show. I'm not kidding. Because there's plenty of obesity going on out there. It's a genuine world concern. Of course, people are always in denial, but how could they deny how big they are? Now, the reason I mention this guy is because he's doing everything the opposite of what he should do. Well, we know people like that, don't we? But this guy exhibits on one of his shows that he was eating at the time. What was he eating? I know it was highly caloric and fattening, but then, he had a Spanish omelet with about 5 or 6 eggs, Spanish omelet, and a big hunk of pork. Remember, we talked about that. But on the side of the dish, he's displaying, I got my multivitamin and got my heart medication, and I got my cholesterol drug. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding? What's the use? Why take those drugs or vitamins and shit if that's what you really eat? And of course, this guy is very weighty, and he used to weigh, you know, not as much as Big Kevin ever weighed. Not many people really have weighed how much as Big Kevin. He's like should be included on the Guinness Book of Records
on his weight, but not really. There's people up to 1,000 pounds, and Kevin would have kept up in that direction if he didn't take the medicine or stopped, shoving everything in his mouth. But shove a tit in your mouth or something, Kevin, instead of all that fucking food. But anyway, this guy, and I like him though. I'm concerned because he seems like a funny guy. I believe he's a New Yorker, but when I see what he's eating and then what he's doing at the same time, and I think you'll agree with me, what good is the statin drugs? Don't take them. You shouldn't take them anyway. What fucking good is the statin drugs? What good is the heart medicine if you're going to eat like that? Instead of Kiki in the Philippines, it's going to be Kiki the dead man. What is it that people don't learn about this? That's all I want to know. Give me an answer. What is it that people don't learn about obesity? What is it? They don't fear death? Maybe they don't. Well, I've said before on my show that I've met people who had heart conditions, all kinds of shit. And they said, I don't care. I'm retired. I'm going to eat what I want. If it tastes good, I'm going to eat. I'm going to drink beer, smoke cigarettes, do the whole thing. Everything. Do everything together. Everything. I'm going to eat what I want. I want to enjoy my life. Okay. That's a personal decision and choice that you have to make, right? And you know I'm right. And you have that freedom to do what you want. Although there's a law that says committing a crime if you're going to jump off a building, I guess, but you're not going to go to jail for that. You're going to be dead, right? So you might as well jump off a building if you're going to do that. If you're going to go around with that much weight on you, end it. Just get it over with. Go give your money, whatever you have, to somebody else and write out your will, whatever. Give your money away and just jump off the fucking building and be done with it. To your big splot on the ground. Just get it over with. Don't prolong the agony. Don't even try. But then you don't have to be dead and be obese. You could suffer a lot of pain of different things if your organs are all breaking down. Think about that. You didn't die yet, but maybe you're getting to the point where your organs are breaking down and you're just freaking suffering, man. Yeah, I saw your comment on my little thing I put on there, Counterflow. Yeah, I don't know, man. I guess I'm just fascinated with this, especially the past few months. I've been really getting into this, and for good reason, because I don't know, man. I just find it hard to believe what people eat. And like I said, I don't have the perfect diet, but comparably, my diet's great. What I had for lunch, the rice probably wasn't a good idea, but I had kidney beans with rice. A little flavor on there, but that's what I had for lunch. Not that I don't have food in the house, but kidney beans and rice. That's what I had for lunch. I've had it for breakfast. I've had lentils. In fact, I'm thinking about making lentils for tomorrow. Can't beat lentils with a stick. Very healthy. Mediterranean-ish, if you know what I mean. So, look, I'm not perfect in any way. There's things I do that are not good, but if you compare myself to other people, shit, you think I'm a healthy motherfucker? Jeez, I'm telling you, man. Okay, what do we got here? Randy says that Kiki reminds me of Frisbee, gumming fatty ribeyes. And I don't know how, I don't know how he used to gum down this shit. He talked about getting a steak or something when, of course, when he got donations. And even chicken, anything. I don't know how he would gum that shit down, man. Because, see, you got to have, the digestion starts in your mouth, right? You got to break the food down so you get metabolized properly in your stomach, And if you don't, you have stomach problems. How anybody without teeth? Kevin doesn't have his upper teeth. I don't know how he eats anything. Maybe that's why he buys and eats a lot of ramen. Well, not because he's just a cheap bastard, but because, he can just suck it down like worms. Real easy. Okay, see, Counterflow says, my father-in-law is 67. And, okay, hold on. I got to go back. I should have brought my glasses in here.
is 67. His has heart blockage. He is lazy, no cardio, eats like shit, drinks like a fish, and what? Now I gotta pitch in for his care? No in way. Sell your car, Pops. Oh, exactly. Don't give in. Oh my God, no, don't give in to that shit. You can't enable these people, man. That's his own doing. Don't let your wife or whatever convince you otherwise too. Oh no, 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 counterflow. He's got to get heart work now and angioplasty, I guess. Fuck that. Why should I live healthy? In all his life, he gets to live shitty, and now I got to pitch in. Fuck that. Well, we do agree on that, counterflow. No matter what, even if your old lady gives you a hard time with this, don't give in to that. I mean, you could have be compassionate, but I think in a case like this, I'm not compassionate. And I know my stand on here. If you're overweight, you're responsible. Nobody forced to put, 20 pounds of food in you a day. And where you now don't use a spoon and you use a fucking shovel. Nobody forced you to be overweight. And I've seen pictures, and I know what some of the YouTubers on here look like, and I'm just astounded, especially by one of them. I hadn't seen a picture of this one person for a long time. When I see the picture, he was posing with somebody else. I said, holy shit. Damn, that's big. But, people are going to do what they're going to do, 5 kilo caveman steaks. Oh my God. Kiki, listen to Frank. I don't think he goes on my show, but I've been writing on his show nicely. But I'm telling him, I said, dude, maybe you should call Kiki dead in the Philippines. Counterflow says, I'm not going to tell my wife this. I told her before, sorry, I'm not wearing my glasses. I have one of these moments where my eyes just. You marry us, we break that. Yeah. Well, she knows better. Well, yeah, don't. Yeah. 24 strong. What's going on here, man? Don't give in to that. There's things you give into, but there's certain things you just don't give into. I certainly would. Counterflow says, Randy, it was gross steak. Okay, you want steak? All right, then eat a small piece of a tenderloin. Low fat or protein. Yeah, they'll have ribeyes. They'll have different cuts. Whatever's available to me over here. There is some that's available. Comes from SNR here. It's one store which actually belongs to the adjoining restaurant, and they sell some of the grocery items and stuff. Some of that shit is what they actually use in their own restaurant. Big blocks of mozzarella and all that kind of shit. Now, what Kiki was eating, I almost felt like puking too. Even the color of it was gray, and it was just, And I was watching again. There's this show that goes on, and this guy, I guess, has a lot of viewers. Not a local genre here, but this guy is like trying to be the new Anthony Bourdain and stuff. He wears a red headband on his head, and no more than 42 or something. He gets to travel these different countries. Only he adds a sense of humor to it. And his last one was in Malaysia, and they were showing some of the things he'd eat in Malaysia and all that. I can't believe the food that people eat. And I don't understand, this guy's got to be in bad health, because I've seen this guy on his show. I mean, the money's worth it, I guess, kill yourself. The most highly salted and fatty and some of the most grossest parts of an animal, from the stomach to intestines, so you name it, to the most gross food, certain fish food. And I'm just like, I watched it just for the cultural experience, and just to see what the guy was eating and stuff. And this guy is when you're a foodie like that, foodies don't live long anyway. Foodies don't live long. They're always sampling foods, and and they're going to tell, of course, the proprietor that, Oh yeah, it was good. It was good. You know, he's doing that to get a fucking free meal and give publicity to the restaurateur. Restaurateur. You know, and he gets all these free meals. You say, "Oh, that's cool, man." But what is he doing to himself in the process of becoming popular and making money on his social media coverage of his little trips and stuff? You know, Kiki has been a person of interest on Discord for a long time. I think even Ricky might have mentioned Kiki. Kiki in the Philippines, he might have. But then he got that goofy guy, E Travels, whatever. E.T. Travels. What's with that guy? I mean, what's with that guy? Seems to know me very well. He does talk about me. And I know Ricky's kind of commented on him. I mean, who hasn't Ricky commented on so far, really, you know? No, but I feel bad for Kiki because he said it himself. I mean, he's got obesity in the family. I feel bad, but I don't, you know. He seems like a good enough guy, you know. And it's like he's slave to that kind of food he eats and lots of it. And I don't know if he really understands. Well, I don't know. We're going to see what's happening because I haven't seen anything new. I know he was supposed to go to Manila to hospital to get some testing done, different testing and imaging done. I'm looking forward to that show because I have a very good idea what he's going to talk about. He might need an angioplasty. He might need a lot of things. You see, a lot of these people, they wait till something happens to them before they start eating the proper diet. Yeah. PP Freshly is going. Was that ready? PP Feely. Oh, is going. Okay. After me in Counterflow tonight. Oh, okay, is he? It's been a person of interest, huh? Really? Randy? Okay. Yeah. Ah. Now Kevin is showing old videos of when he was in the States or whatever, when it was snowing on the ice or something. I guess he's running out of material. Or he's just, you know, trying to keep the, again, the fucking, the flow going, you know, oh, God. Oh, man. Sorry, I've never been into YouTube that strongly in that way. I'm going to worry about the certain stats and yes, the word algorithms. God, that's getting too deep. Algorithms, letting algorithms control your life. How about your heart rhythm? Maybe you should pay more attention to your heart rhythm if you got arrhythmia. Maybe you should think of that more so, you know? But I'm sorry, but I'm to be talking about this a lot. I'm just astonished as to how much obesity is in this world. And I remember some old girlfriends I said, and the latest pictures I've ever seen of them, I don't go looking for them necessarily, but I get curious sometimes. What's happening with them? And what I've seen, they all got fatter than shit. I know my old girlfriend, who was Filipino from Hawaii, you know, shit. She looks like a beach ball, and now her hair is short and grayed out and curly and glasses, and I'm saying, who the hell is that? I dated her? Sometimes I feel I'm lucky. If I had relationships that broke up, I'm lucky. Because, you know, you turn the clock ahead. If you could see then, what you know now, you say, I'd never be in this relationship. Well, of course, this is more than the external beauty or whatever of a person. Of course there is. I'm not going to be that cold. But to that much reality of what's happened over time, oh, come on, man. Seriously. And I was looking at a picture. I got him on there of Don C. And you can see it really close up. I don't think I have it on here. Not the one I wanted. You got to see how old this fucking guy looks. I mean, it's not on my little list I could just throw on here. I have it on my files. But if you've seen this close-up of Don C. and all the wrinkles and everything in his face, don't forget he's a little younger than me. I mean, I'm not looking like a spring chicken. Don't you know, mind me that. But I seen a picture of him and I said, holy shit, This guy's like ready to go anytime. He looks like he's about 85, maybe 82. I'll give him some credit. I'll give him 82. And I'm not saying this to jump on Don's case. I could jump on his case all day and not give a shit. I'm just telling you the truth. Nothing hold back, you know. That guy looks a lot older than his age, man. I'm saying, wow. Wow. They all do. The last ever most current picture I've seen of Popeye, he looked terrible. And there's some other people I won't mention on here, but I think you know who they are. They're looking like total shit. And they're not aging very well. And they're not healthy. I don't give a shit. Oh, the doctor says my blood pressure's good. At that moment, he was sitting down and resting time. You can't carry a... Let me explain something, make it clear, make it easy for you guys. Okay, just to clear this up, all right? When you're a real tall person too, especially, and you're also carrying a tremendous amount of weight, okay? Follow me? That's a lot of strain on the heart, and you have to do cardio. You are forced to do cardio. If you're not going to eat right, well, that's kind of counter, to what you want to really achieve, you know. But when you're that tall and you're that fat, you're nitroglycerin ready to go off at any moment in time. Any moment in time. You know, you're carrying that big body around with you, and as such, that's a lot of strain. I don't care how mobile you are, perhaps. You can't maintain that kind of weight, especially at an older age. You just can't. Talking to Randy, okay. You just can't. I mean, you could, but I mean, it's not going to work out well for you. And that's why, you know, I just take this position here where I know who's who on here and what their situation is and weight and all that shit. Weight, height, the whole freaking bit, what they eat. I got a good idea. And I just, you know, kind of snicker to myself and say, yeah, let them throw the bad words and bullshit accusations to me and all that crap. But I know down the line, they're not going to be there anymore. They're not going to be around anymore. Proven by a number of people that have died that were popular here on the Philippine genre. They all had the same thing. Even Mike Kaysen, he was in bad shape. And he admitted he ate hamburgers every day. He had all that shit. You could have hamburgers. Maybe without the bread, you can't have too many carbs per day. Don't have too many hamburgers. You could eat some meat, yeah, in, you know, moderation. None of these people had something in common. They overate or ate the wrong foods or weren't getting any exercise. Well, what do you expect is going to happen? I mean, what do you think is going to happen? You don't have to be that brilliant to figure that out. And you might say to me, why are you concerned about people's weight, Frank? Well, I'm going to tell you. Because I'm fascinated. I'm fascinated with it. That's why. I'm finding it hard, excuse the expression that relates to this, but I'm finding it hard to swallow, okay? It's hard for me to swallow. Casey Kaysen, you mean? Casey Kaysen. Randy, I speak logic. Hey, can't handle logical thinking. So, oh, you think, what do you call it, looks like Casey Kasem? An old version or something? I think I know what you're talking about. Now, look, I'm not even going to apologize to my viewers. If you happen to be overweight, I'm not going easy on you either. I'm just not. Do something about it. Take my advice for what it's worth. If it ain't worth nothing, throw it out the window. It's your body, not mine. I don't have a perfect body. I don't have no goddamn six packs. I could lose about 2 inches in my belly. I'm not obese. I'm at a pretty good weight. I could gain 10 more pounds and still be in good shape. I'm okay. But like I said, not everything is perfect. No matter how good of a diet you have and everything else, there's no guarantees in life. I think we all know that. I think we all accept it. I accept it, you know. I know. Nobody has to tell me about that. I think about these things all the time. Well, not all the time, but I do think about them a lot. You can't help it. You're not a 30-year-old. You're not your same self anymore. You're far from being your same self as a 20-year-old, 30-year-old. Days are gone, brother. Those days are just gone. Like the Gone Girl. It's just gone. Then I was looking at that video of Snicko and Bummer that's on there. Did you see the shape of Snicko? Holy shite. Damn. I mean, the list goes on here, man. Man, they ain't got nothing on me as far as that shit goes. They could talk about me till the fucking cows come home and come home again and go away again. They ain't got shit on me for that stuff. Look at the life they're living. Look at their shape. Look at their health. Look what they eat. They got nothing on me, even at my age. And I'm one of the older guys on here, but there's other older people on here too, but not just one of them. But I didn't get here by accident. Okay, I could tell you that. I'm not here by accident. Yeah. Oh, the Goldfinger. Frank, that Goldfinger says he tips the scales at 325 pounds. Wow. How many fucking people on here? What is... it's almost like it's a fucking conspiracy, but it's not a conspiracy. This is real shit, man. You know, here's the thing about humans. We're supposed to be living longer because of good medicine, new medicine, different medical techniques, you know, people, you know, understanding diet and all that stuff, but apparently not. And, you know, we're going in the opposite direction instead of... And the government likes hearing that too, you know. And, you know, they don't want to pay out any Social Security checks, you know. So, and by the way, if you're wondering what your COLA is going to be for your Social Security next year, it's not set in stone, but they estimate about 2.5%. We give you another 15, 20 bucks in your fucking check. Whoopee, whoopee. That's the approximation, you know. 2.5% on your next COLA was estimated by the Old Fart Society of America. Yeah. You can't live anymore these days, man. I was watching this guy's show, and he lives in Guam. And his children are Guamish, but I forgot what they call Guambodians or whatever the fuck they are. And wife or something is Iloke. And Guam is very expensive. Not as expensive as Hawaii, but I was watching this guy going into the supermarket. And shit, it's unbelievable. Almost everything comes from Japan. There's a store called a Donkey or something. I guess they have these supermarkets in Hawaii. I've never heard of it. Donkey. I'm not kidding. It's for a real name. Donkey. Where they come up with these names, I really don't know. But, you know, he showed some things in the aisle and sometimes a few prices. I said, you got to be kidding me. It seemed to me it's even more than Hawaii. I don't know, and I haven't been in Hawaii for a while, but he said it was very expensive, but not as expensive as Hawaii. Because I know when I left there, you're lucky if you can afford to buy a piece of meat. And I used to go and get toward the end of the day, it would be the best thing to do before they put an expiration date on it. Buy it, put it in the freezer right away. You're fine. You get it for maybe half price or greatly reduced. But look at the color. If it's that bad, I'm not going to buy it. I don't care. I'd rather get a fresh piece of meat than something really expired. But actually, if you look at the prices on all that shit, it's crazy. Oh, you heard that? You heard about Donkey, and they have the world's last remaining Kmart? Oh, that's right. Kmart went out of business, didn't they? Not Walmart, but Kmart. I didn't like Kmart. Walmart was always a lot better. I never liked Kmart. I've been in a few. No, I never liked Kmart. But Walmart, yeah. They started off like really poor. It's just amazing the story behind that. We won't go into that now. Another day, perhaps. You could build an empire, man. What's that guy's name? The Chinese guy, Sai, who owns SM Mall and all that shit. That guy was started off doing, I don't know what it was, shoe shining or something, man. Not only does he SM Mall shit, but if you go up country in Cebu and go toward Sorao Mountains, you go out in that direction, there are mass areas of land as far as your eyes can see that is owned by his company or family. Well, he died, but look at the empire that this guy built. They started off something like a shoe shine man or something. And I forgot how he started, if it was that, something like that. Built up an empire, man. Can you believe this shit? Last remaining Kmart's. That's okay with me. Kmart wasn't a great place. I didn't feel comfortable there. Walmart was my place. It still is. If I went back to America, you know damn well I'm going to be in Walmart. Get all these Equate products, Equate, when they're popular products, it's a generic form of over-the-counter medicines and all kinds of different shit. Equate. That's what I used to buy. Shit. Cortisone cream or antibiotic cream. You look around in Walmart, you get a nice sized tube. If you look around, you might be able to get it for 99 cents. You go over here in a local drugstore, they give you this little fucking tube, man. And this is the size. And I'm going to give you an example here, too. This here I'm holding in my hand is hydrocortisone. I want you to see how small this is. Look how small. There's nothing in here. What does it say? I don't know if it's there's nothing. Look, there's nothing in here. Probably half is air, too. This little booger will cost you about 300 pesos. Okay? You don't get anything in here. You go to Walmart, you can get a triple sized than this for about 99 cents. What you're paying here is probably about over $5 for this tiny little tube, which doesn't last very long. Right here. That's how big it is. Look at my finger. It's not big. It's not, yeah. Anyway, I was looking at this guy's show, and he was Donkey Don's store, and I said, what the hell kind of a name did they name the store that for? And yes, Big E, that mall in Malaysia was quite impressive, I might say. I'll say something good when I have to, sir. That was quite impressive. Malls. Was it the second largest in the world or something? It's bigger than the Mall of Asia. Quite impressive malls. And some people say malls are going out of style, but not in Southeast Asia. Oh my God, in Hilo, Hawaii, we had this tiny little mall. Oh my God. It was such a small little mall. It didn't have shit in there. And half the time the stores were boarded up or something, or they just weren't making enough business. They were charging so much money because it is Hawaii after all, They can do that. Yeah. And there was hardly anything in there to buy. There was, me and my brother would go there sometimes. Just to pass the time and air conditioning and whatever. Well, maybe we buy something every scene or so, just check things out, window shop or something. Had a nice little movie theater in there. That was the only thing. It wasn't bad. A couple of different theaters in there. Extraordinary high price. It was $12 at the time or something. I don't know what the hell it is now. About $40 for a movie or something. I wouldn't be surprised. I'm not even sure if that mall is even open. I guess it is. But holy shit. When COVID was around, that whole fucking mall, I'm sure it was closed down completely. There was no business. And you talk about a small mall. This mall was like a bathroom size compared to these big ass malls that you have out there these days. It was like closet size. I had a few turns here and there to go down this corridor and that corridor. It didn't have any much thing of interesting. I remember we used to have a Radio Shack there. They even closed that fucker down a long time ago. Radio Shack Corporation, I guess, shut down. Randy says, I heard it's very hard to get branded things. like Preparation H and Bengay in Philippines. Yeah, they go into different formula names or whatever, generic names. But if you're looking for, hey, I'll give you a little hint about something, help you out a little bit here. If you're looking for something to settle your stomach and you've got heartburn or acid indigestion, well, you know how everybody used to buy Pepto-Bismol, right? But you can't get out here. You could order it on Lazada and pay 10 times the price, you know. Think I'm kidding around? No, I'm not kidding around. What you can buy is, okay, where is it? I have it over here somewhere. This is what you can buy. You can. If you can. If you cannot, you cannot. Okay, where is it? Now that I don't need it, it's not in front of me. And what is this I have here, by the way? What is this? Another box of... Okay. Where is this shit? Now I gotta find it, because I mentioned it, so I gotta definitely find it. You can't talk about something and not present it. Jesus Louise, I'm serious, man. Where are you? I'm not gonna stop here until I find you. And where's the box? Now I'm on a roll. Oh, shit. That just pisses me off. When I'm looking for something and I can't fucking find it. Give me a second, because I don't give up on anything, as you know. Okay. Looking. Don't have a conniption. I'll eventually find it. Anyway, there's a substitute stuff you can buy that's fairly good, and it's made of some of the same ingredients as Pepto-Bismol. To let you know, there is actually stuff out there that you can buy. And Loratadine, that's not it either. Jeez. Don't you hate that? You put something away, and it always winds up somewhere else. Then when you really want it, when you really need it, you can't find it. All right, not a big deal. I'll tell you what it is another time. You can get this in the drugstores, okay? It has the right stuff in it. It pretty much works. You know what I have a shitload of here? And I don't even use it. I don't know how good it's going to stay. I have a shitload of Alka-Seltzer that I brought back from Walmart. I got a shitload of this stuff. And I really have not hardly ever even touched it. Oh, here we are with that. This is not all of it. I got a shitload of this. All the packets here. I got more than this. Actually. Don't even use it. Oh, a couple times. But I had nothing else. But, yeah, there were things I brought back. Oh, here it is. Here's what we're looking for. Okay, this is the stuff. It's like Gaviscon, really. And it's sodium alginate, sodium bicarbonate, and calcium carbonate. It's generic for Gaviscon. That's what you want to buy. Yes, dear. That's what you want to buy, right here. Do you have that in the Philippines? Yes, you do. Oh, got to use the facilities, dear? Can I videotape that? Nah. There you go. It's the same as Gaviscon. It's not bad. Trust me, it's not bad. It's not bad. You remember Donkey Kong? Yeah. Yeah. It's very hard to get hard to get branded things, yeah. But you got to know, you got to go into the chemical name. It's the best thing I can tell you. Go into the chemistry there. For example, if you're a guy that takes Viagra, look under sildenafil. Eat what? What you make? I was just talking about horrible fattening foods. I know what I'm gonna do. Oh, you're cooking this up. And this is going to be, speaking of steak, it's steak. Oh, better than the other guy was eating. Steak,
and peppers and cabbage. Okay, I could eat that. Did you use any oil in here?
No.
Good. Good girl, man. I'm telling you, man. She is the best. I could eat that. I'd be proud to eat that. Pretty good fair cuts of meat. Strips. No fucking 10 kilograms of fucking meat. Cabbage. Red pepper. And whatever else you got in there. That's okay. I'll eat that. I'll eat that. I'll eat that every day. But tomorrow I think it's going to be lentil day. I don't eat lentils every day. That would get pretty old, but I will make lentils every now and then. Remember, the gas factory, you know what I'm saying? You can only eat so much of certain foods. It'll get to you. Still daylight here. The cows are still in the pasture. There's Moo Cow out in the distance there. So very cloudy. I'm getting hearts from somebody. Somebody's sending me, who's sending me the hearts? Who's sending me the hearts? Really? I can't get this one video out of my head. It's where Snicko is hugging Barry, kissing Barry. I said I knew there was something wrong with that guy. I knew. I'm still convinced of it, man. It's just my opinion. You have your own. Something very effeminate, you know, about him. I couldn't judge a character. I think for the most part I am. And that smirk on Barry's face too. You can't forget that either. Let's face it, we got characters on here. And I know I'm one of them, but we definitely got characters on here. There's no doubt about that. That's why you watch, man. Donkey Kong, yeah, I've played that. I wasn't a big game player, you know. The music used to drive me out of my mind was not Donkey Kong, but what's that other one? The little thing that's eating up everything, and you know what I'm talking about. I wasn't a big gamer, playing these games and all that. Every now and then I'd play some pinball machines, you know. That was fun. Oh, Pac-Man, yeah. I just hated the music on there after a while. Pac-Man was okay. And that was a marvelous thing at the time. I would call it on and everybody was playing Pac-Man. Now look at the shit they got out. Look at the amazing shit they got out now you could play. Of course, everything now is gory and, you know, blood and killing and heads coming off and shit. That's our new society, man. That's a sign of it. Think I'm wrong? Everybody's so fucking violent. Every fucking movie I put on TV, practically every fucking movie, somebody's killing each other with a knife, machine guns. I mean, war movies, people killing each other. And I'm like, are there any movies out there where somebody, whether it's an alien or something else, someone's not killing each other? Okay, I'm in the cooled room now. Okay. All this shit on the table here. Boner appetite, you know. Okay, here we are. Don't worry, I won't show me eating, but yeah, it's not a huge dish of this either. It's not a huge dish, you know. And it's pretty healthy. It's not a ton of meat. You got cabbage in there. You got red peppers. What else is in there? Oh, broccoli too. Oh, not to mention the broccoli. What could be better than this? And you don't have a plate that's 3 times the size of this. This ain't big. Look at my hand. This is my fork. It's not that big. Here's a remote control. It's not that big of a dish. And what are you going to eat?
Later, Uncle.
You always say later. Do you eat?
Yeah.
I never see you. Well, you wait till the kids eat. I think that's what you do. She usually waits for the kids to eat. I always eat first. She always makes me first on this. I said, I want to see you eat too, you know. So, cabbage, broccoli, red pepper, and some beef. You can't beat that. I could eat shit like this every day. You got enough protein, you got some greens, you got some red peppers, you know, contains a lot of good shit in there. You got cabbage, of course, you know, cabbage is good for you. This is how you should eat. Human food. I mean, not caveman diets. We're not cavemen. Like Fred Flintstone. No, not Ricky, but Fred Flintstone. I know you're confused the two. They used to eat like a whole, on Flintstone, they eat like a whole rack of ribs. Remember that? Eat a piece of cabbage here with the beef. Something about red peppers that goes with meat. The red peppers. Well, that's a fairly healthy meal, if I say so myself. That's fairly healthy. Some broccoli, as I call it. With all the flavoring. I can't eat regular raw broccoli. In fact, most modern day food and supplement gurus or whatever, diet gurus will say, eat your food in its natural state. Don't even cook it. Well, that doesn't go for the meat. I think he's referring to, like, you know, vegetables. But there are certain vegetables you just can't eat raw. I can't. I can eat carrots raw. I love them raw. You know, but anything else, it really has to be cooked. Just watch, you know, if you're going to have vegetables, steam them. Steam them. If you do that. Okay, well, anyway, we covered some grounds here. You're going to let me eat my meal, okay? Thanks for jumping on board here. But yeah, what you've seen of Kiki and people like that, man, there's no excuse for that. You got to understand, people get upset with me because they're in denial. Okay? Every one of them. They're in denial about their character. They're in denial about their obesity. And always making excuses about it. Okay, well, we'll hit Frank back and make up something about me to hit back at me for telling the truth. I'm telling the truth. They know who they are, who's obese and who's not. I don't have to say it. They know it. But they get awfully defensive. Why? Why? Because the truth hurts. Oh, poor baby. You got to carry that body around. I don't. Bub. Gotta go. Eat my healthy meal.
You come all the way to Vietnam to try a hamburger?
Only for the hamburger, baby. Only for the hamburger.
Busy, busy, busy as a beaver. Another project here. And this is a special emulsion stuff, and it's made for concrete. So this is not wood. This is concrete. Now, what happens is, as I showed you people before, a long time ago on the show, all the salts and everything from the concrete will bleed out unless you actually seal it. So when they did this place, they didn't, you know, apply. They just put the top coat on and whatever they did. If you would have seen all the white that comes out from the concrete. That's nice to have windowsills, everything made of concrete, everlasting, they're wonderful. But unfortunately what happens is you'll see the white come out. And right now, you know, Gil is actually cleaning all the white minerals and salts off the brown trim, as you can see, okay? And you don't see it now, but you'd have seen all the white on there, you'd understand. So they kind of bleed through. And then what you got to do, and effort, I mean, it's not easy, but you have to clean it off really good, maybe like vinegar and water, but then let it dry and hope that you're not immediately going to see the white come through again. It's like a shot in the dark, you know. So when it does dry, immediately you will apply this particular stuff here, which is an emulsion, and to be more exacting, it is it's a clear gloss acrylic emulsion, and it's really kind of made for concrete. So I'm busy around here all the time. I'm not laying on my ass and watching Big Fat Kevin throw his insults at me and my girlfriend. I'm doing stuff, not pretending to do stuff. But eventually we're going to repaint in here. We're just going to be washing these curtains, which we did not wash in a year, because we had the TV and everything against this window here. That's what we did. And so we're going to clean the window a little bit too. If you don't take care of this shit, man, I'm telling you, it just falls apart. You might get mold in the window, it'll stain the glass where it just couldn't even come out. We don't let it get to that point. We always try to clean the windows. As you can see, there's a nice sheen on here, like Martin sheen. There's a nice sheen on here. So we got to hit the bottom, hopefully, so that minerals and salt deposits don't come out of the concrete. I'm just waiting for it to dry thoroughly. Let me feel it. It dries pretty quick. I think it's pretty good to go. And what I do basically is I don't put very much on the brush, barely any, because I'm trying to prevent drippage, but you don't want to put too much. And I don't even have a mat on the floor because I'm taking the drips away. And I'm just doing it very carefully, as close to the floor as I can. Now it's going to look white on here because until it dries, there's a little white film on here. And Gilda was worried, what's all that white you see when you applied it at first? I said, no, that will completely disappear. Now what this is going to do is help the concrete so that none of those mineral salts and stuff come out. Okay. I could easily put a matting down on here, but I put so little, because this stuff spreads out like wildfire. It's crazy. You don't have to put much on your brush to have some kind of coverage. And you'll see it'll go on a little bit milky white. But don't fear. Don't fear the Reaper. I mean, you can see to the pail what it looks like. No water's been mixed with this stuff, nothing. That's the overall appearance in here. So I'm going to go back over here where I didn't touch. Go close to the white on the wall, close as I can. As close as I can to the floor. Slow hand, steady hand. Eric Clapton, slow hand. There we go. Now it's going to look a little milky white, yes indeed, until it actually dries. So we got the air conditioner on, we got the fan on. And the good thing, there's not much odor in this stuff. It's not that toxic. But I assure you, the white appearance on there will disappear. This was all white before it started drying. So we're going to continue to follow this little trim line on here. And very slow, steady hand. Try not to get it on the tile. And that's okay if it does. It's a kind of a semi-glossy tile. And we're going to hit this base up here. It looks a little milky, like I said. Let's move this puppy. I say I don't need to put a shitload on here. That's the beauty of this. It'll cover. And if you want, you can let it dry. And you can, if you wish, hit it up again. You can do that. But I would thoroughly wait a couple of days until it really just sinks in and dries. So there you go on that part. And one more part over here, well, all around really. But Rome wasn't built in a day. Dirty piece of wood here. And I'm not going to kill myself and do everything in one day. I'm smarter than that. Even though there's air conditioning in the living room, I'm not really in the mood to do any of this. But I want to get it over with. Okay, so that's all that's up. And the ending result is what you see right there. See, I'm not good at leaning down because it puts pressure on my lower back. I'll give that job and delegate it to somebody else. There you go. We're always doing projects here. No, I'm not laying around here eating a bunch of ramen. We're actively busy around here because it's called pride of ownership. It's called good hygienics. It's called keeping house. Lovely windows. Norwegian style, really. Scandinavian style windows. That's who built it. And this stuff will dry really fast too. Now, you probably can't see it too much. We did that on the outside. It's interior, exterior. As long as it's concrete. Gilda had liked what I did on the outside. She said, well, why don't we do the inside? Now, I'm not going to move everything around today because this brown trim goes all the way around. It's a big job, and we're just going to do little by little until it's actually done. So you see, I got the fan going, got the air conditioning going. We want to dry this out, and we're even, these very expensive curtains we had on here, we're washing them. I think she's hand washing them because they have these rings on them. Really, if you have to put them in the washer, that can play pretty much a lot of havoc. Not YouTube havoc, but havoc on the rings. They could fall off and break. So it's a special way to do things. We even got another computer here, which now belongs to the kids. Yeah. And I bought them that. And they also have a laptop that they're using, that they're borrowing from another family member. And I'm really thinking about this, the internet service. Now, I didn't have all the, what is it, megabytes, whatever, of power of the, when I was on the Signal company. But it was over 1,000, 1,200 cheaper. I figured, well, I'm just going to keep the satellite, SpaceX, all that. I'm just going to keep it. It's about $2,800 a month for that puppy. Am I totally satisfied? Well, for the most part, except for the dead zones. Anyways, you can see in the Ponderosa, we're always at work. I like to pay attention to detail. Even we had this mural painted. Little details we tried to add. And it takes a lot of years, even to get things on the wall. And she laboriously she's on, does this every night. Do you know how long it takes to do this needlepoint? Do you have any clue in how concentrated you have to be with your eyes and paying attention to color? And I mean, look at this shit, man. She has spent endless hours doing this stuff, man. I'm telling you. Endless hours. I don't know, I might just hit the framework up on here. While I'm at it, I like to keep busy. It's not hot in this room, so whatever I could actually get at, I'll try to get at. But if I have to start moving furniture around and make it a big project today, then I'll save it. Definitely save it for another day. You see this sheen on this door. Beautiful. It was very well done. Got to clean it off a little bit. Door looks beautiful. That was done originally by the workers when we were putting this house together, kind of do like, whatever little renovation we were doing. As you can see, this goes on milky. And that's normal. Don't fret. Don't fall off the chair. This is normal. And when it dries, you're not going to see any of this. You're not going to see any of it at all. The beauty of chemistry. Chemistry rules our lives. Looks milky, doesn't it? Oh, what are you doing, man? Just trust me. I know what the fuck I'm doing. It'll disappear just like it did on here. And Gilbert looked at it and said, that's all white. What's wrong with that? I said, well, no, it's going to go on with that milky color. I'm just doing this little framework here, dear. Come on in. The water's fine. Come on in. Here we go again. Here we go. Here we go. Go ahead, close it. Okay, hopefully this, That's the thing about concrete, though. You gotta seal your concrete outside or inside, whatever you're doing in project. If you don't seal your concrete, that's like one of the biggest mistakes people make. To not understand. Now, I'm not going to do this because I see some, on this side, I'm not going to do this because I see some white on here and I didn't touch it. That's going to have to be cleaned on this side before I'm even going to touch it with this emulsion. So where's your rag, sweet?
I put outside.
All right, well, later on, there's white on here, so I'm not going to finish the
I
frame.
cleaned already that one.
You clean, look at all
Yeah,
the,
but we get the white.
look at the white coming through.
It's okay with that.
Yeah, hopefully this will cover it and seal it. It's not that much white on there already. We'll test it. It's not a big deal. Let's just test it. Oh, I don't want to put a lot of emulsion on if the white is going to show through. And I don't want to fuck up a project as if I don't know what to do. Sometimes everything is experimental. What you don't learn at first, you learn later on. Unless you try, you just don't know. No, I've never liked painting. I never liked sealing things, you know, sealants and all that crap. But the one thing I really don't like is alkyd paint, oil paint, enamel paint. I'm done with that system, brothers. Okay, see, little milk. It's not colostrum. It's not mammalian milk. It's the color of the emulsion. And it'll go on. And it will go on clear. Okay, that's enough for me today. Another day, dear, we'll move the furniture, clean the rest of the stuff. Yeah, you gotta go clean the curtain. You got replacement? Oh, you got the replacements. Okay. Yeah, wait till this fully dries, and then put the other replacement curtains up. So, you know, still we may want to go over the windows. It's more like outside than in. And the unfortunate thing about something called etching with windows. And if you leave enough, well, if you leave enough shit on the glass, if you leave enough, and mold and mildew and stuff, sometimes what happens is that it'll kind of etch itself into the glass. As I said, I'm not a paint expert or anything like that, but I have learned a few things. And a few things I've picked up. And definitely about glass. And you're actually better off using vinegar than Windex, window cleaner. Because unlike the Windex, the white vinegar actually will kill mold and bacteria. It's not a cure-all. It's definitely not a cure-all, and there's not as much as you might find in some window cleaner, blotching, you know, streaks. But you got to go over it though. It is an art to cleaning windows too. Imagine cleaning windows on a scaffold, 63 stories in the sky. Well, that's definitely a job I would never do, no matter how much money they paid me. I don't necessarily have fear of heights. I have fear of falling. Okay, see, this stuff will rinse out on the brush most of the time. This stuff will, I'm washing my brush. I got another one if I need to replace it, but we're washing this brush and making sure I can use it again. It'll have to be another expense. There you go. Maybe you learned something. If you have concrete, trust me when I tell you, before you apply any kind of paint on it, whatever you plan to do with it, you're going to need to seal it with a proper sealant made for cement. Remember, cement has all these salts and mineral shit in there. And when getting damp, remember, cement is porous. That's the other thing too. Cement is porous. And moisture will leach out. It will leach out. Like some monster on a sci-fi film. There you go. More facts instead of bullshit. The Park Point Condos in Cebu. kind of like it. King Mikey, he likes it. The Park Point Condos, Rod, and I watch Amazing Philippines a lot. Doesn't always come up with winners. And I see a lot of condos that are so small. But the Park, what is that? Park Point condos in Cebu are near Yellow Mall. In fact, you could walk. I guess you could take the elevator, whatever. At some point in that building, you could actually walk over into Ayala Mall and Rustin's. It's kind of a self-contained place where you don't have to, if you really want to insulate, be insular. If you want to live, or you just don't want to deal with anything, I think that would be the place to be. Now, I was looking at his video. I'm going to promo Rod's channel here, because I like his channel. And it's a one-bedroom condo. I think you'd be paying rent of about $75 a month. Now, if you think about that, you go to the States somewhere, and you get a nice complex, you're talking about, what does that come down to, really? 75, is that like $1,500 a month or something? You couldn't even touch that in America. And it's a really nice, and I don't, and most of the stuff that Rod's put on, and I see how small they are, the units, that doesn't have any kind of quality furnishings, has no personality, the kind of money that they're asking for. But this, I guess, is a rental. Park Point is a very kind of exclusive building. The location, I like it. And if I was to want to be a city person, I would, I would consider something like that. It's an insular lifestyle because, they got a gym there, all the amenities. You could order up something from one of the stores or groceries in, Rustin's or some business in Ayala Mall. It's no big deal. They'll deliver to you for a price. You just take the elevator, deliver to you. You don't even have to go in the mall. But I think if you're going to live in the city, I think that's kind of a place to go. If you're going to live in a city. Because location, like at anything else, is really important. Park Point, interesting. I think I've seen the building, actually. Imagine you could just go to the mall, right? 1, 2, 3, go downstairs and kind of cross over, I guess, is the setup. Seems pretty nifty. I could see living in something like that. But, the horrible traffic, 4 to 7 p.m. at a state. The grid, to deal with that, if you have to deal with it, that's the problem of living downtown in Cebu. Cebu's not a bad place to city compared to Manila, and Manila has some nice areas, but I think for all around convenience, I think, and most people say it's a different feel. And you got access to beaches, different stuff in Cebu, and different things. I think a lot of people prefer Cebu, but Manila, what most people don't know, is 60% poverty. 60% of people living in Manila are impoverished. But the Park Point place, I guess, called, for what I've seen of the inside and otherwise of the condo building, it's very nice, actually. Now, you don't hear me talking much about condo units, really. It's, I got kind of involved with condo, but then I kind of got out of it, too. It wasn't a great situation, but I think if you want to have that as an investment and you don't want to live in it, then chances are you can make some good money as a B&B, whatever you want to do with it. To live in it, well, I mean, if you could afford 75,000 a month alone just on your rent, remember that doesn't necessarily include any kinds of other condo fees and stuff like that. Electricity, internet, all that stuff. It adds up. So, needless to say, you're going to have an income. At least minimum, I'd say 5,000 American dollars a month. To live, I would say, somewhat comfortably in a unit like that you're paying about 75,000 pesos a month. That's what I would say. If you make about 5,000 a month, then you got it made in the proverbial shade. But if you can't afford that, that's, add other expenses too. Of course, food and electricity going out. But a lot of old timers, retirees, they love a situation like this because they don't have to travel all over the city because they're pretty much connected to the Ayala Mall. And you got Rustin's, you got all that shit there, man. Well, if you can afford to shop in Rustin's and everything else, God bless you. Go ahead. Go. Okay. That is, just one example of a place. But something I don't understand. The market is so flooded. The market is so flooded with condos in Cebu City. I mean, they're building them all the time. And they're so flooded. And then you ask yourself that question, are people doing this for investments? Because obviously inflation, everything is going up sky high. They want to get in on it now. Well, they should have got on it a lot earlier than now, but, in hindsight, just like I should have bought this one condo unit over here right in Santa Fe. It's going to be like an 11-story building. We'll have a casino in there, right onto the ocean, really, right there. And, of course, you're not going to be close to a good supermarket or anything like that. The difference. But, I mean, if you really want to live in the city, you're kind of a city slicker type, and I'm not really, unless I've grown out of that. But as you get older, it might be a good choice because you're going to be close to good hospitals. And I'm not trying to sell the unit. I'm not involved with JR's real estate. I'm sure it's coming from JR. Rod's making some good extra money here. He's been a big representative for JR from JRC Consultation, and he's been pushing condos and different things that JR owns. And JR kind of branched out quite a bit. A lot of different services. But yeah, I mean, from looking at the condo, I think there was a huge TV with a really nice, it was mounted on a beautiful piece of furniture, as far as the TV stand. Very nice, split air, and I don't know what floor it was on. But if you see Rod's video, and I'll promote it, take a look at that. But, the thing is, it's only a one bedroom. I could see paying that price if it was a 2-bedroom, but that, I think, is kind of on the high end of a 1-bedroom. But if it's just you and your wife or partner, I would say that that's a pretty good situation. And you don't want too many bedrooms anyway, because then you're going to have family wanting to stay there. So it's such a nice condo. Has a whole regular cook stove in there, complete cook stove. Great kind of a vent they have on the stove. A good size boy, sounds like I'm trying to sell the place, does it? Where's my commission? Full-size refrigerator, gorgeous bathroom, nice furnishings. See, that's what you want. Now, if you have that kind of money and you're really, really interested in a condo, Park Point Place, I think it's called, or Park Point. You can refresh that by going to Amazing Philippines Show and get the name of it. Yeah, I kind of liked it. I didn't kind of like it. I kind of really liked it. I think as you get older, if you're really concerned about being in a hospital or something, and you want the amazing conveniences of like you don't even really have to totally leave your building just to go shopping at the mall, which contains Rustin's and all the other stores. All your needs, clothing, you name it. You might as well just insulate yourself there and just don't go anywhere because you got everything in that freaking building downstairs, restaurant, everything. Well, I should get a commission on this one, really. I don't usually promote condos. I mean, I don't because, it's, partially because I've never really seen many condos that I thought were worthwhile. And this is about 60 square or more, 60, 65 square, that would be decided, but 60 square on there, which is a good size. That's a comfortable size. I did stay in a condo the last time I was in Cebu. It was really nothing fancy pants, but it was 2 studio units that were kind of brought together. So it gave you some space to walk around, definitely nice storage cabinets, had like a California king-size bed, cheesy little dining table, but it wasn't great. But it had a fair-sized refrigerator and stove and microwave and all the rest of the stuff that usually comes with a condo unit. But even that, I don't think it was worth the money for what it would cost to actually rent that out. So, boy, Big Kevin's putting on a lot of shows, isn't he? Jesus. Keep on seeing things flashing by. So yeah, I don't know. You might want to check out Rod's show and see what you think about that condo, about convenience, the location, which is extraordinary. And some people just don't really want to go out in the traffic to travel around all the city to go shopping, So imagine living in a condo building that, I think what I understand is you're pretty much attached to the Ayala Mall and Rustin's and all that stuff. How convenient is that? All they need is a hospital in the building, too. They don't have to leave it at all. Anyway, sounds like a good place to me. Anyway, I got to go. I thought I'd throw this in a little bit, give a little promo for Rod's channel, since I think he has a decent channel. And it's one of the condos that I would give my approval to. $75 a month, though, for a 1-bedroom. I would say thumbs down to that. If it was 2 bedrooms, I'd say, yeah. I'll give it a thumbs up anyway. Because it's better than most of the condos he's actually shown on there. For space and quality. Where's my commission, Rod? Break on through to the other side. Break on through to the other side. Break on through to the other side. Well, I'm hearing at the cabin, man. He's just big talk on here. The cabins are moving on to the other side, if you know what I'm saying, man. Oh my. And why am I not surprised of things on here? It's downright embarrassing. Downright embarrassing. Yeah, I don't know. That lady boy that cabin was with, that he pictured, that was pretty frightening. Frightened the shit out of me. It takes a lot to frighten me. It really actually does. I don't know what to say. You get desperate. You got to do something, I guess. Isn't that how it works? Break on through to the other side. Break on through to the other side. Break on through to the other side. I guess, man. Pardon me. A little bit of too big. I don't know, man. I think no matter how desperate I ever get in life, I wouldn't get that desperate to move on to the other side, if you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? Paying. You know what I mean, Dean? I'll tell you what. That woman was beastly. Absolutely beastly. Looked like she had more testosterone than Ricky's girlfriends, man. And that's saying a lot, brothers. Brothers and sisters, my flock. That was saying a whole lot. Scared the weeper jeepers out of me, man. Well, here's the thing. You know, let's be honest. It takes quality to get quality. Okay? If you're a distributor of fine foods, right? It's going to cost a lot. And it takes quality people to be able to find these quality foods, right? Premium quality. Not everybody can do that. So, other than that, you have to go what's on the market and what's available to all the peons. Get what you can get, right? There's a big storm going on, you're going to rush to that store, and you're not going to look for premium products there because you know you're not going to get them. You have to take what you have to get if you're going to eat that night. Know what I'm saying, brothers? That's just the way it is. Break on through to the other side. Break on through to the other side. Break on through to the other side. Come on. Come on. So has the cabin been breaking through to the other side? Hey, buddy. Pal of mine. What's really going on? Talk to Uncle Frank. Come on. Come on. Tell us. What's really going on? Well, are you going to the other side? You think you should maybe hang around with Licky a little bit? You can learn from him. Learn from the best. He's been there. And you too. Well, maybe you've already been there. Maybe I'm underestimating you after all. Maybe I am. I don't know. But seems that you might have had a taste of that little action. My oh my. I thought you were a woman's man, you know, a he-man. Pounding your chest like a gorilla. Like a gorilla. Instead, you want to date gorillas. Oh my God, Magnum. I don't know. I have to tell you, my history of dating, it's been fairly good. I look back, I can even look at my album books to prove it. And I say, yeah, that was some fine fillies I dated. Yeah, most of them anyway, they were. They actually were. Fine fillies. I didn't settle for nothing. Well, I did once. I married her. What a mistake that was. But, you know, hey. You know, out of the dust rises, the phoenix, okay? So the phoenix did arise. I'm the phoenix. I am the phoenix. Make no mistake about it. Rise from the ashes. Every time. Well, look. There's no guarantee in life. We all know that, even for me. But you go with the shots, you know. Take your shots and move on. Because that's what you do. It gets lonely when you're at the top sometimes, when you think you're at the top anyway. But sometimes you gotta admit defeat. I don't mean your big feet. Defeat. D-E-F-E-A-T. And, your feet take you places, too. If you can't walk on them, you're not gonna get very far. Do you know what I'm saying? Do you know where I'm coming from? You know what's going down, Charlie Brown? Man, I hope so. There's a song in my heart, and I wish people well, but some of them I wish would go to hell. But you see, here's the thing about that. Some people are living in living hell. It do be a terrible situation, for sure. Living in hell while you're alive. Well, we know a lot of people have RSVPs to the real hell, but I don't know. Some people believe that hell is in your living life. Oh, there's many true believers of that. And I'm actually one of them. And how you handle yourself in your living life determines if you're really religious, where you're going when you pass on. No longer have blood flowing through your veins. You're rotting like a dead squirrel in the street. How'd you like to be remembered? As a guy that dated ladyboys? You like 3-piece sets? Does it come down to that? Well, for some people, they have no choice. They don't want to be lonely anymore. They figure if it looks good, I'm going for that action. But I'd understand if it looked good. I might even partially understand. Understand if it looked good. But then again, that 3-piece set ruins the whole fucking thing. And some of them lady boys, they looking awfully good. In fact, they're looking better than some of the real ladies of the street, But you got to make that choice in life, which road and bridge to cross. Now, when you go over that bridge, over that line, it's over. It's done. Break on through to the other side. Break on through to the other side. Break on through to the other side. Come on. Come on. Did you break on through to the other side, Big Cabin? Word on the street is you have. I just read all the comments on your upcoming show. Did you see them? Folks, you got to go see him before he erases them. He's going to erase them. There's a few people on there that kind of, they're getting a little understanding of something going on in it. They're kind of surmising something. And if they're surmising something and I'm surmising something, you know what they say, eat shit, 100,000 flies can't be wrong. Must be something good with that shit for 100,000 flies to go for it, man. So the consensus of opinion is that Cabin has crossed to the other side. Well, there's got to be something to that. You want to tell us what it was like, Cabin? Huh? Tell us all about it. Come on, come out clean. What turned you on about that kind of stuff? Come on, 1-to-1, friend to friend. Come on. Be a guy. Okay, try to. Yeah. Loneliness can hit people in a hard way, man. Oh. It could hit people pretty damn hard. Thanks for the hearts, whoever's sending me the hearts. I know there's a song in your heart. There's a song in your heart. There's some sprite in your step that might even give you a little bit of pep. When you find that song in your heart, Cabin, when you find that song in your heart, something that gets you going. You know what I'm saying, Cabin? We understand. Hey, we live in a whole different society. You could come out. It's all right. Don't hide in the closet anymore. No need to. Step out of that damn closet of yours and rejoice that, you developed an interest in your life and maybe something new. Maybe it's not. Who's to tell? You're not. But, we stand behind you. We stand behind you. We stand behind you, Cabin. You know we do, off the record, Mr. Loser. I like when somebody crosses the other side and says they are straight just because they may look like a woman, sort of. Well, look, I gotta be honest with you, because that's all I am is honest. I'm sorry, but, if you expect the other than that, I can't give you anything but honesty, but you gotta understand. Look, this is what you gotta go with here. You see what I'm saying? This is what he's got to give. No upper teeth. Okay? Dorky looking motherfucker. Bald head. Can't walk right.
and talks like this. Oh, yeah, what are you talking about, old man? Huh? Come on, try to talk. Knowing that person has a three-piece set, they're not straight. No, no. I mean, this is what he's got to go with. Look at this picture. This is what he's got to go with. Oh, by the way, he's going to do an earlier show now that I'm on, I'll guarantee you. I'll guarantee you almost 100%. Do I know him? Oh, I know him. This is what he's got to go on. This is it. Don't get any better than that, my friends. Don't get any better than that. No, it don't. There you go. Of course he's a chick magnet. Take a look at this motherfucker. What, he got a blue beard in there or something? You're not shaving these days? You want to save on razors too? Get one of your followers that buy you dinners and lunches for free to buy you some razors. Or stop buying those toys, or buy yourself a new toy like an electric shaver or razor or something. I know you can afford that, man. You're loaded. You're loaded. You got your favorite donors that back you up. Oh, yeah. You got a lot of support. So why not use that money for something good? Why don't you get some top teat instead of buying some fucking toys all the time, Cabin? Fuck the toys, man. You don't stand a chance with a woman. Well, maybe you don't want a woman. A white Fred Sanford. Counterflow. Hello, Counterflow. How are you? How are you? Ever been to Hawaii? Okay. A white Fred Sanford. Elizabeth, I'm coming to join you. He's coming to join somebody. Maybe Satan. Nah, see, man, you can't go through life like that, Kevin. You just can't. You can't, man. Come on, you know that. Fix yourself up. Don't dress and look like a dork. Okay? Do you remember me standing outside of his apartment and some Thai girl came by, thought he needed help or something? And she was, can I help you something? Yeah. You could help me up to my room. Oh, come on now. Come on now. Had to be a lady boy. Oh, man. If it wasn't for people like you, Cabin, I'd have no entertainment at all. And I understand people now. Maybe I understand people a little bit better. Everybody needs entertainment these days. They went through the COVID. They went through a lot of hell. World's getting complicated. You don't know whether a woman is a man or a woman anymore. And sometimes you get to the point you don't care. As long as you can get that companionship, right, Cabin? Yeah. Come on now. Come on now. Oh, come on now. Come on now. Do tell. Do tell. Do tell. Oh, boy. Hey, look, there's a lot of people, Hollywood stars, all kinds of people come out, man. Come out of that closet you've been living in for years. We don't want to see you. I don't want to see you lonely. What kind of a man you think I am? I want to see you happy, walking, talking, comprehending. We're behind you. You think we're all against you, but it's not true. That is simply not true. I'm sorry, but it's not true. We want the best for you, Cabin. Now, you did some good things. You lost some weight, but then you're reverting back. You're gaining a little bit of weight again. It's a shame. It's a shame because all that work, all the medicine work you did anyway. This is what you looked like, Kevin, before you lost that weight. Do you want to go back to that again? That's huge, Kevin. That's huge. Okay? You look more like Uncle Fester in there. I don't know, a combination of Fester and, I don't know. I noticed that your left eye is a little bit closed on here. Are you having a problem with your vision there? I'm just asking. Yeah.
Well, that's not a real big problem. Why don't you shave? And what's with the fucking eyebrows, man? Are they painted on? Who has eyebrows like that? No man I know of. Looks like he took mascara on there or something. Whose eyebrows are shaped like that? Is that purposeful? Is that like a gay man would wear his earring on a certain ear? So you got to do your eyebrows like that or something? Is that what that's all about? Kind of lets them know where you're coming from, you know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? Oh, we got 16 strong in here. Hey, but look, we're behind you, man. You think everybody's against you, but that's not true. We want to see you walk right. We want to see you talk right. We want to see you happy. That's all. I think you worry too much. You're a little bit too sensitive. Oh, you say some really nasty things, though. You got to admit that. You do say some very nasty things about me, about my loved one. Oh, you do. And you know you do. Naughty, naughty, I say to that. But how's that going to help your situation? How is it going to change your life if you talk about, I told you if I do a show, he was going to do a show early. What did I tell you? What did I tell you? Oh, actually, he's on time. I think he was planning for 9 o'clock. I had to stop spooning with my wife because I'm laughing so much. Look at that face. Only a mother can love. And maybe not. Where is his mother anyway? Do you notice he doesn't talk about his mother or father? Did you ever notice that? And what happened with that? No, he doesn't talk about his mother or father. I have personally never heard him talk about his mother or father. The counterfeit says, I say the same thing about his eyebrows. Look at those eyebrows. Very suspicious looking. You know? Is that like a sign? I swear to you, man, if I seen this guy in a dark alley, man, I'd turn the other way. I'd run the other way. I'd be spooked. I'd be pissing my pants for real. He slowly comes out, and he's got roller skates on, like he's floating up the alleyway, like those nuns you see on the movie. They seem to be floating. They're really on roller skates, but they seem to be floating. They got that black gown on. Put a black gown on Kevin and have him float through an alleyway. Tell me you wouldn't piss your pants, man. I'd be pissing my pants and shitting my pants, too. He has that look, you know. But God bless him. God bless him. He's trying. Maybe not hard enough, but maybe he's over trying. But, you know, I just like to see people happy. I like to see everybody getting along, loving each other. Stop calling each other names. It's so unnecessary in this crazy world. It's crazy enough, you know. It's already a crazy world. Now, if you look at this picture, in the background, that gray, silver-haired old man, that's Don C. That's Don C. Boy, did they age. You know, sometimes I look at the mirror and I said, fuck, I'm getting old, motherfucker. I look at the mirror, but then, you know, I go to look at their pictures and I say, that's all right, Frank. You're doing fairly well. Pat yourself on the back if you could. You could be Don C. or one of these creeps. And you've seen Don C. I got an excellent picture of him I have to show you. It's not on this little thing here, but I got an excellent picture to put on here sometime. And you'll see in detail, in full, clear as a bell, what Don C. looks like. Clear as a bell. And you can see all the agedness on his face. And the guy's a little bit younger than me, in fact. And you say to yourself, well, how is that possible? You're supposed to be living a good life. You're living out of the country, living a good life. You're supposed to have money, had a career. Well, what happened to you? You can't be living a good life, Don, if you're overweight. I've seen your belly. You're huge. You're tall, yeah, but you're huge. Again, the obesity crap. Oh, my God, the obesity crap. It's a fucking plague. It's a fucking plague, I tell you. It's a plague. I talk about it enough. But look at that face. Look at that face. Look. Well, he could look like this too, but it kind of looks like a fat-faced Barry, doesn't it? That's another pretty face only your mother could love, but his mother never loved him. Now, I want you to look at his little goatee on it. Do you know what he does? And you guys, maybe you didn't notice, but it's true. He doesn't buy anything to dye his hair on his chin. He actually uses charcoal. He uses charcoal. I'm not kidding. He uses charcoal. I'm not making this shit up. He uses charcoal. Boy, the characters. Then you got Poop Eye. Now, of course, again, this is an older picture of him. Look what a goofball this looks like. He looks like. I don't make this shit up. That's an older picture of him, too, you understand? But look at this good-looking guy. There you go. Cigarette and all, man. Look at that. Look at that. No, I don't want that much muscle. Thank you. I'll pass. I'll pass. Maybe you should start eating blueberries, Kevin. That'll help you lose weight. That's the answer to everything is blueberries. Look at them, how succulent they are. Mmm. Look at that. I mean, look at all these goobers, though. This one here is John Blaze. And look at the notation on here. 3 years ago, you showed on a live showing a picture of who you claim was Blaze, a side view of an overweight man wearing a white shirt outdoors. That was Blaze. Yeah, I know. The bearded asshole Blaze showed us his friend. This is an old photo of Blaze wearing a Billing Flying Service jacket. The other photo was a partial headshot of his wife, who he married in the Philippines. And I have it somewhere. Not right on here, though. Yeah. Creepy looking eyes. I mean, look at him. Creepy people, man. Just fucking creepy people. What is this? Oh, there it is. Now, if you look above there, you're going to see that lady boy right there. Come on, tell me that's not a lady boy. Don't, Come on. The head is bigger than Kevin's, and that's saying a lot. Look at that. Look at that. My God. If that's your girlfriend or boyfriend, you need a little bit of counseling, my friend. But we understand you're lonely. Anyway, I can't stay on here too long. I got my real woman here. Okay? No three-piece set, I'll tell you that. And she ain't got no god-dang buck-ass fucking teeth either, man. Does have an overbite. And it's cute. It's real cute. So did Susan Day, and I could think of some actresses that had this beautiful overbite. Sexy, just very sexy. Now, no offense really intended, Kevin. But that woman, and you're trying to show her off as if you're so proud? It's a fucking lady boy. Why would you display that? I gotta be able to sleep tonight. I can't have that image in my head. Cabin, I'm sorry, but I can't listen to your show tonight. I gotta keep a schedule. But if it's still on tomorrow, I promise, I do promise, I'll listen to it. But, Kevin, I think it's time to go back home. Trizzle, trazzle, trizzle throne. Time for this one to go home. Was that Jiminy Cricket that said that? I think it was Jiminy Cricket. Break on through to the other side. Break on through to the other side. Break on through to the other side. Come on. Come on. God bless you, Kevin. God bless you in all your endeavors. Walk tall, my friend. Walk tall.
So, remember that old science fiction movie Soylent Green? Yeah, the one where it's 2022 and humanity's surviving on green crackers made of, plot twist, people. Well, it's 2025 now, and while your Big Mac probably isn't made of Greg from HR, have you ever really looked at your burger and thought, wait, who are you? Back in '73, Charlton Heston screamed, Soylent Green is people. Iconic, traumatizing, and now in real life, there's an actual company called Soylent, yes, on purpose, selling meal shakes. Totally vegan, they swear. But naming your food brand after the cannibalism movie? Bold. A tiny bit strange and definitely kinda sus. Meanwhile, fast food today is dodging rumors like pink slime and nuggets, lab-grown meat, KFC chicken.
A different world, which only the strongest endure.
Life in BILID is very hard.
Locked up and punished.
Anyone screwing up ends up in solitary confinement.
All this behind bars. Gangs. Violence. Drugs. Harassment. A daily survival of the fittest. A different world, which only the strongest endure.
Life in BILID is very hard.
Locked up and punished.
Anyone screwing up ends up in solitary confinement.
All this behind bars. Gangs. Violence. Drugs. Harassment. A daily survival of the fittest. In the toughest prisons in the world. Manila, the capital of the Philippines. A city of extremes. On the one hand, modern skyscrapers, luxurious shopping malls, and wealth. On the other hand, extreme poverty. 1/3 of Manila's 13 million inhabitants live in slums. Lives dominated by violence and crime. Huge quantities of cocaine and heroin are being constantly found in police raids. Fierce battles rage between gangs over these drugs. Anyone caught by the police ends up here, in New BILID Prison, the main prison in the Philippines. Camp Sampaguita is part of a mega prison complex and is one of the toughest prisons in the world. It was designed to hold 1,500 offenders, but more than 8,000 are currently incarcerated here. That means up to 90 hardened criminals crammed into 25 square meter cells and catastrophic hygienic conditions. Every week, new inmates arrive, making the situation even worse. On arrival, the men go through a rigorous admissions procedure. First, they are searched by guards.
I count the prisoners' money.
They can only keep 2,000 pesos. I'm also looking for cigarettes and sharp or metal objects.
The biggest threat is a new arrival smuggling weapons into the jail. At worst, these weapons could be used to incite riots. Next, prisoners are given numbers to replace their names. Their personalities are reduced to just a few digits.
I need you to remember your prisoner number well. Okay, we carry out regular head counts. We need you to keep to the rules. Are we clear about the numbers? And are we clear about the rules? Don't forget, if you want an early release, stick to the rules.
One of the new arrivals is 35-year-old Rondell. He has been convicted of attempted murder, an unpremeditated act of jealousy.
I have no idea what to expect now. I never thought I'd end up here. I'll try to make the best of it. Maybe I can go back to school here and then have more opportunities when I get out of prison.
Doesn't sound very pleasant to me. No, not at all. And we know somebody is probably going through pretty much all of that.
Guards assign the inmates to different wings. Camp Sampaguita Prison has a total of 7 wings. Wings 1 and 2 hold prisoners convicted of robbery, rape, assault, or manslaughter. Wing 4 houses the prison students. They can study there undisturbed. Wing 6 is for those jailed for drug-related offenses. They should not be a bad influence on the others. Wings 5 and 7 are for older prisoners and foreigners. These wings have more space than the others. The prison also has an infirmary, solitary confinement, and a section housing inmates who work for the prison administration. It's the turn of new arrival Rondell. Under close guard, he enters the prison's interior. Guards assigned Rondell to Wing 1, the jail's most notorious wing. The most violent criminals are held here, with prison sentences of 15 to 20 years.
I'm a little scared. I hope the others won't do anything to me.
Rondell was living a normal life until 2 years ago. No gangs, no drugs. Then he got into a fight and almost killed a rival. A rash act that changed his life completely. He now shares a cell with dangerous criminals, gang members, thugs, and thieves. Wing 1 is hopelessly overcrowded, like the rest of the jail. The overcrowding is due to an anti-drug campaign by former President Duarte. During his 6 years in office, the police arrested more than 350,000 people for drug offenses alone, resulting in prisons in the Philippines bursting at the seams. New arrival Rondell is assigned to cell 119 by the guards. The cell leader, also an inmate, welcomes him.
This is your new inmate. Make sure he behaves.
Cell 119 is also massively overcrowded. No one here likes having to share their space with one more person. The cell leader shows Rondell his bunk. As the new guy, he gets the worst spot in the cell, right next to the toilet. Every available space in the cell is used for sleeping, including the floor for many of the inmates. Despite night temperatures exceeding 30 degrees Celsius, there is just one fan for the whole cell. To live together under these conditions requires strict rules.
The most important thing that you have to remember in here is that you cannot lose your temper, and you must keep to the prison rules. Because if you actually end up getting into a quarrel with someone, you're going to get everyone around you into a lot of trouble.
The guards punish any quarrels and fights among the prisoners extremely harshly.
I'm glad and grateful that the cell leader has accepted me and given me somewhere to sleep.
During his first night, Rondell will not leave his bunk. At night, when everyone is in the cell, there is simply no room for prisoners to move around. The cells are so full that some prisoners have to sleep outside in the yard. The next morning, the city is slowly coming to life. At the new BILID prison, the day starts at 6 o'clock sharp with the morning head count.
Now we count the inmates in each cell. One cell at a time.
25 cells spread over 3 floors. Each cell holds around 90 prisoners. To keep control despite the overcrowding, guards count the prisoners several times a day.
Mahina, lakasan nyo. Mga tao, bigay ka lang. Maganda. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 65, that's number 7.
During the head count, the guards also check that everything is in order in the cells. Whether there's a dispute or someone is sick, so far, everything looks good. The guards now check the cell of new arrival Rondell.
11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 19, 20, 22, 27, 38, 40, 41, 42.
Overcrowded cells have been a miserable daily reality for most inmates for years. And for Rondell, the situation is very stressful.
I hardly slept at all last night. I couldn't stop thinking. I have no idea what to expect today. I'll try to get to know my fellow inmates. Everyone here is eyeing me suspiciously.
After the morning head count, inmates stay within their wings. They can't yet go out into the prison's large inner yard, which at least offers a bit of open space. Breakfast is served at 7 o'clock sharp. First, the old and higher-ranking prisoners. New arrival Rondell has to wait and hope that there is still some left for him. His fellow inmates use the time to inform him about the prison rules.
The most important thing is to obey the guards, follow the rules, and keep out of fights. If you don't cause problems for the guards, they'll leave you alone. And that makes life a lot easier.
Finally, it's Rondell's turn. His first meal since entering the prison. It's rice soup. Meals are eaten in the cells because the prison doesn't have a canteen.
The food is, well, let's say it's okay. At least it fills my stomach a bit.
But food is the least of Rondell's worries at the moment.
I have no idea what will happen today. I'm keeping a low profile and doing everything they tell me. I don't want to get into any trouble. The worst thing is, I'm really missing my children.
While the other inmates are killing time outdoors, Rondell shows us his cell.
This is our toilet and bathroom. We only have water from buckets. There's a schedule for showering. It starts at 12 o'clock. No, at 1 o'clock. It's tough.
You have to try UV glue. This little thing is really amazing.
And we'll continue with that. Well, actually, I think I played enough. Needless to say, it's not the most pleasant place in the world, in a Philippines prison. If you're unfortunate enough to find yourself in that situation, yeah, it's not good. Everything is so backlogged. And you gotta wait for a trial if you're up for a trial. And they tend to call it the land of the forgotten. Or the land that time forgot. And that's got to be tough. Never said it was right, because it's not, but you have to be tough. Anyway, there was a little bit of a look or audio clip there of BILID prison, which is in central Manila. And this is what they go through from the point they enter and the lifestyle that they live while they're in that prison. No, the conditions are horrible. Definitely, without question. But this is the way the system is designed. You know, it's not exactly a country club. And those that are unfortunate enough to be there, well, I guess there's not much you can do about it. Guess you just got to listen to the rules, follow the rules, and deal with the excruciating heat and humidity, and hope that you have friends that bring you good meals, that you have something to look forward to. And if you smoke, well, I guess you'll learn to quit the habit real quick. Well, if you drink, well, I guess you'll go straight. But there are drugs and all that stuff within the system that's available for a price. Even in a what seemingly is a tightly controlled prison like BILID, all that stuff still exists there. Goes to the guards. Guards make a little money. It's like all politics in the world. People are scratching each other's backs. No different in the prison system, in any prison system in the entire world. This happens to be on the list of one of the worst, on a short list of, the worst in the world. One of them. That's not number one. I think it's within the first 10 anyway. Not a nice place. I got to sneeze. Again, pardon me. Yeah, I just thought I'd add this into my show today. And somebody sent me this, but I've already seen this. And thank you to the person who mailed me this. I'm using it. But yeah, I'm pretty up on this stuff. And I've actually seen it before. But thank you for sending me that. So be an asshole on here. And this is what could happen. I'm just saying. No, well, Kevin's at it again. I guess this is another kind of a deja vu thing with Barry. And the only way that Kevin could get anybody to come on his show is to talk about me. But you got to humor the guy, understand that he's not mentally well. And a show about trying to be topical, but he just can't be topical because it always goes back to me. And now he's playing expert on Asian women when we have not really seen him with any women. Maybe a lady boy. And he has an interest in ET travels. If that doesn't tell you something right there. Only thing I can really suggest is just to humor Big Kevin because I'm pretty much all he's got. A very lonely man who decided to leave the country, and probably the greatest mistake he ever made in his life, other than pissing off whoever it was in order to get that bolo knife in his head. So just humor Kevin, because you're not going to get through to Kevin in any way. It's like Barry. I told you, him and Barry are alike in so many ways. The lack of teeth, the bald head, dumb as the day is long, can't get any quality women, and, well, lady boys perhaps. I guess he had to turn in that direction. But it happens, when loneliness hits you that hard, something is better than nothing, I guess. I don't know. My suggestion is just to humor the guy. Because no matter which show he puts on, he's going to be talking about me. It's another Barry syndrome is what it is. I guess Barry is his hero. But look where Barry wound up. Yeah. Okay, I just finished dinner here. I see that Kevin had a show on, and right away, boom, boom, boom. The topic always turns to me, and look at all the creeps that he has as viewers. E.T. Travels, does that say anything? Steve and other creeps on there. Thank goodness for me, I guess some people wouldn't have any channel at all. That's right, Kevin's going to get his in time. I'll guarantee it. When he's holding his chest someday, I don't think he's going to be thinking of YouTube and talking about me. I just don't think it's going to happen in that order. Although he might. He might. I mean, who knows? He's pretty obsessed with me. But, I give Kevin something to live for anyway. Who says I'm not performing a great duty on here? I give people something to live for in their otherwise very empty lives. And Kevin's life is very, very empty. Good evening, Randy J. What do you have, 14 viewers or something on there? I think everybody's starting to kind of get the gist of, what Kevin's all about. And he tries to talk about different topic matter. He may label the title of his show about something else, but he always gravitates back to me. So that's kind of a clickbait thing to get people to come on and go, oh, Kevin actually has something intellectual to talk about, women and so forth, Asian women. But what does he really know about them? Certainly the past 25 years, whatever it's been, I don't know what he knows about women. Because we really don't see him with any. We see him with a gargantua. Largest gargantuous is the species. And it was a ladyboy on top of that. Now his newest love interest, of course, is E.T. Travels. Has C ever done a show that wasn't about you? Not that I recall. Well, you gotta understand, if it wasn't for me, they wouldn't have any topic matter. I think they owe me some gratitude. No, Kevin's not going to stop as long as he can make money on his show, as long as somebody will come to his show, because he's extraordinarily lonely. And it shows. So that's his punishment, just being alone. Sometimes you don't have to do anything, folks, Let them live their lives, and that's punishment enough for some people on here. Look, Kevin's not going to stop talking about me. He's put that thought to rest that it's ever going to happen. He needs me, or else he would not have anything to talk about in his show at all. And another thing, there is no reasoning with Kevin. Okay? Don't you understand? He's got a very disturbed mind in this one track, and his obsession with me is beyond belief. But then again, there's a lot of people who have an obsession with me on here. So this is something, it's not new, but sometimes it's fun to watch. Yeah, whatever years Kevin has left, he's going to live out his life in agony and loneliness, and that's punishment enough for me. I don't have to worry about a partner I haven't had to worry about a partner in 9.5 years. But he hasn't had a woman in I don't know how many years. I can't give an exact number. I'd be doing the guesswork on this. I really don't know. But sorry, Kevin, if I'm taking some of your fans away from your show. Yeah, just humor the guy, because that level of mental illness, if you ever come across people who are autistic or people who have some mental illness, you're not going to get through to the brain. You're not going to get through. They'll hear you, but they don't understand what you're saying. They're one-track mind that has no ability to reason or to understand that what they're doing is probably more detrimental to themselves than anybody else. Randy says a problem with Kevin. He tries, but he can never one-up you. He desperately needs a good woman. Not many are able to one-up me. Not so far that I've experienced. It takes talent, my boy. It takes talent. Which he doesn't have. He's not a vlogger. He's a troll. He's a ringmaster. That's all he is. And Princess Anne Boone is back. So did I take some viewers away from Kevin's show? I didn't mean to. Had some chicken curry tonight, in fact. Chicken curry. That's what I had. Some delicious chicken curry. I guess Kevin had his hamburger or something. I don't know what he had today, or his ramen or something. Yeah, the guy's ballooning up. I look at his face and I could tell the difference. So much for losing weight, huh? That's right. Kevin's time is coming. If you don't like Kevin, don't worry about it, man. You don't have to do much of anything. Just let him be. Just let Kevin do what he normally does. It's all going to catch up with him. Oh, it will. It will. You'll hear an announcement one day that something happened. Somebody will find out. Because if he's in his deathbed, he's going to call Big E or somebody. Yeah. And then, everybody will know about it. No, he doesn't have that much longer on this planet. It's going to be another Fazio type of situation. You know, Fazio died and he faded out. Bye bye, dude. And Kevin will be gone too. He'll never reach, like I said, he'll never reach my age. He's 63 now, and the shape he's in, nah, nah. He's going to die of loneliness, if not anything else. It's a real disease, loneliness. Something that he's experienced him. So the expert talking about Southeast Asian women relationships, you don't know too much about that. He may have spent some time in the Philippines, eons of time ago, but he fucked all that shit up. Major. And he fucked somebody over. I don't know, over a kid or something. I mean, why else would he get a bowler knife in his head? Can you think of something more drastic? They didn't call somebody a name. I don't think that's going to get a bowler knife in his head. The other clown, Abo J, is on Kevin's show. Oh, is Jay back on again? Of course, Jay's going to pop on. Oh, yeah, another expert on women, Jay Stillman. Oh, absolutely. You know, the only woman he's going to get is his mother. Yeah. I don't know. For a guy who's supposed to be successful with the Bitcoin shit, can't afford his own place. Nah, nothing he did turned out right. Even the pizza business he tried to do with Filipino out here in the Philippines. He fucking stole $3,000 fucking dollars or something from the store, whatever. No, 3,000 pesos, I think it was. I guess he got pretty desperate. Abo J. I can't even stand listening to that guy's voice. That's on the list of the biggest losers on here, and they're all on one show. You know what the incredible thing is? If you want to know who all the losers are on YouTube, just go to Kevin's show. It's, starting with the big loser, Kevin, and all his puppets on the show. Yeah. All bunch of born fucking losers. All on one show. Imagine if you just get an extermination bomb somehow and just bomb them all out. No, but Kevin wouldn't have a show if it wasn't for me. He knows that. That's why he keeps on doing it. Because he figures I'll do a show. This is no different than what happened to me and Barry and some other people. This is no different. Barry was always looking for an excuse to come back. He was waiting for me to do a show. And of course, Barry would do a show and blah, blah, blah. Of course, Barry was never able to outwit me. I mean, that was impossible because the guy is, as he says, his own word, he's as dumb as the day is long. And let's see. PP Freely is a freak. Yeah, I guess he would be considered a freak from what I can the visuals and everything on him. I would say that he's up there with the best of them. PP Freely, PP Freely. Good play on the name. Yeah, so anyway, it's sad sometimes to see people go under certain circumstances, but unfortunately they do that all to themselves. Yeah, Kevin, let him laugh and have fun now because there's going to be one day he won't be able to do that anymore. He's got an RSVP to fucking hell, if there is such a thing. But you got to understand one thing, and most people don't understand this. Again, people like Barry, people like Kevin, with the mental illness that's going on with them, you can't get through. Can't get through to the other side. Can't get through to the other side. You're not going to penetrate their brain. They don't understand what they're doing is perhaps very detrimental to themselves. Now, what if his show got taken off? Now I got the laptop working. I could do better reports that I can do on my phone. We'll be working on that. Hopefully everybody else will too. Report his show for harassment, bullying, all that shit, hateful and abusive content. Keep it coming. The more people that do that, the more we get him off. And Kevin cannot afford to lose his subs. Okay? There's an idea. Get the hint, folks, Randy and everybody else. You know how to report. Do it.
They don't do it on one person, I'll guarantee you that. There has to be numerous people that report his show. Piss him off a little bit. Without his viewers, without his subs, he's not going to get his little paychecks. That's a very nonviolent way of dealing with a goon like him. And I don't even like talking about him, to tell you the truth, you know. It's like dealing with Barry all over again, quite frankly. The only way Kevin's going to learn is if something happens to him legally or physically or something. And you know he's not going to stay in another country. He will find an excuse to go back to America, but he'll make an excuse about it. It'll happen. Because it's not happening for him, and he's fooling himself to think that it's happening for him. Well, maybe he had an agreement or words with his aunt. His aunt wanted him to get the fuck out of her basement, you know, she could reuse it again for storage or whatever. And getting him out of there was probably the best thing she could ever do. So as far as them wanting him back, I'm kind of highly doubting that. I'm highly doubting that. I got that feeling. Can't just this feeling anymore. He may not be able to go back, and that's the sad part. What if he's not able to go back to his aunt's basement to play with his toys and his little rattles? And that's true mental illness. There's no question about it. I'm taking the liberty to say that because what he exhibits is true mental illness. Of course, it has to do with having brain damage. So what does that really mean? Does that mean that you have to be nice to somebody because they got brain damage? I mean, how's that supposed to work? And not with me that way. What comes out of their mouth is what I judge. I don't think you got brain damage or not. There's no excuse for some of the shit he talks about. I guarantee you, if I met him one-to-one, I don't think he'd like it. I don't care how fucking fat or big he is. You know, I'll take a chance. Who knows? He keeps on saying I'm going to get deported. What if I did? What if I did? Maybe I'll choose Thailand. And maybe I'll be one of his neighbors. He's not thinking ahead, is he? You don't know me very well, Kevy boy. You don't know me very well. But you will, if that happened. I will particularly pick Thailand and go to Sao number... whatever road you're on. I really don't think he'd like that very much. I can't stop these feelings anymore. I don't know if he's okay. Here's the shit. If he's attracted to a lady boy, then what would not make him say attracted to me? Okay, and maybe this obsession has to do with the fact that the guy is like bisexual. I'm a male. He likes males. How do you know he's not attracted to me and he's just envious? Because I got Gilda and he doesn't want me to be happy with a woman. He wants me all to himself. Oh, what a horrible thought in my head here. Yeah, look, I'm not going to do a fucking long show going this back and forth shit with him, man. That's what he's looking for. I'm not even going to comment on his channel. I'm going to watch the movie, actually. But, if he really is looking to make money, he needs to turn his channel around. He's always going to make his chicken chump change on his show. If he could expand his show, but see the problem with that, it's not like just changing topic. That's not going to work with him. He doesn't have the intellect to carry on, an intellectual dialogue with people. So it could be done, Frank, and done, Gilda, I mean, look, you could only listen to that so much, you know what I mean? I used to have a friend named Bobby who was mentally retarded. He wasn't like full blown, but he was out there. And I seen the difficulties he went through, socializing in life and all that. And to this day, I guess he's still alive. Um, and to my understanding, he hasn't had a real girlfriend in his whole life of 71 years. In fact, his birthday is right next to mine, so he's got to be the same age as me, Bobby. And this is what he suffered all his life. But you got to understand that people like Bobby and people like Kevin, what you got to understand is that they don't see things the way we see it. They're in their own different world. Just like when Kevin ever gets money, he was at his aunt's place. He'd buy all these little toys and stuff to keep him occupied. Cute little things that light up, that make sound effects. This is how Kevin kept himself occupied in his basement. Toys. I told you, he's on the level of probably a 6-year-old child. Okay? On certain levels. He knows money. He knows how to count money. So on that level, there are, some brain synapses going on that. But it's difficult for Kevin to comprehend most things people say. It's difficult for Kevin to take a good look at himself and see what a fool he's making of himself and what he looks like and how he appears to people on his show. They don't see that. They see things how they want to see it, not how other people see him. Yeah. So report his show. He's being an asshole. Report his show. Jacko Skill says, boys and their toys. Boy is right. He's not a man. He's nothing like a man. Uncle Fester on fucking steroids. All you got to do is put a little black around his eyes, and there you go. The Addams Family recreated. Along with his other creatures on his show, like Cousin It. And all the other characters on there. Did you notice that everybody who comes on his show is a total proven loser? And they all gather on Kevin's show. How's that even possible? Well, water, seeps its own level, stuff like that. Crazy people find other crazy people, and they gather together. Sometimes people have YouTube shows about the arts. It attracts people that are artists. So if you have a show being hosted by a crazy man, you're going to get other crazy people to follow. Uncle Fester was always a good laugh. Oh, yeah, Jackie Coogan, yeah. Always got a kick out of Uncle Fester. I like when he fell in love. I remember that time. At least Uncle Fester fell in love. Yeah. And she seemingly was like, kind of a normal, regular woman? Something like that. How many people are watching Kevin's show right now? Go check. I'm not looking over there. How many people are on his show? Go take a peek. I'm not on my laptop. If I was, then I could go on my phone. Just out of curiosity. I can't stop this feeling anymore. Maxwell Smart was always a favorite. Would you believe the cone of silence? 99? Well, it wasn't the most exciting comedy show, but I guess it had its points. The cone of silence. Oh my God, if they only moved into the technology today, would it be a plastic cone? Oh my God. Well, they went with what they had in those days, for television. Agent 99 was hot. Yeah, what was her real name? I forgot her real name. Yeah, she was not real hot, but she was, she'll do. Lara B was good for a laugh or two. Lara B. Oh, Emma Peel. Okay. Yeah, Emma Peel. She was in a number of movies too. Don't even ask me. I know the name. I know her face, but. And who was that chick that played with John Travolta in You know, they get up and do that dance on the stage. It was kind of a crazy dance. Gosh. I'm trying to think of the actress name on that one with John Travolta. It was, I've seen so many of his movies. Actually, Siegfried. Siegfried was your favorite, really? And what was that one with John Travolta on, trying to think of the name of that one movie. And they would get up on a contest in a restaurant, a bar, or whatever, and they had to do this dance. No, we're not talking about Saturday Night Fever. This is something else, in case you're thinking. Pulp Fiction, thank you, yes. Yeah, she was kind of hot in her own way, I guess. I don't know the actress's name, but she was kind of hot. Well, she had a way about herself, you know. But they weren't the hottest actresses, though. I could think a lot better than that, but... Oh, you like Get Shorty, huh? Yeah. That was good. A lot of the older movies are the best movies out there, actually. I don't like a lot of modern movies with the sequels. Some of the sequels really suck. I mean, I was never into The Matrix, really. Not really. A lot of people love The Matrix. I wasn't really into The Matrix. Then there's other movies. What number 4 season? Ouch. I don't. I mean, like, just for example, Jurassic Park. The first one, I mean, that was great. The original, then they started to do copycats of that, and it took its toll. And then other people decided to see if they could make money on the whole ideology of Jurassic Park, and they started creating somewhat similar movies having to do with that. And that's what people do. They're going to copy off another show from their success and hope that they get success from it. Back in the day, yeah. Of course, I've seen Apocalypse Now. That was pretty good. I think Martin Sheen was in that movie too, wasn't he? Martin Sheen. And Vic Morrow, I'll tell you about Vic Morrow. They were doing their filming with a helicopter and he got his head chopped off. There's a story behind that. I've seen it on here. It's been a while since I've seen the story. Vic Morrow was a great actor. Vic Morrow. But unfortunately, him and a kid or something, whatever, they got chopped up from the helicopter. There was a helicopter accident. They were on the ground. Oh, on Wall Street? Yeah, I didn't like Wall Street type of movies, but no, that was still a good movie, though. I didn't like to go in these high finance crazy movies or really political movies. I never, like White House Down. I didn't like that movie, White House Down, whatever. I don't know, anything to do with the Capitol or the White House or something really political. I can't really get into that. To me, it's boring. Yeah, I know. Say he's going to bar her from the country. No, that's not Roseanne Barr. Rosie O'Donnell, not Roseanne Barr. No, Rosie O'Donnell she's in Ireland. And she spoke some truth. I don't like Rosie O'Donnell to begin with, but no, he has no legal capacity to get her out of the country at all under the circumstances. No, it's Rosie O'Donnell, not Roseanne Barr. As he started to talk about Roseanne Barr too, I don't know. It's Rosie O'Donnell is the one. But she wanted to get the fuck out of the United States. When Trump became president, she said that's it. So she went to Ireland, her relatives there. Wrong Roseanne, but both of them should really. I don't know. It's pretty volatile in the United States since Trump has been president. It really is. Anyway, I want to actually get to see a movie before the kids are already getting to the television. I'm never going to get to it. I want to go see a decent movie if I could find one, really. But in regards, The Punisher. Yeah, I like The Punisher one with Denzel. There's not another. I don't think there's another one coming up. He had 1, 2, and 3. I think there was 3 series on The Punisher. Yeah, Denzel. Yeah, good actor. Definitely good actor. I'll watch anything with Denzel. The one guy I really don't like. I'm not even big on Vin Diesel. The other one I really don't like. What's his freaking name? Oh, the wrestler fuckhead, bald-headed fucking booby, who's a real phony, by the way, in a lot of ways. You got to know his history and with Hawaii too and all that. He had a Punisher, and I love revenge movies. Oh man, I love revenge movies. I wonder why. Anyway, take Kevin with just a grain of salt, guys. He's got very serious mental illness. You're not going to get through to him, even if you want to make a comment on his show. You're not going to get through to his brain. It's damaged. Just kind of humor him. That's all you could do with somebody with mental illness like that. You just got to humor them. Because there's really nothing else you can do. If you want to do a back and forth thing all the time, you could do that too. But believe me, you're not going to accomplish anything. You're just giving them ammunition to talk about you. When you have a show that depends on you, they're not, to try to make a couple of coins or just try to get back or something, revenge. That's what they do historically on here. So just kind of handle him with kid gloves. I mean, literally, He's got a mental illness, and he's beyond the stage of being helped. Let him have his little time in Thailand, and perhaps he'll go to Cambodia next or something, the same shit. He hasn't had a girlfriend since I don't know how many goddamn years. Except he's starting to get interested in the ladyboys now, so things are taking a bad turn for the South with this guy. Just humor him, man. Humor him. All right, guys. So there's a lot of speculation about what happened to Tim K. This should have been more of an upload than a live, actually. Oh, okay. Yeah, should have put more of an upload. I think at this time of the day. But a lot of speculation about Philippines. Philly, the Philippines did a show. And he's not the only one that was curious about Tim K. Here's what the deal is, at least how they're looking at this anyway. First of all, I think there are people that are pissed off at Tim K if this exactly what happened. But all the money that Tim K made on his show from his viewers, from that standpoint of view, no warning, nothing, because Tim K's show is not on. Well, I guess if you want to listen to Philly in the Philippines, he's the one that actually brought this up, but I'm sure a lot of people were curious, because Tim had like 170-something thousand subscribers. So I guess the way this works is that Philly, the Philippines, came up with his own theory that Tim K basically sold his channel. And he said there's a way of doing that. You could remove all your own videos, yet, keep your subscribers and change over the name. Because something in there about Philippine Dreams, another Philippine Dreams, which I think he started out with that, but there is a Philippine Dreams, but there's another, if you really research it, because it has the same amount of subscribers that Tim K has, so I don't know. I guess I don't normally want to promote Philly in the Philippines channel, but you could
listen to that. And he's speculating about what happened. So why is it a subject matter? Because, well, it's a series of events that has actually happened with Tim. Such a successful channel. People bought him a fucking FJ Cruiser. Let's face the fact. There was all speculation about what he was doing money with all these storms. He was trying to be a good guy. Got involved with, being charitable to the neighborhood, to the people. People were wondering, what he did with that money. And there was a lot of hoopla regarding Tim K. There was a lot. Oh, jeez. This weather, man, I'm telling you. I love the Philippines, but I have to tell you, the weather, the temperatures, if I don't go in there, I guess I have to run 2 air conditioners because I sometimes like to do my shows in private. And I have to, while they're watching TV, and we got to interfere with the TV and what they're watching or vice versa, whatever. Okay, so with that being said, the speculation is that he sold his channel, but Philly to Philippines feels, in his words, that after all what the viewers did for him and all the thousands and thousands of dollars that Tim K made on his show, I don't know, have you checked his girlfriend's channel, how many subs she has? If it coordinates with the amount of subscribers that he had, maybe a little more, because she has her own, maybe it was all turned over to her some way, but no, it would show the subscribership on there. So may or may not. She's not even doing many shows. The speculation also is that, well, number one, you could sell your channel to somebody privately. And you could even write up a little contract, whatever, that could be binding. But see, you could remove all your videos, but you could keep all the subscribership because, see, that's what the person is actually buying. Hello. That's the person's buying, the subscribership. They got an instant channel that has all these subscribers, but if it isn't Tim K anymore, then what's going to happen is that you may lose subscribership or not gain anymore. It's kind of a gamble that you actually take if you're going to sell a channel. So I guess it is possible to sell a channel privately. It's what Steve did too with his buddy. He sort of kind of sold this channel to the other guy. I think that's what happened. But the other speculation is that but it doesn't make sense because he went to look at the stats of this channel on Social Blade, I guess, is where he went. And it seems like that channel still exists, but maybe it's a different name. So the speculation is everything from selling a channel. The other thing was that Tim K had so many problems with people and people in the Philippines, and he just decided to get off. Just decided to get off. Because he was always getting into trouble. It could be other things happening. I don't know. I mean, well, since they moved to, what is it, Nevada? Has it been pretty much declared where they actually moved to? I don't remember. Or he might be over in Newport Beach, in California with the father. But Chrissy's supposed to be elsewhere. I don't know. There's a lot of things that they're actually hiding on here. Sometimes, what happens is on here, you got an amazing amount of subscribers, you're making money, blah, blah, blah. And you get a little bit too successful for your britches. And sometimes too much popularity is not good because with that comes, first of all, an obligation all the time to do shows for your viewers. And as such, it becomes a strain. But then you have given out so much of your personal life, as he has done, and a lot of us do.
And it gets to a point where, I can't have people looking into me and Chrissy's life anymore and my child, and it could be dangerous because he's had a lot of conflicts with people, never needless to say, and he want to keep his private life private. It comes to a point. Even that guy, the top vlogger at the time, Neistat, decided his channel was too much trouble or something, I guess. I don't know all the details on it. He was like one of the high-ranking money earners, and as far as subscribers and his popularity, what's his name, Neistat, who lived in New York, and he was top of the line. He decided to get off. He made a lot of money, a lot of sponsors, and some of these people are making big money. Now, Tim K wasn't making what you call big money like Neistat or people like that, but he was making a good paycheck every month. But it could be how he's still making, I don't know, under a different name. Keeping his channel going, but under a different name that people are not aware of. And still making AdSense money. But I think, if I'm not mistaken, unless you do shows periodically, that you may have only a 2-year window when YouTube actually takes off your channel if there's no activity. So it's a bunch of speculation like everything else is on here. Who says this and who says that? But Tim K has made thousands, and I guess Philly in the Philippines' point is that it was very rude, and rudeness never happens on YouTube, of course. You realize that. It was rude of Tim not to spend the time and at least tell his viewers, thank him for all the success he had on his show, the money he made, the support of his 170-something thousand subscribers and viewers, and say, look, I want to get off. I want to thank you guys. It's been just too much for me. I think it's time to go. I need to go on my life, and so forth. And that would have been probably the correct thing to do. If you're like a small little channel like mine, just get the fuck off and nobody will give a fuck. Well, there will be, because they won't have anything to talk about, in my case. But after a while, nobody would know it was gone anyway. I got such a small channel, but as by the number of viewers at this time of day, 11 viewers, no big deal. But he had like 178,000 subs. And, you don't walk away from something like that. That's a gold mine. Tim was never a person without money anyway. I mean, if he went broke, he had his daddy, who's well-to-do. This is a family. He grew up in expensive part of Hawaii, Newport Beach, California. It's a very high-income area. His family is not exactly a broke family. I think Tim K has always been pretty spoiled. Tim is a fairly intelligent guy, but he's done a lot of stupid things, like a lot of us have. But he managed to put together a channel. But you understand how this happens, right? Well, he had gotten together with, it was a long time, I forgot that guy's channel. That guy used to be traveling around. He was very generous with people, and he managed to go live or whatever, or be on his show. And then people, just because he was on his show, went over to Tim's show. So a lot of the subs from a very successful channel, and that's how it works on here a lot too. A lot of subs from a very successful channel came over to Tim's. And then the icing on the cake was when Chrissy became part of the scene. And, men, right? Chrissy was very young, seemed very naive. She had kind of a, gentle sense of humor, intelligent. and all the guys drooling would go and watch Tim K and subscribe because Chrissy would be on there. So they basically displayed their lives on YouTube, and it's like part of any soap opera on television that drew a lot of people. And after you watch him for a while, you want to know everything that's going on with him. Like everybody wants, I don't have all the subscribers. It's like, even with my small channel, everybody wants to know everything that's going on with me, down to when I take a shit. You know, it gets that bad, and some people get very obsessed. I'll give you another example of a successful show. I forgot how many viewers, subs he has. I was talking about 8 Miles from Home. It's a perfect storm. 8 Miles from Home, and now with his wife, I think she's just had her baby finally. They had an audience in there, but of course, 8 Miles from Home is a more quality show than Tim K's. They had all the elements. I couldn't think of, and I did a show about this before, I couldn't think of all the elements and choreography that would go into 8 Mile from Home's show. I call it the perfect storm because his British couple, kind of a mixed British couple, with a very intelligent little girl that captures the heart of the public. She's very, very intelligent. And there's Poppy the dog. You got every element. You got the dog. You got the kid. You got the mixed British couple. You got all the adventures of living in a couple of different parts of the Philippines that they brought you into their lives, into their homes. When they had a storm, you experienced the storm. And probably the most well-balanced YouTube show I have ever seen. It was my sneeze in every show. I told you I got allergies. It's perfection. Even the music he adds to it, the elements he adds to it. I mean, this is perfection. And this guy's making money left hand over right. He's got the sponsors, just like Tim was getting the sponsors. All the right elements that make it worth to stay on YouTube. Because first of all, how is 8 Miles from Home surviving without their YouTube channel? British family, I have a feeling that one of them's parents, whatever, it was not exactly a poor person. There could have been financial support from the beginning. Now, his channel has, through the years, and we're going back talking about a couple of people's channels here. His channel through the years at 8 Miles from Home has become so successful, and people need to follow. They need to know what Poppy the dog's doing. They need to know what their daughter's doing. They need to know what the couple's doing. What are they doing new with the house? Where are they traveling next? What are they going to show us next? Them turning into vegetarians. That was another thing that caught vegetarians' eyes and ears. Their lifestyle of British couple living in the Philippines. Now with her pregnancy, it brought people even more close to the channel. And I believe she recently just had the child. And they are going to tune in for the biggest event. The biggest event in that show's history, really, is when they're having their second child. And told you, I mean, one of Hollywood's best directors and producers couldn't have done, and screenwriters couldn't have done a better job. And I for one, congratulate them for what they did. Because they're really intelligent, they're smart, they got it down. Well, Tim K, for the most part, had it down. He knew how to manipulate his viewers. In his case, it was manipulating his viewers. There was a lot of clickbait, which is an element a lot of people use. A lot of clickbait. I hate clickbait. Absolutely hate clickbait. So what happened to Tim K? Yeah, possibility he sold the show for X amount of money. Went into hiding to live his life with, and maybe he's not even living with Chrissy. Chrissy got all the credentials and schooling in and everything else and got a job. And maybe it was over. As a lot of stories happen. You Americanize your girlfriend, Now, I'm not saying that this is what happened. There's a lot of speculation like anything else. I'm just giving you examples what could have happened, the same as Philly and the Philippines. Only I'm going a little deeper than he did. She always had trouble with him drinking. He never stops. He's also got bigger than a tank. Maybe he has health conditions. There's a lot of things to think about. Not that it's going to change my life to know anything about that, nor it's going to benefit me in any form or way. Was you speaking about this? Nor should I really even care. But since Philly the Philippines brought it up, I thought it'd be another topic to kind of go into, because I've had a mild curiosity, as many people have, what happened to Tim K. You know, when you have that many subscribers, you don't walk away from it. It's a fucking gold mine. So all these possibilities could have happened. Could have, should have, would have, we don't know. And he might have a little confidentiality agreement with his wife not to talk about him or whatever on the show. I don't know. Who knows? Tim could have just decided it was more trouble than it was worth. The guy was not broke. He was never really broke. I don't think he ever was. And with the help from his father or whatever. Don't think he was ever broke to begin with. But he did what a lot of people do. They utilize people's money through donations to fund their life in the Philippines. Got him an FJ Cruiser. Those things sell over $65,000, $85,000. Which he sold. Got money back for that. Viewers' money. Viewers' money. But, as Philly the Philippines says, that Tim K did not have the courtesy, if he did get off YouTube in any form or way, whether he sold the channel or just walked away from it. It comes up under a different name with the same amount of subscribers, is what Philly the Philippines is saying. He's investigating that. He should have at least talked to his audience. These are the people that enriched his life, literally, with more cash than most people see in their lifetimes, and gave him a more than comfortable life in the Philippines, where he never went without, because of his viewers that were so generous. And the point is that if that's the case that I've been talking about, that he didn't even come on his show, as Philly said, and have the courtesy of telling his viewers what's going on and saying, hey, if he's getting off YouTube, if that's the case, sorry guys, I'm going to get off YouTube, and you guys have been fantastic. You've been following me. You've been heavily contributing to me. And I can't thank you enough. Well, Tim didn't do that. That's what a putz this guy is. If indeed he's just abandoned his show. But Philly's thinking that he sold it. And I guess you could. And that would just involve, it's not that complicated. You just take off every single video, okay, that you have on there. But the subscriber amount will remain, the subscribers actually will remain until they voluntarily unsubscribe. And somebody else takes over the channel. Okay? So that's a possibility it would happen. But I got to give, nevertheless, I got to give these people a lot of credit when it's due. And I try to. And I don't care who it is. It might be somebody I hate. But if they did something good, I'll say, hey, good boy. You accomplished something pretty good. Good for you. I don't always get that back, but that's the way it is. But you have a big channel like that. I mean, how do you walk away from it? Because sometimes people do. Sometimes it gets so fucking old that you say, well, had my moment in the sun, I'm now, say, with all the trouble that they might have had, and he's had threats, and a lot of us have, but I'm a small channel, and nobody gives a fuck if well, they do give a fuck if I get off, because they won't have anybody to talk about. Okay, let's just be real about that. But in his case, a very large channel. A very large channel. To walk away from doesn't seem even real. So people would think that, yeah, it had to be a sale of this channel. In combination, perhaps, with the fact that he just wanted to get off. too much trouble, too much of a commitment, and then sharing too much of your private life. And a lot of us do that, and I'm actually one of them. People know more about me than I maybe know about myself. Not really. I know myself better than anybody. They want to try to depict some kind of a horrible lifestyle and that I'm not happy in my life and all that. That's what happens on YouTube. Because nobody's living your life. You're the only one that's living your life. And how unhappy Tim would have been with his own problems with drinking and his weight. We don't know how deep that went either. So you don't always know the whole story. You think you know about somebody's life, but you really don't. And not everybody knew everything about Tim K. No. But I think for the protection possibly of his own wife and his child, that maybe he made a positive decision, at least on his own part. That may not work because Chrissy has a channel, but she's not putting much on either. Chrissy's doing good for herself. She's got a good job. And as far as I know, they're still together, unless that's another secret too. A lot of people hide stuff, and sometimes I don't blame them. Maybe they're, separated in some way. I don't know. Maybe Chrissy did what a lot of Filipinos do to get Americanized, get all the credentials, the green cards, everything, get a job, and they're all Americanized. And they, start their life in America, and they don't look back to the Philippines except to visit their relatives. That maybe she didn't need Tim K anymore. Well, that's all speculation. And that's all I am. Up front, I'm speculating. I'm not giving facts. See, that's the way it should be on here. If you're going to say anything about somebody, say, look, I'm speculating that this happened or that happened. And not to come out as it being like the gospel truth. Like whether you think somebody died or something like that. Present facts. Well, there are no concrete facts about Tim K. Nothing about him being dead. The guy's a tank. But still could happen. He's a very unhealthy weight. Always has been. Yeah, it's likely he could have sold the channel. I wonder what he sold it for. How much? How much could you sell a channel for like that? It doesn't mean that the person who buys your channel is going to make that kind of money just because it changed hands. I mean, okay, see, the thing is, you're still going to have the subscribers. But they may see it's not Tim K and say, what the fuck? I'm tuning into Tim K and I'm getting this new guy's channel. Who the fuck is this goober? Oh, I'm unsubscribing. Some people might hang in there. Don't forget, he's collecting money. Whoever buys a channel for X amount of dollars, he's making money from AdSense and everything. The channel's continuing, but not under the entitlement of Tim K. Okay? There you go. Well, anyway, that was just something I wanted to put out. It's more something made for an upload than a live stream, but nevertheless, I thought I'd bring that up. People come and go on YouTube, and they don't always say why. Some people just opt out and never be heard of again. Either they died or they just said enough is enough. Yeah, it's been getting that way with me for years. For years. For years. Let's face it, I'm never going to have that many subscribers. People are laughing, saying, Frank, you don't make no money in your channel. Like Big Dummy Kevin would say. Well, Kevin, it could be because I'm not monetized. Did you ever think about that, Kevin? No, you're too fucking stupid to understand that. Do I make more money? He's just mad because I'm making money. Remember I said the comparison, you and Barry, the bald head, the teeth situation, even the weight situation, okay? The lack of fucking brain situation. You're not much different than fucking Barry, Kevin. You're not much different than him at all. You're both dumb as the day is fucking long. Well, I guess Big Kevin sweating it out today to have a localized blackout. He didn't know what to do with himself, so he put on a couple of shorts, sitting in a restaurant somewhere. As I said, don't have another stroke, Kevin. Be very careful, man. I wouldn't want that to happen to you, buddy. I wouldn't want that to happen. Now, Big Kevin's another person. If Big Kevin did not have his channel, doesn't have a girlfriend, doesn't have nothing, he would really go crazy. I mean, crazier than he really already is. Look, I could do away with my channel and go on and live my life. It's not as hard as quitting smoking, per se. YouTube, after you've been on for a fucking decade, it does become part of your life, your daily life. But it really doesn't mean you have to do shows. You can still listen and still be part of YouTube. I think that's a mistake I made, but I'm one of these people, and, it's my background, I guess. I'm a New Yorker, Italian-American. I don't know if Italian-American has to do with it, but I am a New Yorker. We're inquisitive people. We're creative people in our own way. Big on social media, like most people are. And we always have something to say. New Yorkers are not laid-back, stand-back people, and I'm certainly not. And that's, I guess, became a kind of a tool with me to voice my opinion on stuff. Because the thing is, I don't hang around foreigners by choice. And family it's good. Having a family, and that's the savior. That's the savior. It absolutely is. If you don't think it is, you're wrong. It's a savior. But those are the options that you have. You could still become part of YouTube and not have to post and just listen. And most times, I think you're better off doing that, really. I don't understand why I don't just do that, to be honest with you. Probably, I'm just kind of cleaning my hands here. Let me put the phone down. And I don't understand why I don't do that. I don't make money on my show. And my goal really is not to be necessarily monetized. So that's a good question. I can't totally answer it. Let's just say you've been on YouTube long enough. It does become rather habit-forming. But you have options. You can still be on YouTube. And you get some enjoyment out of it. Just listen. Be a fly in the wall. And you're probably better off in doing such, in my opinion. But sometimes I understand it's easier said than done for a lot of people. When you spend that much time, but especially if you have a successful channel, and some people have a really successful channel, and that would be really hard to walk away from. Like, for example, if that's indeed what Tim K did, to walk away from his channel. And we don't know this for sure what's going on. Of course, everything is speculation. Everything is speculation. Okay. Very good, very good, very good. Okay. I've got to do one more thing here. Yeah, it would be hard to walk away from a channel with that many subscribers. It really would. Some people think, well, that would be awfully foolish. Why would you do something like that? I'll tell you what, historically, there's been a lot of people who've done that. And maybe it's the best thing they ever freaking done. Maybe. Even for your own safety. Because, a lot of things get carried away on YouTube, obviously. You've been following me a long time, so you know the ups and downs of having a show on here. And there are ups and downs. What you gotta deal with? Look at me, I went through a whole fucking court case with somebody. And I still got a couple of things to handle. You know what I mean? And some people say, Frank, you were the most stubborn motherfucker I ever met. Or know of. That despite a lot of adversity on here, you still got the balls to still be on here and you don't back off. You don't run away with your tail between your legs.
I haven't so far. I've talked about getting off, but not very successfully. I guess I'm just really stubborn. I don't know. You call me a lot of things, and you certainly have. But I think it must serve some kind of purpose for me. And one of the things I used to talk about relating to that is that what happens a lot is I can use my paint for this, for my ADD, whatever. Kick it in here. I got this shitty paint that I hate using. It's an alkaline. Here we go. Whoa! Just flew over the house. Coming back. And that's one of the skydives. I'm sorry I didn't catch it on camera here. All I know is the other day a huge plane flew over. There was no prop plane, I'll tell you that. I wonder what that meant. Some governor or something or official. Because the airport's not being used except for skydives. Now, on my show here, you're getting a lot of trolls. And as such, they like to listen. It's not like Tim K's channel, 8 Miles From Home, who have hundreds of thousands of subscribers. It's a small grassroots show that never took off because of too much compromise, too much opposition, too much hate out there, too much bullshit. And one would think, Frank, give me one purpose why you even stay on YouTube. And you know what? That would be an excellent question. When you tell me that answer, let me know. Am I that stubborn? I could be. I've been known to be very stubborn. Well, maybe I always got something to say, which, I mean, I do. The whole idea of having a show is saying something, not like Big Kevin or Barry, you know. They had no idea what to come up with a topic. Barry would be the famous, oh well, and a few other words he used to say in the show. He didn't know what the hell to talk about. He didn't have the intellect to talk about anything. Neither does Big Kevin. He lets the trolls run his channel. He'll make a comment. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, let's attack him. Kevin, you're like a big man. You're like actually like a baby, a child in a big man's body. I mean, I'm just laying it out, dude. I'm just laying it out. You're like a little child in a big man's body. Is it because of the head injury? I'm sure it has something to do with that. Maybe I don't know. I don't know. Good chance, yes. But I don't think you realize how you come off to people on your show. I don't think you realize it. And remember something, and I'll keep on telling you that. I do believe in karma. I do. And so far, I've been right about a lot of things on here so far. And the way you're going, with those triple-decker fucking hamburgers and all kinds of shit, the ramen and the shit you eat, you've already put on poundage. I see in your face. But again, you know, who am I to tell you what to do, right? Well, it's not my right to tell you what to do. It's not my right at all, actually. But I do comment on it, and I make an observation like anybody else does. That this guy's on the wrong path, or this guy's on the wrong path, or that guy's on the wrong path. But, you know, it is their path, after all. What direction they choose. If they're hateful people, they're going to be hateful on YouTube. And more likely in their own personal life, too, on top of that. If they're going to eat the way they do, they're going to continue to gain weight. You, my audience, you can't do nothing about it. I can't do nothing about it. You could be suggestive to the person, of course, which I always am. But it's just an observation of mine. And I've always known this, but the more and more that I start learning about some YouTubers, and even perhaps some new ones, and I'm just taking note. That's all I'm doing. It's all I'm doing is taking notice. Is that obesity has been the denominator, shall I say, on a lot of these YouTubers. And that's why there's been so much talk about this. It's not trying to find fault with somebody like automatically you're going to think of. It's not like that at all. It's an observation. People spend too much time worried about how old another vlogger is and say, you're going to die. Well, I got news for you. You're right. I am going to die. We all are. I'm just saying there's going to be some that's going to die a lot earlier than some others. I made it to 71, dudes. That's a respectable age. I don't know of any life-threatening illnesses that I have, because at least I go for maintenance checkups every now and again. I'm due for a couple of others. Now, what happened with Kiki? Well, Kiki did discover, like I thought, because of his weight, I'm right again, that there's no way in the world you're going to be in that much weight all your life, or the best part of your life, with having heart problems. Kiki has heart problems. Something to do with a heart valve. He's going to need an operation. I was right again. Right again. So for those of you carrying around all that fucking weight, what is it you need? Is it a wake-up call? That one day you'll be, hugging your own chest with a fucking heart attack? I mean, I realize the same shit could happen to me with age, one bad habit. I understand all that. What you need to understand is, among all these things, heart problems that develop from obesity are very serious ones. And it's not just, everything's leading to the heart. Clogged arteries, damage to different organs. I'm not saying I'm going to get the booby prize and that nothing's going to happen to me because of one bad habit. So very well, I do know the risks. But I'm just saying I'm fortunate that I don't do other things. I don't drink. I'm not obese. I'm not hypertensive. I'm not diabetic. I don't know to this day if I have anything coming up on me with anything like that, which could happen any time. I could only tell you that right now, I'm doing fine, thank you very much. And thank karma, whatever, that I am. But don't worry, for those that hate me, my time will come. Don't worry about it. Just as yours will, but I think it might come before me. Other than a nasty habit I have, which is not good, I do other good things to help compensate for the foolish thing that I'm doing. Maybe one day I will drop the whole pack and then you won't have anything to bitch about anymore. Yeah. Always something, right? But I will say, what I'm witnessing on here, and I told you I've been right so far. I even knew Ed. I knew Ed was overweight and everything. I knew he did this, he did that, he did this. I understand that. I knew his time was coming, and I said it. Fazio, obviously, one of his greatest followers. Who is the other guy? Not Scott Del Fuego, the other guy. He was another person that was obese and overweight. He died as a result of that too. Okay? Kevin nearly had a heat stroke. And if he did, he may not have survived it. If it was an actual stroke. But see, Kevin don't understand either. Although he feels well, he's not going to tell us everything how he feels. But he's going to say he's healthy as a horse. And see, I could walk. He's in his bedroom. In his room. See, I could walk without my brace. Yeah, you're in your fucking room, moron. But Kevin can't walk long distances, and there's a reason. It's not just because of his bum leg. There's several reasons. He's carrying around still a lot of weight, and a combination of the heat and humidity plays havoc on his heart. That's why I told him, as much as I despise the guy, I was good enough to tell him that, don't try to please me all the time. Don't try to prove something to me that you could walk
in the Thailand heat just to try to prove a point to me and your viewers. That could be your death sentence, Kevin. And if so, then so be it. But I'm also saying that walking is good, but you do it at a certain time of day, of course. And you don't push yourself to try to say to your viewers, see, Frank's wrong, I can walk. There's nothing wrong with me. Well, keep on doing it. Keep on eating those triple-decker hamburgers. Keep on eating all that fucking ramen and the crap food that you eat. It's your own recipe for disaster. Look at Kiki. He had trouble weight all his life. And he went to St. Luke's and all that. And angiograms, all that shit going on. What he does know, at least one thing, is that I think he has a heart valve problem, which means a very invasive operation. Now he's concerned about it. Now he's concerned about it. But he wasn't concerned about it all these years, stuffing his face, and you've seen the kind of shit that Kiki in the Philippines was eating. And this is the same shit that's happening with these other YouTubers in this genre here. They're doing the same goddamn thing. Are we supposed to feel sorry for them? I mean, really feel sorry for them? And why? Why would we feel sorry for them? Give a good reason when they're doing that to themselves, and they should know better. Whatever I die of, but I made it to over 71 years old. I still don't think I'm over the hill, because my mind doesn't think that way. That's what keeps me young. I don't talk it, dress it, practice old. Then you really become old. That's where I differ than a lot of people. Look at Don C. The man looks way over his age. Poor genetics, lifestyle, I don't know. Look at him. The guy looks like he's about 84 years old. And he might be a couple of years younger than me. Ain't that amazing? Look at some of these people. Look at the most recent picture of Popeye. He's not looking very well for his age. Look at these people. There's a guy, a British guy living in the Philippines or whatever. That guy is always talking about, oh, what's his name? So many British guys out there. And you look at his face and all the deep lined wrinkles he has. And he's a lot younger than me. People are just not taking care of themselves. That's what they call their retirement. Come to the Philippines, eat whatever they want, drink whatever they want, say whatever they want, which can be dangerous too. Oh, that certainly can. Trust me. It can be very dangerous what people say. And getting themselves in trouble, whatnot. Take your pick, you know. Some people just don't have the capacity of learning from their own mistakes. There's one British guy, sometimes he talks about politics in the Philippines. There's one thing you shouldn't do really out here if you're actually living in the Philippines. That wouldn't be really advisable. 2:36. How do you know what time? I thought it was at least 3 o'clock. 2:36 here. So, with that being said, whether you give a shit or not, whether Tim K is going to be on anymore, I'm just bringing this up. That people disappear for different reasons. Either drop dead, have health problems, or they got themselves in so much trouble with their 178,000 subscribers. And how many of the 178,000 were threatening him? You don't know the whole story. Is him and Chrissy really getting along? You don't know the whole story. So people can speculate as much as they want, but still not come up with the truth. Only plain facts. What people put out on their show or on their Facebook is going to tell the story. When it comes out of their mouth, and you see their face or hear their voice on their own Facebook, something they said that people remember which indicates that not everything is blueberries and strawberries in their personal life. But they don't want to show that part of their life, but sometimes they slip. Like putting something out on Facebook about a situation that everybody heard. Gives an idea what's going on in that relationship, doesn't it? But people are not going to always come out. They'll slip like this guy did, a particular guy. Sometimes people slip. And out of anger, they say things that they probably would have never said about what was happening in their relationship. I could definitely say in mine that there's nothing to hide. We got a marvelous relationship. In fact, I haven't seen any tempo with her in years. There used to be. Every Filipino with the tempo thing. It's just, sewn and ingrained into the culture. But with the battery going down again, I never charge it up enough. Be a good time to get off. But I'm just saying that sometimes you got to think a reason why you're on YouTube, whether you want to stay on here or not, and really give it some really serious thought. Not some bullshit stuff. You say, I'm going to get off. Try to find a reason why. I could think of a number of reasons why I shouldn't be on YouTube. Even as I'm speaking right now, I could think of probably 10 reasons why I shouldn't be on here. Why am I still on? It's a good question. Am I that fucking stubborn? No, that's to not do anything with, well, you ain't got any friends out there. Well, that's not far from the truth. Got Filipino friends out here that I made on my own or made for my girlfriend. Absolutely. But as I said, it was not my endeavor. It was never my endeavor to make a bunch of foreign friends. I actually do have a few. And there's one guy I really need to visit because he's home a lot himself and he kind of feels the same way I do. He doesn't bother with a lot of foreigners. But we know his wife better than her. She's a produce lady that works in town. We see her almost every day. And other people. Another gal has a German husband. We'd always get together with him when he's in town. Well, I know foreigners out here, but it doesn't mean. And I had a good friend out here. He was a Swiss guy. He's the one that gave me all the vitamins. His wife did anyway. And I wish I got to know him a lot better because I could say that he would have been a good friend. But he was well into his 80s. He was very ill, and he wound up dying. We used to call him the pajama man because we used to go out with walks with his wife after some strokes he had in the past. Sometimes he just wanted to dress comfortable, and he'd be out there walking in his plaid pajamas. So henceforth, we named him Pajama Guy because I could never remember his name. Yeah. Even somebody we knew in the produce stands, I maybe didn't remember their name. Oh, let's go see Produce Lady. And I named them as their profession, not their first name. Either I couldn't pronounce their first name or I just didn't really recall their first name. You do things like that sometimes. Associate people to their profession. Like the baker guy or something, or the guy in the wheelchair, or, spend the time to learn people's names. And be respectful and call them by their names. If you can remember the names, or maybe you're not that close to the person. And therefore you don't see them very often, so you forget their names. I've done that. But it's more respectable to remember somebody's name and approach them by their name, call them by their name. Not associate them with Produce Lady or whatever. We've done that. Both of us, actually. Okay, I can't think of much more to talk about here, except, why can't you guys just get your act together, man, and enjoy your retirement? Whether you're here, whether you're in Vietnam, Thailand, whatever. Why can't you people just enjoy your retirement and not worry about what I'm doing or what this guy's doing or what the other guy's doing? I keep on telling you guys, life is short, man. You've seen how many people have died already on here. All the way back to Mike Kaysen, and definitely was heart problems. He was overweight. He ate all the wrong foods. Get a hint. Get a clue. Get a hint. You can't expect to have a long life. And I will tell you, I don't want this bee to get in here. I got the screen on, okay. I'm going to tell you straight up, if you're having obesity problems, you better erase X amount of years off your life. Just like somebody tell me, well, Frank, you smoke. You better erase about 4 years off your life. That's probably true. It's probably true. But the same thing about obesity. It's that important. It's that serious. Even Kiki is starting to freak out a little bit. You know, he knows what he's in for. They said if he didn't get his procedure, he wouldn't live another 3 or 4 years. I don't know how he lived this long. I don't know how Kevin lived this long, to be honest with you. And some other people. But while they're on their high horses, all these people, yeah. Their horse is going to be shot down one day along with them. Because the weight's going to kill them. Their heart's going to give out. And one thing or another is going to happen. And I don't want to have to be the one in the background and say, I told you so. Well, I knew it about certain people that passed away on here. And I kind of gave an I told you so on the show. A little late to tell them that because they're dead. But I did talk about them. I did predict that these people would go out in that way. I was right. And I'm probably going to continue to be right. I'm not the Grim Reaper. I'm not hoping that, you know, because I'm not on camera, Mr. Kumar. Or your phone is not working right. You better check your screen. You might be having a technical problem, sir. But okay, here we are. We're a small channel here. It makes for some good dialogue here now and again on here. I do daily shows a lot. Maybe I should cut down on that shit too. It seems to me I get more done around the house if I'm not doing multiple shows a day. And again, I never stick to the game plan, do I? I always said that doing uploads is probably the best thing I could do on here, but I did not stick to the plan. A lot of people do uploads, very rare to do live streams, and they still get their audience. In fact, they look forward to the show since they're not doing live streams. Because some people do like listening to my show, whether you're a troll or not. And although sometimes I do like the interaction of my viewers, I do. Sometimes I do, and sometimes I really don't care. Because actually I know a lot of them are trolls anyway. Because all you really need to do a show on here is just do an upload. Whatever your topic matter is, you continue with that topic matter. You may just turn your show into more of a documentary series about something. Maybe decide to start going more places and document that. A lot of people do that. And sometimes it's less hassle when you're doing uploads and you could basically remove the comments on there so nobody can post the comments or remix the channel or whatever. You have all those options. This way, it's a way of allowing yourself to continue to do YouTube without having to feel that you have to interact with people or worry about how much dialogue you're going to get, and it turns more into a monologue. If it's going to be a monologue, you might as well just do uploads. So that's kind of what I'm thinking of doing. This time, actually mean it. So there's a good chance that my next show is going to be an upload. And I know you look forward to my morning shows that are live. It doesn't mean I won't do a show in the mornings, or I won't do a show every day, or it might be a couple times a week or something. I don't know. There's going to be a change going on here pretty quick. Something I think we're going to stick to. And I know you have no reason to believe me, and I completely understand. I think I have to come to a point where I got to make a decision on something. If I'm not getting off, then just do something different. That's all. Appease myself. Do uploads. You can't go wrong with uploads. You have more control on that, really. You don't have to allow comments. But whoever really is interested in what you have to say will see the show later on. You'll build up your viewers. You'll get more instant viewers on live because they see you're live. When you do an upload, you're not necessarily going to have the same amount of viewers. But, build it and they shall come, and you'll get your viewers. And since I'm not monetized, it doesn't make a big difference to me. It hasn't so far. Okay, I gotta go. Oh, I know what I gotta do. Shit. No, at least it's, what time is it? No, I gotta take care of something anyway. Ladies and gentlemen, and Kevin. Let me leave off saying again about Kevin. Kevin, man, try not to impress everybody. You're doing a horrible job of it, okay? You're gonna wind up hurting yourself in the process, really. I don't care what you do with your life, Kevin. You could jump off a building and I don't give a fuck. It might sound cold, but I really don't give a fuck. Do what you want, date the lady boys, whatever you want to do. You do your thing, brothers and sisters, I'll do mine. How's that for a compromise, folks? You do your thing, I'll do mine. Mind your business, go on with your retirement life, I'll do the same. See what I'm saying?